This giant easily weighs 2 tons, and this is what her face ended up looking like after a little extreme facial restructuring. Actually, scratch that, I'm totally lying to you. This mess was the direct result of taking a single fist from the new transfer kid. Yep, he just walked into this school, and he's already farming insane aura without even trying. Every single girl in the building wants a piece of him, no matter what it takes. He's the undisputed top dog around here now. It's simple biology. Everybody naturally gravitates toward the absolute dominant force. Works the exact same way out in the wild. But let me give you a fair heads up right now. This anime isn't your average story. You aren't getting some weak kid who gets pushed around before pulling off a random power-up. In this world, the moment you try to bully someone, you become the victim. God might offer mercy, but our main guy definitely hands out 0 free passes. Everything kicks off in class with a hot girl recording video. Right when word breaks out that the main second-year bully just got obliterated in the lunchroom by the transfer kid. Naturally, the local big mouth calls over the school's official rank 2 fighter to spill the tea. The top guy admits that's pretty wild for a fresh face, while the girl keeps shoving her phone in number 1's face. See, YouTube was just launched, so now every single beatdown in school is going live for the whole world to watch. As they were figuring out how to handle the transfer, a random sidekick was aggressively ringing out some poor nerd for cash. Bro was probably just shaking him down over the price of a soda. Suddenly, rank 1 decides they need to snatch the new guy before he wrecks their whole food chain. Little did he realize, the top predator was literally knocking right on their doorstep. Even the guy mid-extortion froze completely to see who walked in. The new kid casually steps inside and asks if the so-called leader of the school is hiding in here. Or at least, that's what the streets were telling him. Girls in class instantly lose their minds, blushing hard and ready to risk it all for him. So the transfer kid directly points at the big guy and asks if he's running things. Big guy takes way too long to open his mouth. And just like that, he gets an instant, painful makeover right to his jaw. He hits the ground heavy, dropping like a complete deadweight. The poor kid who was getting extorted a second ago has no idea what just took place. Meanwhile, the stacked girl instantly swoons and falls head over heels. Rank 2 jumps up screaming, throwing insults, and demanding to know who this kid thinks he is. His face turns bright red with anger as he keeps barking questions about who the transfer is and what he wants. The transfer kid just calmly replies that today happens to be his very first day. That sets the angry guy off completely, accusing him of joking around, and he swings a hard punch at the transfer. Except the transfer snatches his wrist midair so tight that rank 2's fingers literally crunch. Damn, that had to hurt. And the new kid asks if he's the leader. Rank 2 screams in agony, pointing right at rank 1 and yelling, "No, hit that guy over there, he's the real boss, leave me alone." I guess our main guy spotted a mosquito on rank 2's face, because he immediately delivers a violent slap. Bro went straight to sleep. Fast forward to Dreamland. The group of daily victims standing nearby were way too shocked to even process what happened. So the transfer steps right up to rank 1 and asks if he's the actual big boss. Rank 1 makes a disgusted face and starts asking if the transfer has lost his mind. Before he can finish, a brutal fist lands right on his face, completely shattering his nose. His phone flies into the air as he nearly gets knocked out of his seat. Absolutely furious now, rank 1 snaps and launches a counterattack with everything he's got. However, the transfer effortlessly slips the hit, ready to crush another bug. That hit landed with a sound loud enough for us to hear from our living rooms. That shock left him dizzy, but the new kid immediately follows up with another strike right to the same broken nose. To finish the combo, he leaps up and connects a brutal jump kick directly to his neck, launching him straight into the window. The only reason he didn't plummet off the second floor was the iron safety bar blocking the glass. The onlookers were frozen on the spot, unable to believe their eyes. The ultimate leader of the school was down on his knees, completely out cold. Bro definitely wasn't feeling too hot after that. The protagonist coolly states that if he hadn't eliminated them first, they would have targeted him anyway. So he settled it all on day 1, adding that if anyone still has a problem, they know where to find him, before shutting the door to max out his legendary aura. The kid who was getting bullied moments ago stands there completely stunned by the spectacle. Camera girl is turning bright red, whispering about how insanely good-looking he is. It's pretty obvious where this is going between her and our main character down the line. Sometime later, Donggu sits down with Kim Doyle, asking if he'd be willing to wipe out the school's bullies one by one and how much that service costs. Doyle offers a deadpan stare, making Donggu feel completely lost. Doyle clarifies that he only recently returned to Korea, so he doesn't really understand what Donggu is trying to ask. However, he makes one thing clear. If Donggu wants his fighting skills, it's strictly pay-to-play. Donggu is completely caught off guard by this demand. He argues that people are supposed to help each other out of pure goodwill. He even hits him with the classic line, "With great power comes great responsibility." He insists that since Doyle has muscle, it's basically his duty to defend the weak. Doyle immediately cuts through the dramatic speech and cuts straight to the chase. Is he going to cough up the money or what? Because if there's no cash involved, he's walking away. Dong-gu panics, stopping him in his tracks and begging him for a hearing. He brings up yesterday's fight, explaining that helpless kids like them desperately need someone with his strength. Tears practically well up as he talks about how his friends get tormented daily. Nobody stands up for them, and reporting it to teachers changes absolutely nothing. In fact, telling adults just gets them beaten worse, because mature talk means nothing to bullies. Dong-gu describes their existence as being trapped in an endless dark tunnel. Yet seeing Doyle step up yesterday felt like a sudden burst of hope piercing through that dark. Clutching his chest, he pleads once more, stating Doyle holds the key to their salvation. Doyle totally shuts down the sob story and commands him to take a step back. Dong-gu looks crushed, but Doyle clarifies that he actually gets the struggle. It's just that he's currently dealing with severe financial issues of his own. Hearing money triggers a deep nerve inside Dong-gu. Flashbacks of bullies stealing his cash flood his mind, causing him to snap and demand why life always revolves around money. He can't comprehend why a fellow high schooler would be so desperate for cash. Doyle remains icy smooth and asks if Dong-gu has any idea what an assassin group is. Bizarre question leaves Dong-gu completely speechless. Doyle casually reveals that his father commands Blackhead, the world's elite hitman syndicate, and he was raised right in it. Dong-gu's brain short-circuits as he repeats the syndicate's name in pure disbelief. Doyle adds that his parents recently went through a bitter divorce. A girl eavesdropping nearby gasps at the sudden family tea. He explains that his dad constantly mistreated his mom, prompting her to grab him and his younger brother and flee to Korea unprepared. Naturally, that made his dad rage quit and freeze every single one of their bank cards. And that is the exact reason Doyle needs hard cash right now. Dropping that wild lore, he casually mentions he has a part-time job interview at Burger King and turns to leave. Dong-gu stands frozen, trying to process if he's being trolled or not. Background story sounds completely insane, but Doyle's straight face makes it feel terrifyingly legit. Reaching a decision, Dong-gu shouts after him, offering 50 grand per bully eliminated. Doyle instantly halts in his tracks. Dong-gu raises 5 fingers, sweating profusely over whether his offer was too low. Doyle turns around and gives a stone-cold response. Deal. Girl eavesdropping gets hyped up, swooning again over Doyle's sheer attractiveness. Across town, a rival gang of bullies gossips about how a random transfer swept Park Kang-wook off his feet. Their boss Park Ju-hyung, captain of the judo team, questions if this new kid actually took out 3 fighters solo. His twin right-hand man worries this whole situation might ruin their extortion racket. Back to Doyle and Dong-gu. Dong-gu spots the crew and warns that they're walking into enemy territory. Doyle shrugs it off, stating he came here specifically to throw hands anyway. Dong-gu cautions that these guys are on a completely different level than Kang-wook, who is just a figurehead. Real puppet masters of the school are actually the judo twins, Park Ju-hyung and Park Ju-dong. They're aiming to go pro and join the national sports roster. Keep their record clean, they operated from the shadows, using Kang-wook as a proxy to steal money. Dong-gu labels them pure parasitic scum. Doyle asks if they're on his hit list too, and after hesitating, Dong-gu gives the green light. Doyle officially accepts the new bounty. Right at that moment, one twin spots a girl named Manhwa recording them on her phone. Barks at her to surrender her phone so he can see what she recorded. Catching her red-handed, Park Ju-hyung aggressively steps up demanding the video footage. She holds her ground, firing back that he needs to keep his word and quit smoking first. Ju-hyung gets agitated, asking who gave her the right to talk back, but smirks that her looks earned her a free pass. A sudden ear-splitting scream interrupts his ego trip. Turns out, it was his twin Ju-dong screaming. Kim Doyle had just delivered a brutal high kick straight to his skull. Manhwa and her friend freeze in utter shock seeing Doyle materialize out of nowhere. Ju-dong instantly goes limp and hits the pavement cold. Surviving twin, enraged, demands to know who attacked them and why. Then, strangely enough, he screams at Doyle for having the nerve to be so ridiculously good-looking. He stares in disbelief, completely unsettled by how dangerously calm Doyle remains. Ju-hyung loses his temper completely when Doyle acts like he isn't even worth eye contact. Thinking Doyle called in backup, he turns around, only to freeze when he sees Doyle hyper-focused on something else. Doyle suddenly shouts, "Faint," and drives a direct right straight into his nose. The impact was so massive it literally launches Ju-hyung backwards through the air. Right on cue, a title card drops explaining that this was the origin story of how Doyle became the ultimate peak of strength. Standing over the broken bully like an absolute king, Doyle drives a brutal downward hammer fist straight into his skull. Manhwa nearly faints from fangirling, wondering how one human being can be both peak visuals and an insane combat god. Right at that moment, Doyle's phone buzzes with a notification confirming his payment hit the account. Because Dong-gu went on a flyer postering rampage, news of Doyle destroying the twins blew up instantly. Posters headlined, "Young Kim Doyle crushes the judo twins, caused every girl on campus to obsess over his face and skills." That triggered Manhwa hard, making her scream around asking who gave these girls permission to look at her husband. Delusional in her own fantasy romance world, she shoved her way through class while the fan club kept drooling over Doyle. Boiling with rage, Manhwa lost her mind and screamed at the top of her lungs for everyone to halt. Fuming, she commanded everyone to tear down those posters immediately, hurling insults right and left. Snatching the flyers away, she threatened that if anyone so much as peeped at her man's face again, she'd end them. She then cornered another poor girl, aggressively interrogating her if she was hiding one as well. Terrified student stammered that she didn't have anything on her. Manhwa kept fuming that every female here was committing treason by looking at her claim. Her inner rage speech was abruptly interrupted by her phone ringing. Spam texts from Jang Hyun-woo demanded she pick up, threatening to flatten every single student at Suman High if she didn't. She glared at the screen, silently gripping Doyle's flyer tightly behind her back. Donggu laid out the next target for Doyle. Jang Hyun-woo, the top terror from Chenkyeol High, warned that Hyun-woo is infamous as the King of South Seoul, a high-ranking lieutenant in the 12 Nations organization, making him an absolute nightmare to fight. Donggu urged Doyle to take this guy seriously and not underestimate him for a single second. He broke down his specs: a 3-time amateur boxing champ with unreal battle instincts and elite conditioning. Donggu claimed that even if both judo twins jumped him at once, Hyun-woo would wipe the floor with them. Doyle dryly interjected that he easily folded those twins anyway, so who cares? Donggu doubled down, warning that what makes Hyun-woo truly terrifying is his borderline psychopathic sadism. When he locks onto a target, he brutally torments them until they literally pray for death. Donggu added that when Hyun-woo goes berserk, all bets are off, so he'll be spectating from a safe distance with the cops on speed dial. By the time Donggu turned around to finish his speech, Doyle had already vanished. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun-woo had Manhwa and her squad trapped against a wall. He was raging at Manhwa, placing all the blame on her, claiming that if she had simply answered his phone calls, her little friends wouldn't have caught a beating. Manhwa coldly hit back that those people weren't her friends to begin with. Park Kang-wook was stunned by her coldness, asking if they weren't tight before. She spat back that friendship expired the moment he lost his top rank to the transfer student. Kang-wook stood there speechless, muttering how heartless she was. Hyun-woo burst out laughing, declaring that exact cold attitude was why he was obsessed with his Princess Min. Creeping her out, Hyun-woo started shamelessly begging her to just give him 3 dates. When she turned away, he stepped closer, promising he'd treat her right. Out of nowhere, a glass bottle came flying across the alley straight at his skull. It came with such insane speed, it seemed to materialize out of thin air. Hyun-woo narrowly ducked, dodging it by a millimeter. Doyle stepped into the light, sighing that it was a shame his one-shot attempt missed. Everyone was left frozen by his sudden, dramatic entrance. Hyun-woo snapped back up, barking at Doyle to identify himself. Doyle calmly replied, "I'm the guy who's about to cave your face in." Minha's heart skipped a beat, wondering if he flew in specifically to rescue her. Doyle noticed Manhwa constantly popping up around him, suspecting this couldn't just be coincidence. The intense stare she was giving him was creepy, making him wonder if she was stalking him. Deadass warned her, "Try anything funny and I'll drop you." Manhwa completely misread his death glare as flirtation, secretly swooning over his dark vibe. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo snapped, screaming at Doyle for daring to interrupt his conversation. Hyun-woo blew a fuse, roaring about how Doyle dared to interact with Manhwa. Charged at maximum speed with his signature move, a lightning blitz straight right, a strike Kang-wook instantly spotted. Watching from the back, Donggu panicked at the absurd speed, screaming, "Watch out, Kim Doyle." Right before the blow connected, Hyun-woo abruptly froze as a mystery liquid splattered across his cheek. Disgusted, he panicked, thinking Doyle sprayed some biological weapon on him. That single second of hesitation was all Doyle needed to launch a devastating side kick right into his ribs. Doyle casually explained that when people blitz him, he gets startled, and when he gets startled, he accidentally spits. Realizing Doyle literally just spat on his face, Hyun-woo exploded in rage and humiliation, asking if he was a joke to him. Giving him zero breathing room, Doyle smashed a wooden chair over his head, called it a distraction, and followed up with a nasty uppercut. Hyun-woo went completely mental, calling Doyle a psycho and screaming that he'd tear him limb from limb. He launched a wild flurry of boxer punches, but Doyle effortlessly wove past every single strike. Park Kang-wook watched the beatdown in sheer panic. He thought there was no way Doyle could match a trained pro boxer like Hyun-woo. Mid-combo, Doyle slipped inside and drove a bone-shattering body shot straight to Hyun-woo's liver. Out of nowhere, another spectator blurted out, "Wait, what?" This spooked Kang-wook, who assumed he was just monologuing in his own head. Hyun-woo doubled over, clutching his shattered right ribs in sheer agony. Doyle dryly noted that those ones weren't snapped yet, but the ones on the left were about to be crushed. Then drove a monstrous strike into his left ribs, completely shattering them and forcing a howl out of Hyun-woo. As Hyun-woo gasped for oxygen on the floor, Doyle loomed over him while his gang stood frozen in terror. Hyun-woo kept coughing up blood, barely keeping conscious. Doyle began delivering the hero speech Donggu prepared, but suddenly blanked out and admitted he forgot the rest, prompting Donggu to scream in frustration from the back. Doyle just improvised his own warning, telling Hyun-woo to shut his mouth and stay out of trouble. Then he dropped a terrifying threat that froze the room. "If I ever see your face again, I will track down everyone you love, destroy them in front of you, and then end you." Meanwhile, Manhwa watched with teary eyes, internally fantasizing, "Oh, please stop fighting over me." Leaning back in total romance mode, she sighed over how dark yet beautiful this dog-eat-dog world was. The next day at a local gym, I.M. Youngbyum received a phone call that caught him completely off guard. He was informed that Jang Hyun-woo was completely wrecked by Suman High kids and was currently recovering in the ICU. Youngbyum snorted, assuming those Suman weaklings must have jumped him in a cheap mob assault. He declared he was stepping in personally to crush those little ants once and for all. Shortly after Young PM arrived at Suman High and called a full assembly, he asked if everyone was present, prompting a super nervous Park Kang-wook to confirm that they were. Staring at Young PM, Kang-wook couldn't help but feel intimidated by how huge the gap was between them despite just a one-year age difference, as if the guy's insane fighting abilities alone had made him famous across all of East Asia. Scanning the crowd, Young BM realized several faces were missing and demanded to know where the hell everyone else was. Park Kang-wook stammered out that Park Sung-yoon and all the second-year students were currently hospitalized thanks to that crazy pork incident. Young BM didn't care about that at all and instead asked where the judo twins were hiding. Students swallowed hard before nervously whispering that they were also in the ICU after getting their nuts crushed. Young BM stood there completely stunned, demanding to know if this was all just one bad prank. Realizing the kid was terrified and telling the truth, he lost his temper, landed a solid punch right to his chest, grabbed him by the hair, and warned him to start talking properly. Park Kang-wook pleaded in terror that he desperately wished he was lying, but every single word was the absolute nightmare truth. Young BM began ruthlessly smacking him around, asking with a sinister grin if he was having fun playing games with him. Unable to take any more beating, Park Kang-wook finally spilled the beans and named the single person responsible: the new transfer kid. He revealed that a guy named Doyle single-handedly wiped out Park Sung-yoon, demolished the judo twins, and even flattened Jang Hyun-woo. Trembling with fear, he insisted that this fresh transfer was the root cause of all their humiliation. That instantly hooked Young BM's curiosity, and he demanded to know where this bold newcomer was hiding at that moment. Meanwhile, back in the classroom during club period, Mina was staring at her phone, admiring a crisp photo of Doyle knocking out the judo brothers. She was practically beaming, thinking how a sheer stroke of dumb luck and her own foolishness had brought someone like him into her life. She kept swiping through his video clips, completely swooning over how ridiculously good-looking he was. Then she played a video of Doyle munching on food while telling her off for acting reckless, demanding to know who she was hanging out with and threatening to bury her somewhere quiet. Her delusional brain somehow interpreted his threat as a romantic date offer, leaving her absolutely giddy. Right on cue, the teacher stood up and opened the floor for students to sign up for the film club. The moment the teacher asked for volunteers, Mina snapped back to reality and threw her hand into the air, while her bestie followed suit. Teacher stood there completely blindsided by the sudden rush of hype surrounding the club. Mina was equally surprised to see every girl in class suddenly dying to grab a spot. She couldn't wrap her head around how these total nerds, who usually lived for textbooks, were now desperate to join the school's most exclusive club. Naturally, her mind slipped straight back into fantasy mode, picturing Doyle taking her out on a dreamy movie date. In her head, Mina was practically roaring that Doyle belonged to her, and these extra girls better back off. Classroom descended into absolute madness as everyone scrambled for seats, with Mina's intense jealousy adding fuel to the fire. Far away from all that drama, Doyle was chilling quietly, trying to dig up some real info on Salmana, the girl constantly hovering near him. He questioned Dongui, who served up the basic details on her. However, those basic facts only made Doyle's alarm bells ring even louder. He began suspecting that his old man had planted her to keep tabs on him, especially since he'd never spotted her in the Black Head crew. Dongui then casually asked which club Doyle decided to join, but he almost blew a fuse when Doyle blurted out, the anime club. As far as Dongui was concerned, that sanctuary was sacred territory reserved strictly for real otakus. Completely lost his mind, screaming that a Chad-looking handsome guy like Doyle had zero right invading their final haven. Right on time, Kwon rolled up with his whole entourage, and Bang quickly singled out Doyle as the psycho who wrecked the judo twins. Kwon instantly told him to shut his mouth, not wanting to make it seem like he came over to settle some childish dispute. He stepped forward and directly asked whether Doyle was the same person who flattened Jang Hyun-wook. Bang spat out that Doyle was just some pork-obsessed freak, which instantly annoyed Doyle for disrespecting a meal he genuinely loved. While Kwon's gang started surrounding them, Dong-gu was still crying in the background about Doyle ruining the anime club, ranting that he couldn't respect a guy who hadn't even watched the top anime. Without a word of warning, Doyle suddenly sprang up and bolted. Dong-gu went into instant panic mode, assuming he'd offended him, and started shouting that he'd happily grant him club entry. However, Doyle wasn't actually running away. He was sprinting headfirst into Kwon and his entire lineup. Both Bang and Kwon were caught completely off guard, shocked that this lunatic was charging them solo. Bang assumed Doyle was attempting a bold, preemptive strike, but sneered that cheap mind games like that wouldn't intimidate the Ilyung crew. Acknowledging Doyle's threat, Kwon muttered that real men don't need useless chatter and threw his hands up into a fighting stance. He threw a brutal haymaker right at Doyle, but Doyle ducked and dodged it with terrifying swiftness. Rather than counterattacking, Doyle kept his momentum going and darted straight past Kwon. Kwon immediately whipped around and gave chase. He was completely bewildered, having zero idea what kind of brainless strategy Doyle was executing. Meanwhile, Salmina was sitting comfortably convinced that Doyle had obviously selected the high-class film club. There was just no shot a guy as cool as him would ever settle for the anime club. Right at that moment, Doyle suddenly materialized right in front of her, scaring a squeal right out of her throat. Sheer shock sent her into another full-blown panic scream. Doyle cut straight to the point, sternly asking who the hell she was and why she kept tailing him like a shadow. He pressed further, demanding if his old man had put her up to spying on him. Mina completely misconstrued his words, somehow twisting his harsh interrogation into a proposal to meet his parents and start a family. Meanwhile, Kwon was boiling with rage because Doyle had totally ignored his strike and sprinted off. Doyle gave Mina a freezing stare and told her to pass a message to his dad that he was never returning home. Just then, Kwon burst into the frame, roaring and calling Doyle a pathetic parasite. Rival fighter launched a lethal roundhouse kick aimed squarely at his head. Dong-gu screamed Doyle's name in desperation to give him a heads up. Doyle grabbed Mina by the waist, dipped low to the floor, and seamlessly swept under the kick in one fluid motion. Instead of being terrified, Mina had this bizarre, delusional smile on her face, loving every second of the danger. Frustrated out of his mind, Kwon barked at Doyle to quit ducking and take his beating like a man. Finishing his conversation with Mina, Doyle turned his full attention back to Kwon, who warned him that his last exit window had officially closed. He kept trash-talking Doyle, dismissing his attitude as foolish gibberish and treating him like an insignificant insect. Unleashed a rapid rain of punches, but Doyle glided through them effortlessly, deflecting and dodging every single blow. Just as Doyle prepped a devastating counterstrike, Hwan, the head of student discipline at Suman High, stepped in between them and broke up the clash. Bellowed at the intruders, demanding to know what punks from a rival school were doing causing trouble on his campus. Hwan clicked his tongue in pure annoyance, deeply irritated that their duel had been ruined. In his view, adults had a habit of barging in at the most cinematic moments and ruining the fun. He pointed at Doyle, declaring that this fight was far from finished and promising a rematch right after classes ended. That warning delivered, he turned around to walk away with his squad. But the moment Kwon turned his back, Doyle charged forward without hesitation and drove a crushing elbow right into the base of his skull. The entire hallway went dead silent. Nobody on scene could believe Doyle had the guts to sucker punch someone right under the nose of student discipline. Doyle looked down at him cold-eyed, calling him a pathetic nuisance that ruins his peaceful life. Kwon lay there stunned out of his mind, completely unable to process that he'd just been ambushed out in the open. Shockwaves rippled through the onlookers, with Bang staring in utter horror at what just unfolded. Dong-gu quickly realized that Doyle had just crossed a massive line by cheap-shotting the boss of a whole rival school. He was well aware that laying hands on an Il-young high rank meant sentence of pure ruin for the transfer student. Filled with dread, he wondered what absolute hell was about to break loose now that Doyle had flattened the main boss before even taking down the minions. Elsewhere, the violent repercussions were already kicking off in a dark room where a guy was bound tightly to a chair. A massive tattooed thug alongside a cold woman were brutally pouring boiling water over him, laughing at his agony-filled screams. The hulking mobster swore furiously at his subordinates, raging over how they backstabbed him after everything he had provided. He sauntered over to the bound captive holding a glowing cigarette, chillingly reminding him of his pledge, that if he ever snitched, his eyes were getting gouged out. Just as he prepared to execute his threat, his phone buzzed, irritating him deeply for ruining the moment. He snapped the phone open, only to receive shock news. Kwon had been completely wiped out over at Suman High. The voice on the other end belonged to Ham, the vice leader of Iljong High. Meanwhile, Dong-gu was trying to educate Doyle on the 12 national delinquents, an infamous coalition of 12 supreme gang leaders ruling the nation's underworld. Doyle shrugged it off like child's play, complaining why everyone was losing their minds over high schoolers when he had bigger problems like bathroom cleaning duty. Dong-gu kept nagging him, pointing out how utterly insane it was for a brand new transfer student to get slapped with a whole week of second-floor bathroom duty on day one. Doyle simply glared and told him to buzz off. That completely broke Dong-gu's patience. He loudly warned Doyle that he was being clueless about the absolute nightmare he had dragged himself into. He explained that poking the 12 national delinquents meant the top hit squad of the school network was already mobilized to crush them. Far more dangerous than the entire squad combined was a feared enforcer named Jin Sung-al. Dong-gu stressed that things were never meant to spin this far out of control, and this first squad would come back seeking blood. Doyle snorted in sarcasm, asking how these soft kids were supposed to strike terror when none of them had even butchered a body before. He then threw the blame back on Dong-gu, reminding him that this entire mess originated from the stupid assignment Dong-gu hired him for, making it a massive headache. Doyle declared he was quitting this gang drama altogether and would much rather earn clean cash at a part-time gig. Dong-gu frantically tried to hold on to him, arguing that his gang payout was way higher than any regular job and even included severance pay. Doyle just gave him a cold stare and repeated his order to scram. Dong-gu stood there hurt and dumbfounded that Doyle brushed him off after he had been stressing over his survival. Defeated and annoyed, he turned on his heel and stomped off. While walking down the alley, a senior delinquent intercepted him, delivered a hard smack to his skull, and blasted him for failing to bow in respect. Dong-gu glared up with resentment. The guy laughed in his face and threatened to snap his neck right there. However, deep down, Dong-gu took comfort knowing that if shit hit the fan, Doyle would step in and destroy them. So he immediately shifted gears, fake laughed, and claimed he was just pulling a playful joke on a senior. Resuming his walk, Dong-gu reminisced about the brief era of peace they had experienced over the last few days. For the first time in ages, the students had been truly happy, even making plans to grab street food together after class. They had laughed about sitting on chairs without hidden pranks and wearing their physical education uniforms without being targeted. Dong-gu knew that sweet delusion was officially smashed, and brutal reality had reclaimed the school. Suddenly, a heavy arm draped over his shoulder, and a chilling voice asked if he recognized the killer spotted near the front entrance earlier. Dong-gu froze rigid with terror, while the intimidation artist grinning beside him acted like they were just old pals. Back at their hangout, Kwon was seething with rage, clutching his sore neck while obsessing over where Doyle vanished to, which only fanned his fury. Cut to a few moments later. Dong-gu was pinned to the dirt, ringed by thugs and crying out that he honestly had zero idea where Doyle disappeared. Unimpressed by his pleas, Kwon delivered a brutal boot straight to his face, sending his glasses flying across the pavement, then snarled that he'd cave his forehead in if he didn't pull out his cell, and call Doyle this instant. Touching his bleeding snout, Dong-gu pulled his trembling phone out, not to ring Doyle, but to discreetly punch in the emergency code 112. The gang instantly spotted the trick and began stomping him into the mud, howling with laughter that no cop was coming to rescue him. They kept raining blows on him, mocking his pathetic attempt at playing a rat and calling the authorities. Meanwhile, over at a local burger joint, Doyle was casually sitting down for a part-time job interview. Shop manager noted his complete lack of work history before squinting at his ridiculously bizarre application. Doyle had filled his specialty as close-quarters martial arts, listed weapon maintenance as a hobby, and boasted that he was expert at throwing formal certificates like shurikens. The manager blinked at the sheet, bewilderedly asking why on earth anyone would consider throwing paper diplomas a job qualification. Muttering under his breath, the boss concluded that despite his clean looks, this kid was utterly out of his mind. Pointed out that while the resume was certainly unique, this was a fast food restaurant, not a mercenary training facility. They simply had zero opening for an employee whose primary talent was throwing documents. Right on cue, two hulking, suspicious tough guys barged into the diner. The owner instantly recognized them as local extortionists who frequently caused scenes. Letting out a sigh, he rejected Doyle's application, adding that he could grab a complimentary burger on the house sometime. The thugs began bellowing instantly, faking that eating their burgers had wrecked his stomach. He shoved a phone photo into the air, asserting there was a full cockroach wedged inside his burger's lettuce. A neighboring customer started staring anxiously at their food, but the manager calmly pointed out that the bug in the picture was literally just a sliced black olive. When the thug refused to drop the act, the owner exasperatedly asked why he kept running this cheap scam every week. The extortionist smirked, joking that every meal here purged his gut so bad it was practically his weight loss diet. Exhausted from the confrontation, the manager gave in and invited them into the back office to work out a payoff. He called over his worker Salji, instructing her to pull 300,000 won out of the cash register while he escorted the extortionist to the rear. The thug suddenly began screaming bloody murder, claiming physical assault and threatening to sue the owner for grabbing a minor. Doyle slickly bumped shoulder first into the thug, while putting on an innocent, bewildered act as if it were a total accident. Meanwhile, the squad that stomped Donggu concluded that Doyle and Donggu weren't actually close friends after all. After all, Donggu didn't even possess Doyle's personal phone number. One was absolutely fuming at the dead end. He was furious that Doyle had magically evaporated despite them, keeping eyes locked on the front gates. Leaving Donggu lying bloodied and unconscious on the concrete, they decided to abandon the scene and hunt elsewhere. In another corner of the territory, I am Zhongchan, the number 2 of Iljeong High, checked in with his lieutenant to confirm if the extortions team was properly briefed. Choi Hee-chung, the 5th-ranked officer, confirmed that the protection fee was officially hiked to 50,000 starting today. He added that he ordered the boys to bring back plenty of food for the crew, which I am Zhongchan nodded along to approvingly. I am Zhongchan suggested doing a quick sweep of the neighborhood, resulting in him and Doyle brushing past one another on the sidewalk without realizing it. When they stepped inside the burger joint, they stumbled upon the 2 extortions thugs laid out unconscious and leaking blood on the floor. Grinning with amusement, Zhongchan wondered what kind of absolute lunatic possessed the guts to pull that off. The store was in utter shock, with customers whispering about how some random kid had effortlessly flipped those massive guys around like bags of fries. Gathering intel from the gossip, Zhongchan deduced the fighter wasn't an employee and speculated if a rival from the Seokdong mob was making moves. Pausing for a second, Zhongchan barked orders at his squad to hunt down the kid who just exited wearing a Suman High uniform. He roared at them to get moving immediately. Meanwhile, as Doyle walked down the street stressing over his monthly expenses, a battered Donggu suddenly materialized right in front of him. He was gasping for air, his face completely covered in ugly purple welts. Hesitantly, Donggu mumbled that he remembered Doyle had an interview today, so he rushed over just to check in. Even while looking like he'd been put through a meat grinder, Donggu flashed a relieved smile, glad to see Doyle unharmed. Doyle narrowed his eyes, sternly demanding where he went and got his ass beat this time. Before Donggu could answer, Zhongchan's goons arrived sprinting, with one whining loudly about how fast Doyle was walking. Choi Ho-chang stepped forward cockily, announced he was representing Iljeong High, and ordered Doyle to step over. He beckoned with his finger, sneering at Doyle for daring to act like he couldn't hear him. Doyle didn't give him the reaction he wanted. Instead, he turned to Donggu and casually asked if that 50,000 offer for protection was still on the table. Donggu offered a weak chuckle, cracking back if he wanted the retirement severance package included as well. A casual banter completely enraged Haichang. He barked at Doyle, calling him a skinny weakling and shouting whether he was deaf or just stupid. He concluded that giving him a quick taste of his fists was the only way to teach him manners. However, before he could land a punch, Doyle hurled the drink cup directly into his eyes, snatched his arm, and body slammed him viciously into the pavement. Haichang shrieked in agony as Doyle mounted him, delivering relentless, skull-crushing punches. His cronies stood paralyzed in sheer terror, watching Doyle pummel their buddy into a bloody pulp. When Doyle finally wiped his hands, he took a breath and strolled off, leaving the remaining 2 goons rooted to the spot in fear. He paused right beside Donggu, calmly repeating if there was a performance bonus for extra effort. A short while later, Doyle and Donggu sat down together at a diner for a meal. Donggu slurped up a bowl of specialty noodles, declaring it an absolute culinary masterpiece. He boasted that no high-end restaurant could top this flavor for the price tag, before asking Doyle for his review. Doyle plainly remarked that adding fried pork would improve it, causing Donggu to instantly shout that those 2 food items belonged nowhere near each other. Doyle completely bypassed his food criticism and cut straight back to business, asking what the bonus payment was going to look like. Flustered by the aggressive pressure, Donggu stammered that he needed time to calculate, prompting Doyle to demand a flat 5 million won. Donggu literally spat his noodles out in terror, while Doyle laid down his final term. He would completely annihilate the entire Iljeong High gang within 7 days. Donggu cracked up laughing as if Doyle was joking, but when he asked why he needed such a massive fortune, Doyle reminded him that his old man had locked down all his bank accounts. Donggi shrugged, asking if that black head group was meddling again, before turning around and blaming Doyle for bringing chaos into his own quiet life. Doyle shot right back, roasting Donggi for coming from a wealthy family, yet constantly allowing every street punk to use him as a punching bag. He advised him to move to a peaceful private academy without bullies, asking if his parents were seriously blind to all the cuts and bruises on his face. Donggi quietly replied that his parents were currently living overseas outside Korea. Doyle warned him to stop taking beatings and smiling like a fool right after, explaining that his passive attitude was why people kept stepping on him. Finishing his bowl, Doyle offered a brief thanks and stood up to exit, catching Donggi unprepared. As Doyle strolled into the distance, Donggu gave a quick wave, telling him to get back home safely. On his walk home, Doyle was stunned to bump into Mina yet again, wondering if this girl was literally stalking his every step. She figured luck was completely on her side this time. Meanwhile, I Am Jong-chan stood towering over his beaten-up crew, boiling with rage as he balled his hands into fists, instantly commanded his boys to get Park Kang-wook from Suman High on the phone without losing a single second. He then screamed his name so loudly, it echoed across the whole area. Back at home, Park Kang-wook was inside his bathroom losing his mind, screaming about why everyone kept pulling him into their stupid drama. Iljeong High ranked among Seoul's top 3 most infamous thug schools, running the entire southwestern turf with an iron fist. Practically every kid there possessed a criminal rap sheet or was already notorious for causing chaos. Things were so lawless on campus that the students literally set up their own designated smoking room. The staff members were just as corrupt, gladly taking bribes while turning a blind eye to every crime happening under their noses. Whispers were even floating around that the principal himself was a retired mob boss. However, the real terror of the school was the 12 Nations gang, fronted by Bae Keol. BH Haeil had used pure violence to crush rival factions under one banner, running illegal hustles out of the school like bike theft, insurance fraud, underage extortion, and intimidating local diners. Word on the street was that BH Haeil was cold-blooded enough to have already taken a life. At the same time, Dong-gu was hyperventilating alongside Doyle, terrified that the guy didn't realize they were marching directly into a death trap. He questioned where Doyle picked up those bizarre masks, but Doyle just flipped the script, asking Dong-gu why he was walking around strapped. Without breaking sweat, Doyle casually pointed out that his rounds were non-lethal rubber, then dropped some bizarre advice, reminding Dong-gu that you only get one body before it wears out, so he better treat it right. Immediately after, he brought up the 5 million won bounty, prompting Dong-gu to snap and tell him to cut the utter rubbish. Dong-gu pleaded with him to pull out, warning that Il-jeong was so infamous even police officers cracked jokes about the unending emergency calls. Doyle just smirked and said that made things way more exciting, leaving Dong-gu twice as bewildered and terrified. The moment they stepped onto campus, Doyle casually strolled right up to a random student and asked straight to his face if he was BHAOL, leaving the crowd completely speechless. Noticing his Suman High uniform, the student was utterly stunned that an outsider had the sheer audacity to utter their boss's name so casually. Before the guy could even open his mouth, Doyle put a bullet in his knee, followed immediately by a shot straight to the skull that put him out cold. The nearby classmate froze in sheer shock before screaming in a panic, demanding to know what kind of psycho they were dealing with. Doyle didn't even bother replying. As the student charged forward, Doyle caught his assault with his foot and blasted the guy's foot with his gun, then slammed the rifle butt hard into his shoulder blade, shattering the bone and making the guy scream at the top of his lungs. Having totally dominated him, Doyle hoisted him by the collar, jammed the barrel against his forehead, and told him to go bring BHAOL immediately. In another part of the building, I Am Young-bum was still seeing stars from Doyle's previous blow, cursing him as a cowardly cheat. He muttered to himself that if he weren't tied up with collection duties today, he'd already be hunting Doyle down to tear him apart. Right on cue, echoing gunshots resonated through the hallway. A frantic student sprinted toward him out of breath, yelling that absolute chaos had just broken loose. Young-bum figured the boss had arrived, but the terrifying truth was that the crazy punk from Suman High they fought yesterday had invaded their turf. Meanwhile, I Am Jong-chan answered a call from one of his minions, only to hear hysterical jabbering about guns and an undercover intruder. Losing his temper completely, Jong-chan snapped and demanded he spit out what was happening in plain English. Park Kang-wook sat there, desperately telling himself that he was completely uninvolved in this insanity. Do-il went on a total rampage through the hallways, leaving Jong-chan's goons broken and bleeding every step of the way. Trapping a random female student against the locker, Do-il aggressively demanded if she was BH Haeil. She shrieked in terror, forcing Dong-gu to quickly jump in and intervene. He blurted out that BHAOL was actually a male. Do-il gave him an icy glare, remarking that he probably should have shared that crucial detail earlier. Just as a juice box flew toward his head from behind, Do-il ducked out of the way without even looking. Watching this, the surrounding crowd concluded that the guy was completely certifiable. Young-bum arrived on the scene backed by his gang, staring at the destruction while trying to figure out who the hell this maniac actually was. He roared at Do-il, asking if he was mentally deficient for waltzing solo into hostile turf. Surrounded on all fronts by angry students, Do-il pulled the trigger only to hear a click. His rubber ammunition was totally spent. Unfazed, he discarded the useless rifle and raised his fists, ready for raw hand-to-hand combat. Young-bum spat insults at Kim Do-il, calling him an absolute lunatic who was practically begging to die. Young-bum lunged with a heavy strike, but Duel deflected it effortlessly and reached inside his jacket as if drawing a weapon. Calculated move made Yongbum hesitate, terrified of what hidden trap was coming. Duel dryly admitted it was total bluff, before landing a brutal kick right into Yongbum's gut. Over at the school's secondary building, rookie teacher Ha Youngju observed the riot in shock and urged that they notify law enforcement immediately. A senior colleague instructed her to mind her own business and strictly follow the principal's hands-off policy. Even so, the veteran teacher confessed that the current disaster surpassed even the infamous Bay Kiel riot. Out of nowhere, the entire CCTV display cut directly to static. Seconds later, their mobile networks dropped completely, plunging both educators into a state of deep anxiety. Meanwhile, inside the gym, a massive student effortlessly repped out 200 kilograms on the bench while onlookers stared in sheer terror. Finishing his set, he knocked back a protein shake and demanded an update on the commotion. A lackey quickly informed him that every high-ranking member was summoned back to campus within 20 minutes. When he questioned the urgency, they revealed that an intruder had infiltrated their territory. This behemoth was Park Jinggu, the undisputed number 3 fighter of Iljeong-hai. Narrative shifts back in time to when Yongbum was told he possessed an extraordinary combat talent. He was a natural-born brawler, whose knuckles were deemed divine after he demolished an entire gang of seniors single-handedly. Yongbum swore never to settle for an ordinary, weak existence. He made no effort to conceal his total disgust for anyone he considered inferior. Flash forward to the present. Despite throwing everything at Duel, he couldn't connect a single blow. Duel's superior reach kept Yongbum completely neutralized at a distance. Nevertheless, Yongbum desperately closed the distance, gambling that Duel couldn't slip his strike up close. He hurled a direct right cross, but Duel effortlessly dodged it in the blink of an eye. Duel countered with a crushing blow that slammed Yongbum straight onto the cold ground. It was an absolute, humiliating defeat. As Yongbum scrambled to stand, Duel gave him zero breath space, swinging a violent kick toward his skull. By sheer luck, Yongbum ducked just in time to escape catastrophic damage. Furious and rattled, he agonized over the true identity of this unstoppable ghost. He had never encountered Duel before, but the memory of him launching a football with lethal speed flashed through his head. That was the exact terrifying moment Yongbum realized Duel was aiming that headkick to outright execute him. Kim Duel mockingly complimented his instincts before coldly clarifying that he was actually intending to paralyze him permanently. He further warned that begging for mercy was completely useless now that hands had been laid. Yongbum's defeat had been predetermined from the start. Duel decided he'd snap his legs first so the punk would never walk cleanly again. Yongbum snapped, demanding to know how an irrelevant random dared talk so much garbage to him. Boiling with rage, he screamed whether Duel was blind to the reputation of the man standing before him. Screaming that Duel was absolute trash, he threw himself into another wild assault. While screaming about Duel acting tough on his home ground, Yongbum kept throwing wild punches, but Duel effortlessly dodged every strike and crushed his jaw with a counterpunch. A lightning combo of brutal punches rained down, capped off by a devastating headshot that folded him back onto the floor. As Yongbum struggled up while spitting blood, Duel openly ridiculed him for acting tough when he was just an immature schoolboy. Yongbum barked at his lackeys for spectating like idiots, ordering them to swarm Duel immediately. Yet not a single follower made a move, frozen solid by pure terror. Over at Sumanhai, Jongchan kept frantically dialing his contacts, but every attempt went unanswered. Suman students clustered in hushed panics, terrified after noticing Iljeong thugs, including Jongchan, openly occupying their grounds. Suddenly, a strict staff member stepped up, angrily confronting the outsiders on why they kept illegally entering campus. He commanded them to march over to his position instantly. They blew him off completely, turning their backs and strolling away. Furious at being ignored, the teacher barked that they had zero respect for authority. Jongchan halted in his tracks and casually turned around. Teacher again demanded what their agenda was and why they kept raiding foreign schools. Without a word of warning, Jongchan pulled out a blade and sank it straight into the teacher's gut. He glared into the dying eyes, snarling that he ought to verify who he was speaking to before trying to play the heroic teacher. The teacher collapsed into silent shock, completely paralyzed by the horrific violence. Jongchan violently shoved him to the floor, asking with dark sarcasm if he was actively searching for a death sentence. Jongchan casually walked up to a henchman and wiped the bloody weapon into his grip as if nothing transpired, while the teacher bled out in horrified silence. Sometime later, Jongchan pinned the entire stabbing crime on one of his lower-tier subordinates. He instructed his crew to confiscate all student phones, wipe the evidence, and then go turn themselves over to Detective Park Chung-sik at the Southern Precinct. He coldly calculated that the sentence wouldn't exceed 2.5 years, and the terrified goons instantly complied. Leaving the cover-up in motion, Zhang Chan and his inner circle headed back to deal with Duel. Duel taunted the wrecked young bum, advising him to take his physical therapy seriously unless he fancied spending life in a wheelchair. Young bum spat back a defiant laugh, which irritated Duel enough to threaten to snap his wrist as well. Lying broken on the ground, Young bum snarled that Kim Duel had no concept of the nightmare he unleashed, asking if he realized how psycho their big boss was. Duel completely dismissed the dramatic warning, only caring if the gang leader's name was Bae Keol. Young bum screamed that Duel was a dead man walking, but Duel casually brushed off the threat and repeated his question about Bae Keol's location. Right on cue, a fresh challenger shouted Duel's name and launched a flying kick straight at his head. It was none other than Park Jingu, the number 3 delinquent, demanding to know if Duel was the bastard who interrupted his workout. Donggu watched the encounter unfold in complete panic. Even though a lethal kick came flying at his skull, Duel had casually absorbed the blow with his forearm. Duel then hit this giant newcomer with the exact same question. He blurted out if he was Bae Keol. The powerhouse claimed he was indeed the boss. Donggu frantically screamed that the guy was obviously pulling a fake identity. The scene shifts to a downpour night in the city of Busan. 3 brutally battered men were hanging upside down, soaked in their own blood from extensive torture. Among them was Kang Dichial, ranked 4th in power within the Nampo Orim faction. A henchman offered a mobile phone to the mob boss, where a voice on the speaker demanded to know who was responsible for the carnage. The chilling response was simply, Kim Duel. The man on the line was none other than Bae Keol, overall leader of the 12 nations. Back in the hallway, Duel improvised with janitorial gear, blinding Jingu by spraying glass cleaner directly into his eyes. Jingu swung wildly in blind rage, but Duel effortlessly slipped the blow and whipped him across the face with a wet rag. Jingu's gang members stood paralyzed in utter disbelief. They were speechless watching their absolute juggernaut get dismantled by basic janitorial supplies. Jingu screamed in anger, calling Duel a dishonorable coward for resorting to such cheap tricks. Duel ducked under another terrifying haymaker from Jingu, which pulverized a steel locker into scrap metal. Jingu growled, likening Duel to an annoying pest that wouldn't hold still to be crushed. Even so, he remained confident that a single connected strike would kill Duel instantly. As the melee raged on, Park Jingu struggled to comprehend the bizarre improvised arsenal Duel was deploying. The unorthodox, chaotic fighting style pushed Jingu over the edge of rage. He spat insults at Duel, swearing on his life that he would flatten this annoying fly into paste. Duel hoisted a classroom chair as a shield, while unleashing another blast of chemical spray right into Jingu's eyes. Jingu howled in agony as the harsh chemical solution scorched his nostrils and eyes. Seizing the split-second opening, Duel shattered a heavy blow right over Jingu's head. Enraged beyond measure, Jingu branded him the ultimate coward and swore vengeance. He flexed his massive frame, shouting that years of protein supplements wouldn't crumble to petty stunts, asking if Duel really took him for lightweight prey. Duel's reply was simple. He whipped his shirt over Jingu's eyes to blindside him, then drove a devastating boot into his head. The massive fighter collapsed hard onto the floor. Despite writhing in excruciating pain, he attempted to crawl up while spewing non-stop curses at Duel. Glancing up, he froze as he saw Duel sprinting full tilt directly toward him. Duel smothered his head with another cloth and delivered an absolute, unmerciful beatdown. Jingu's crew stood helpless, paralyzed by shock and dread. Standing over the wreckage, Duel casually announced that Act 1 had come to a close, baffling the surviving goons. Then approached the remaining lackeys and declared that Bae Keol was now officially captured. Jingu's followers were terrified, having only ever witnessed their powerhouse boss defeated like this by their supreme leader. Meanwhile, Donggu kept shouting that the beaten giant wasn't Bae Keol, while Duel demanded a 500,000 won cash payout on the spot, strictly refusing digital transfers. Ignoring all objections, Duel reasoned that since Jingu claimed the identity, the bounty remained valid. With that, he scooped up his gear and casually walked away. Jingu's subordinates didn't dare take a single step, petrified that Duel might double back for seconds. Hours later, Zhang Chan returned with his core unit only to discover their fallen troops littering the campus floors. Jingu was burning inside with humiliation, having been completely dismantled inside his own kingdom. The following day, Saturday, the anime club convened as usual. Donggu was conversing with a fellow member who was shocked to learn that teacher Duchial had ended up in the emergency room. Students shared that Zhang Chan from Iljong High raided their campus, laying waste to everything in a desperate search for Duel. Duel, who was busy stuffing his face with cafeteria food, completely brushed off the news. He claimed Zhang Chan was merely a low-level lackey, and since he had captured the big boss, none of them would dare return. Donggu snapped again, reiterating that they never caught Bae Keol, before glaring at Duel to ask how he scored cafeteria lunch on a Saturday. Duel admitted he raided the faculty lounge, which infuriated Donggu further since that food was strictly reserved for weekend duty staff. Donggu grumbled that this disaster was entirely their doing for provoking Il Jeong-hai, admitting they were completely out of their depth. Fellow club member nodded in complete agreement. He proposed they go pay teacher Duchial a hospital visit out of guilt, asking Duel to tag along with them. Duel flatly declined. Donggu argued aggressively that Duel was obligated to go since he was the primary trigger for the assault. He even tried playing the sympathy card, whining that he felt too terrified to navigate the streets alone. Just at that moment, Seo Mina bounced into the room, cheerfully volunteering to join the trip. Donggu gaped at her, shocked that a popular girl was hanging out in a nerd club, saying she belonged in a media group instead. Mina completely bypassed Donggu's comment, warmly greeting Duel instead. Mina explained that she signed up for the anime club simply because she felt a sudden urge to watch shows. While she giggled about how meeting Duel felt like pure destiny, he caught her off guard by pressing a prop pistol against her forehead, whispering that he constructs his own fate. Donggu's eyes went wide with excitement as he recognized the piece as a Glock G26, begging for a turn to hold it. Duel set a fee of 2,001 per hold, prompting Donggu to panic and scream at Mina not to pay into the scheme. Meanwhile, at the hospital, teacher Wang Duchial's wife reassured him that his trauma was manageable, but insisted he take time to rest. Duchial stubbornly shook his head. With midterm examinations right around the corner, he dismissed his wounds as mere scratches, declared he'd be right back inside the classroom by next week. His wife scolded his endless stubbornness, asking if he genuinely believed he was still a fearless teenager. He stated firmly that his physical state was nowhere near okay. Navigating the medical corridors together, Mina turned to Donggu and questioned where Duel vanished to. Irritated by the question, Donggu huffed that he had zero clue. He added that Duel boycotted the visit because the teacher previously slammed him with bathroom cleanup detail. Out of nowhere, Duel vaulted through the hallway window, causing Donggu to scream that they were standing on the third story. Mina demanded an explanation for his disappearance, whining that visiting the hospital without him felt totally pointless. Donggu grumbled that she should just head home if she wasn't going to accompany him properly. Following a brief argument, Mina stubbornly refused to turn back after traveling all the way there. Reaching the room, Donggu reached for the door handle, but froze when he spotted Duchial's wife tenderly holding his hand inside. She gently reminded him of their 20-year marriage, confessing she knew his soul completely, and pleading with him to stop carrying every burden alone before it destroyed him. In another wing of the medical complex, Duel was slowly strolling down the corridor toward Duchial's room. Along the walk, a memory surfaced of Duchial assigning him 2 weeks of scrubbing second-floor restrooms. Yet after the detention, the teacher had paused him, softly asking if he was caring for his mother and younger brother. Duel recalled Duchial, cautioning him against acting out, reminding him that he was the head of his family. The educator had slipped him his private phone number, offering a lifeline whenever he required guidance from an adult. Duchial had urged Duel to hold his head high, reassuring him that every youth stumbles during adolescence. He imparted one final advice: walk with dignity and avoid dishonor, because a man's pride is his absolute ultimate strength. Guilt gnawed at Doyle as he realized this entire chaotic situation was his fault, prompting him to leave the drinks behind and quietly vanish. However, as he approached the room, he spotted Donggu and Mina standing outside in dead silence. On the other side of the door, teacher Wang Ducal was sobbing uncontrollably, completely broken by the sheer shame. He cursed his own inadequacy, feeling he had utterly failed as both an educator and head of discipline. His duty was to shield his students, yet he ended up being utterly disgraced right before their eyes. Donggu and Solmisno remained outside, listening silently as Dachel continuously dissolved into tears of shame. He struggled to fathom how he could look his students in the eye again after getting put down by a kid his son's age. Meeting their gazes ever again seemed like an insurmountable hurdle. He openly declared that he was no longer qualified to hold the title of a teacher. Dachel couldn't stop weeping, incapable of offering a single justification for his utter breakdown. Meanwhile, Jong-chan got down on his knees in front of his long-haired boss, Bae Kale, admitting that a single guy had brought down their entire school. He offered no defensible cover, taking the full blunt hit for the disaster. Branding it an unpardonable mess-up, he pleaded desperately for one final opportunity to hunt down the attacker. Bae Kale shot him down with cold indifference, pointing out that Jong-chan clearly misread his original directive. Bae Kale noted that if Jong-chan was truly remorseful, Kim Doyle would already be dragged here in chains. With that, Bae Kale declared that the hour of reckoning had come for Jong-chan's screw-up. Jong-chan instantly agreed to take any hit, so Bae Kale laid out the fee: 10 million won within 7 days, along with Jong-chan's left earlobe. Without dropping a sweat, Jong-chan accepted the brutal conditions. Once it was locked in that Kim Doyle was indeed the culprit, Bae Kale delivered his final decree: deliver Doyle to him inside 3 days. Sometime later, Doyle was busy hammering buttons at an arcade shooting game, while Donggu just stood by watching. Doyle clowned on him for grinning like an idiot after taking a beating, pointing out that's precisely why everyone walks over him. He referenced their very first encounter back at the convenience store, reminding Donggu of his explicit warning that he'd end up dead if he didn't clear out. Donggu tried defending himself, clarifying that getting beaten didn't make him dumb. It was just that he was never used to being treated like a punching bag, calling how thugs stole his cash and made fun of him whenever he told teachers. He confessed that daily beatings might have actually turned him into a chump. Meanwhile, Doyle didn't give a damn, remaining totally locked into his arcade game without registering a word. Mina, hanging around as well, shoved Donggu aside, claiming she and Doyle were currently in the middle of a hot date. Right on cue, Doyle snapped and told her to kick rocks as well. At this point, Donggu had reached his absolute limit with their nonsensical behavior. He snapped hard, yelling how they could mess around during such a crisis, while Mina ignored him and kept fangirling over Doyle's gaming. Donggu flashed back to pleading with Doyle, boosting his ego about how powerful he was, only to get met with total cold rejection. Right then and there, he stopped expecting any miracle from Doyle. Donggu packed his gear, announcing he was done and out of there. Couldn't stomach listening to Doyle bitching about cash one more time. Just as he turned his back, Doyle barked out his name from behind. Donggu secretly smirked, thinking his little psychological reverse card had actually paid off. Instead, Doyle dryly revealed that he had swiped Donggu's lunchbox. He nonchalantly mentioned that it contained his premium fried pork. Donggu ripped it out of his hands, screaming that it was technically his food since his money covered it. Later that rainy night, I Am Jong-chan's squad cornered Park Kang-wook for an aggressive interrogation. Catching wind that Doyle's sidekick was securing a flat in the compound, they squeezed Kang-wook for the exact tower and apartment unit. Sweating bullets, Kang-wook stammered out that he genuinely was in the dark. Choi Hyuk-chang flared up, but Kang-wook swore on his life that his calls went unanswered, making it impossible to drop an exact address. He began wailing about his cursed fate, complaining how he constantly gets dragged into dangerous messes that aren't even his problem. That was the last straw for Choi Hyuk-chang, who delivered a heavy smack across his face. Cussed out Kang-wook, barking that if the target wasn't answering, he should have used his brain and hit up the younger juniors nearby instead. Following that outburst, the crew laid into him with brutal violence. Sinking beneath a barrage of hits, Park Kang-wook helplessly questioned what cosmic crime he committed to endure this agony. A crowd of onlookers began forming around the perimeter to witness the beatdown. One thug snarled at an innocent woman passing by, telling her to plug her eyes and keep stepping. Choi Hyuk-chang snatched Park Kang-wook up by his hair, throwing down a chilling ultimatum. Bring Doyle here in 1 hour or take a permanent trip to the grave. Panicking, Kang-wook screamed internally over why on earth he was slated to bleed out for someone like Doyle. In sheer hysteria, he screamed out to the bystanders to hit up emergency services. Right at that critical instant, Donggu strolled into view, holding an umbrella above his head. Park Kang-wook's eyes locked onto him immediately, ratting him out as Doyle's right-hand guy. He kept barking Donggu's name at the top of his lungs, labeling him as Doyle's bootlicker and errand boy. Tucked away in a dark side street, Choi Hyuk-chang relayed to Jong-chan that Donggu wasn't breaking under pressure. He sought further directions, pointing out that extra punishment might put the kid in a full coma. Jong-chan strutted toward Donggu, furious that an absolute nobody was throwing a wrench in their operation. He towered over Donggu, asking if he was genuinely oblivious to who he was dealing with. He boasted that street word should have swept through the whole school by now, especially given the horrific fate they dealt to that teacher. Donggu flashed back to teacher Dongcheol, weeping helplessly over the trauma inflicted upon him. Jong-chan continued squeezing him, declaring that all they required was bait for Doyle, and Donggu was going to make that call whether he liked it or not. With a sinister chuckle, he asked what Donggu honestly believed he could accomplish in this position. A bitter memory resurfaced in Donggu's head, his own father berating him, claiming he was just as useless as his mom. Jong-chan then laid out a bargain on the table. Place the phone call, set up the trap for Doyle at their hideout, and he'd walk out breathing. Covered in his own blood and battered, Donggu quietly responded that he wasn't going to play the fool. Lifting his bruised face, he locked eyes with them, repeating loud and clear that he wasn't a brain-dead trash like them. Kang-wook nearly lost his mind at his sheer nerve, while the gang members began questioning if they had rattled the kid's brain a bit too much. Without warning, I Am Jong-chan erupted into an unhinged roar of laughter. A second later, he whipped out a blade and cut Donggu straight across the mug. Donggu let out an agonizing shriek that cut through the alley. Jong-chan grabbed him by the jaw, barking at him to shut his trap. He spat on the ground, taunting whether Donggu actually fancied himself on his level just because he had the audacity to talk back. He poured non-stop insults over him, calling him gutter garbage and commanding that when ordered to get down, he drops immediately. Hoisting Donggu up by his coat, Jong Chan sneered that playing the hero after a beatdown didn't make him look badass, just profoundly foolish. Dong-gu's mind drifted through the painful years of suffering under relentless bullies. He locked eyes with pure spite, prompting Jong Chan to snap, asking if he had trouble processing plain Korean. Jong Chan ordered him to lower his eyes and look at the dirt. A devastating right hand exploded against his face, initiating another violent assault. Park Kang-wook muttered that Dong-gu was simply digging his own grave by acting tough. However, Jong Chan was already thoroughly annoyed and completely over this spectacle. Commanded his squad that as soon as Dong-gu gained consciousness, they were to break him until he dragged Kim Doyle over, even if it meant ripping his jaw apart. Despite enduring a savage beating, Dong-gu spat out one final insult, calling Jong Chan a complete bastard. Dong-gu held onto the memory of what this syndicate did to his teacher, knowing full well that these scum were the sole roots of evil. He struggled to process why the victims were routinely branded as fools when the actual monsters were the abusers pulling the trigger. Kang-wook roared at him to keep his trap shut before things escalated further. Dong-gu snapped right back, shouting that the world would be a smooth ride if rot like Jong Chan didn't occupy it. Raising his cracked voice, Dong-gu declared that bullies were the real parasites that should be purged from society. In his eyes, these thugs were the ultimate pathetic losers. That remark completely snapped Jong Chan's remaining sanity, and his hand reached for a lethal blade. He mocked Dong-gu for running his mouth despite his mangled frame, calling him a delusional kid living inside a fairy tale dream. Seizing him by the throat, he growled that he'd scoop out his eye to test if he had the nerve to drop another word. Kang-wook shrieked out of terror for Dong-gu, but his limbs completely paralyzed before he could step in. A sharp, deafening blast of a gun cracked through the rain. Doyle stepped into the clearing out of nowhere, coldly commanding everyone to freeze right there. Immediately after, he groaned about the ammunition, muttering that he explicitly requested non-lethal rubber rounds. Totally unbothered by their stunned faces, Doyle strolled forward through the pouring downpour. Choi Hyo-chang felt his heart drop to his stomach. Locking his face instantly as the psycho from the burger joint, he gasped out, "Kim Doyle." Jong Chan fixed his bloodshot eyes on Doyle with unadulterated hatred, pinning every single disaster directly onto his chest. Doyle marched directly to Dong-gu, demanding to know if he intentionally swapped their phones. Holding up the phone with its spiderweb screen, he demanded to know which piece of garbage smashed it. Swinging his icy gaze toward Jong Chan's gang, he asked if they were the culprits behind the destruction. Drops of ice laced his tone as Doyle announced they were long overdue for a beating, and he wasn't planning on holding back an ounce of power. Jong Chan flashed a condescending smirk, starting his grand introduction while boasting that he personally cracked the phone, welcoming Doyle to his grave. Didn't even get to wrap up his sentence. Doyle closed the distance like a lightning strike. Jong Chan's eyes couldn't even track Doyle's velocity, leaving him completely frozen in tracks. Doyle whispered in his ear that there was zero mercy for what he pulled. Right at that split second, Choi Hyo-chang remembered the terrifying myth of Jong Chan, back during a major confrontation involving all 21 elite fighters of the Lee Ho-chul gang. By nightfall, every single one of those men was left broken, bleeding out, and clinging to survival. And the monster who slaughtered that entire syndicate was merely a 13-year-old child, Jong Chan. He couldn't digest how a pint-sized kid laid out grown Muslim men twice his build, a mob so ruthless that even cops avoided entering their turf. From that brutal bloodbath forward, Jong Chan's name echoed like a curse throughout South Seoul. Streets dubbed him the Ghost. Yet here was that very legendary specter getting obliterated by Doyle without landing a single blow. Trembling uncontrollably, Jong Chan questioned if Doyle had somehow poisoned or drugged him, because his absolute weakness defied all logic. Driven to madness, he lunged forward swinging his blade, rejecting the reality that a random punk could steamroll over him. Doyle casually swayed around the lethal thrust without breaking sweat. The Ghost went into a frenzy, swinging wildly to nick him just once, but Doyle dodged every attempt effortlessly. Suddenly shifting to the offensive, Doyle stepped inside his guard and launched a bone-shattering uppercut. Jong Chan tracked the strike visually, yet sheer terror locked his joints solid. Moving out of the line of fire was fundamentally impossible. Trying to regain his balance and solve the puzzle, his mind spiraled harder into total confusion the more he analyzed it. To his wits' end, he shrieked aloud, demanding Doyle reveal what dark spell he cast over his body. Right midway through his scream, agonizing pain tore through his chest, making it feel like his entire ribcage caved in. Doyle dismissed his agony with a snort, labeling it cheap theater. Staring down at the crumbling fighter, Doyle asked why he was pinning his own pathetic weakness onto external factors. He explained that there was a single, crystal-clear explanation for why Jong Chan was in denial. He simply hadn't received a harsh enough beatdown yet. Then Doyle gestured icy cold for him to step right back up, so he could remedy that deficiency. That sharp humiliation snapped the last string of Jong Chan's restraint. Gnashing his teeth in fury, he screamed obscenities and hurled himself forward once more. Doyle effortlessly ducked under every aggressive swing he threw out. That mocking agility only stoked Zhang Chan's madness further. Screaming at Doyle for being a slippery snake, he ordered him to stand still like a man and eat his punches. Even though Zhang Chan's eyes tracked every upcoming counter, his reflexes proved far too slow to move away. He was forced to come to terms with the reality that Doyle's agility was absurdly godlike, operating beyond his brain's reaction time. Doyle continued raining destructive force directly onto his frame. Zhang Chan wobbled on rubbery legs, holding onto consciousness by a thread. Doyle casually complimented his durability, noting with a grin that his endurance simply offered more targets to hammer. Park Kang-wook and Donggu observed the beatdown, completely paralyzed by disbelief. Park Kang-wook screamed that Doyle was a complete maniac, questioning if he was truly committing genocide over a serving of pork. Doyle beckoned the exhausted fighter to take another step closer. Approaching the battered Zhang Chan, he asked with terrifying politeness which bone he preferred shattered first. As Zhang Chan remained struck silent, Choi Haik-cheng watched in terror, unable to wrap his mind around their legendary fighter lying broken on the steps. Doyle decided to skip the wait, declaring he'd kick things off with his jawbone. Zhang Chan sensed the incoming impact, crystal aware that blocking or evading was completely off the table. Just as the hit approached, Doyle froze his fist midair. Before the fist even made contact, Zhang Chan began shrieking at the top of his lungs like a lunatic. Choi Haik-cheng could only watch in bafflement, utterly clueless as to why his boss was screeching prematurely. Zhang Chan looked thoroughly traumatized by Doyle's movement, as though staring into an unprecedented horror. An eerie memory flared back. That exact spine-chilling aura he sensed the moment he first laid eyes on Doyle. Through Zhang Chan's panic-stricken vision, Doyle morphed into an unbeatable dark demon, forcing him to accept that this monster was completely beyond his reach. Doyle put a definitive end to the bout with a gruesome uppercut that exploded into Zhang Chan's chin, knocking him out cold. That single final hit totally shattered Zhang Chan's mandible to splinters. Even with his target unconscious, Doyle kept wailing on his motionless body as Donggu, and the spectators watched in sheer horror, fully convinced Doyle was a pure demon. Far away at the hospital, the teacher and his wife held warm cups in their quiet room, oblivious to the horrific carnage unfolding in the streets. Having thoroughly dismantled Zhang Chan, Doyle towered over the broken body in complete silence. He then swung his lifeless gaze toward the remaining syndicate goons, who were already quaking in their boots. Step by step, he began advancing toward them with absolute, chilling composure. Scene then shifts to the lair of a notorious organization known as the Tiger Clan. Inside, broken goons were sprawled across the floor, drenched in blood and bruised to pulp. Sitting right amidst the carnage was their big boss, Bae Kale, nonchalantly enjoying a full meal. He was reflecting on a business proposal pitched by a guy named Nam Bo-wang, though their face-to-face meet turned out to be a total bait-and switch compared to the phone pitch. Consequently, Bae Kale brutalized the traitor, severing his Achilles tendon in cold blood. He laid into the bound captive, calling him out for playing double agent behind his back and clowning his endless greed. The hostage squirmed violently in torment as Bae Kale poked chopsticks straight into his open wound. Bae Kale handed down a strict deadline: 2 full days to wrap up his affairs in Busan and report back to their ranks. With that settled, he barked for him to fall in line immediately. Terrified and bleeding, the captive frantically nodded in agreement, trembling from pain and horror. Wiping his mouth after finishing his meal, Bae Kale claimed he'd take him at his word. He even offered a courteous farewell wish, though his murderous eyes communicated a completely different reality. With that, he exited the space without making a sound. Waiting outside was Kang Hyuk-shul, the undisputed top dog of Iljong-hai, who alerted him that Zhang Chan was calling with an emergency update. Bae Kale accepted the device and greeted the caller, only for an unfamiliar voice to shoot back, "Are you Bae Kale?" All across the alley, his enforcement crew were already wiped out, lying battered and drenched in red. A mixture of disbelief and blind rage washed over his expression. The mysterious caller was none other than Kim Doyle, using Zhang Chan's stolen phone to reach the top boss directly. Standing supreme amidst the rain and Bae Kale's fallen soldiers, Doyle dryly stated he heard whispers that they were hunting for him. Sick, psychotic grin spread across Bae Kale's face as he digested Doyle's audacious challenge from the other end. Meanwhile, at a local restaurant, the principal of Iljong-hai was devouring barbecue alongside a staff member. The teacher voiced deep anxiety regarding the ongoing developments. He noted that while internal student fights were manageable, an intruder breaking into campus and thrashing students was a whole new red line. He expressed terror over the potential fallout should parents or news outlets catch wind of the violence. The principal laughed off his concerns, mockingly questioning what respectable family would ever enroll their child in a dump like Iljong anyway. Pointed out that the student body comprised orphans, broken home dropouts, or kids abandoned by relatives, with the remainder coming from destitute families. From his perspective, not a single person in the real world gave a damn about a garbage-tier school like Iljong. He instructed the teacher to sweep the incident entirely under the rug, warning that stirring the pot would only bring self-destruction. Even so, the principal conceded that this situation felt eerie, as if an ungodly entity that should never be disturbed had set foot inside their walls. To his instincts, it represented pure, unspeakable filth. Meanwhile, back in a neighboring alley, Doyle hurled Kang Hyuk-shul, one of Bae Kale's elite enforcers, straight out of a building window. Hyuk-shul executed a clean breakfall landing, prompting Doyle to observe that he used a proper impact mitigation maneuver. Despite landing on his feet, Hyuk-shul was shaken, because even though his eyes were locked onto Doyle's strikes, his body failed to avoid them. His battle instincts warned him that trying to exchange blows with this guy was suicide. Yet he convinced himself that if he could just get his hands on Doyle and grapple him, the tide would flip instantly. Relying on his unmatched physical power, he envisioned crushing Doyle's head like a watermelon. Hyuk-shul charged forward and grabbed at him, momentarily believing he had him trapped, only for Doyle to slide out like water. That fueled Hyuk-shul's rage even higher, cursing Doyle for acting like an unreachable ghost. Capitalizing on that tiny lapse in defense, Doyle unleashed a devastating flurry of hits that nearly sent him to the pavement. As Hyuk-shul grunted in distress, Doyle drove a vicious right hand directly into his snout. Simultaneously, Doyle carried the badly beaten Donggu on his shoulders, trekking up the wet stairs in the pouring rain. In a faint, trembling tone, Donggu whimpered, asking whether the slash across his nose would leave a permanent mark. He whined that he'd be forced to stare at a disfigured face in the mirror for the rest of his life. Visibly irritated, Doyle warned him to stop blabbering stupid nonsense unless he wanted to be dumped on the cold floor. Donggu felt deep inside that Doyle was being totally heartless. Enduring physical agony was one thing, but contemplating a permanent facial scar was a mental torture he couldn't shake off. Meanwhile, the intense clash raged on down below. Kang Hyuk-shul frantically tried to piece together the true identity of this monster. He struggled to fathom how a random high school kid could throw men through glass windows and strike with literal intent to murder. Staring directly into the abyss of mortality, he desperately tried to brush off the threat as ridiculous. Suddenly, a dormant memory flashed through his mind. He recalled when Bae Kale reminded him that he was no average thug, recalling his glorious past as a prodigy martial arts champion. Kal-el was always complaining that the world was rigged against him, keeping a true genius like himself from reaching the peak. Kal-el had sworn to mentor him and turn him into an absolute legend. Just remembering those words set a fire inside him. Kal-el dragged himself back to his feet, convinced he was BA's chosen hand. There was no way Kal-el was going to let himself be humiliated by a guy like Doyle. He lunged forward one more time, thinking a single clean grapple would settle the fight for good. This time around, Hugh Kale actually brought a calculated strategy to outsmart the wrestler. Faked a high strike straight at Doyle's face to bait his guard, and Doyle fell for it completely. As Doyle threw his arms up to block, Hyuk-seal instantly snagged his arm and grinned, thinking victory was already his. He tried to commit to a game-ending hip throw, but Doyle didn't budge an inch. He couldn't even shift Doyle's weight by a fraction of an inch. That was the exact moment reality crashed down on him. Doyle was distributing the impact straight into the ground with elite balance, a high-level technique only absolute professionals possess. Before Hyuk-seal could even figure out what went wrong, Doyle hit him with a brutal counter-throw and bounced his body off the pavement. He slammed onto the floor so violently that a blood-curdling scream burst out of him. That single moment completely shattered Hyuk-seal's mind. Unable to fathom how he got outclassed, he started screaming out loud that the whole fight was total nonsense. Finally, he got it. Doyle wasn't bound by standard combat logic. He was a monster who stomped anyone regardless of size or fighting discipline. In his whole life of brawl and combat, Hyuk-seal had never crossed paths with such a freak of nature. Not too long ago, Dong-gak had opened up to Doyle, telling him how secure he felt whenever Doyle was nearby. He offered to throw in any amount of cash, pleading with Doyle to look at them as more than just a quick payday and actually protect them. With those emotional words echoing in his mind, Doyle delivered a devastating kick that launched Hyuk-seal backwards, answering the weak student's prayers for a real guardian. Clear that Dong-gak's plea had actually struck a chord deep inside Doyle. Suddenly, flashing police lights cut through the scene as a cop approached, demanding identification and mentioning a distress call about a violent fight. Turns out, Donggu was the one who had dialed emergency services earlier. The cop aimed his order at Doyle, telling him to put his hands up and step forward real slow. Before Doyle could even open his mouth, BHL ambushed the officer out of nowhere and knocked him out instantly with a heavy strike. The remaining cop was paralyzed with terror as he stared down at his unconscious partner. BHL slipped behind him in a flash and wiped him out just as effortlessly. With both cops unconscious on the pavement, BHL coolly explained his philosophy that brute force is the most efficient solution to any problem. As far as he was concerned, violence just yields results, plain and simple. He then sneered at modern law, ridiculing society for outlawing such an effective tool. BHL admitted he felt a strange sense of kinship with Doyle and offered to team up with him. He guaranteed he could elevate Doyle's gifts even further, claiming that men with elite power deserve absolute dominance. He even dropped a quote from a Yakuza boss about how money justifies violence while violence builds empires, before extending a formal invitation to Doyle. Doyle replied with an ice-cold tone, mentioning that the exact Yakuza boss Balashal was quoting was already buried 6 feet under. As Balashal stood there bewildered, Doyle dropped the bombshell that he was the guy who put him down, then cracked him across the jaw. A quick visual memory flashed back to the lifeless body of that Yakuza leader. Meanwhile, over at Iljong High, Principal Im Chung-seok was still locked in conversation with one of his staff. The teacher anxiously inquired about the filthy filth that had managed to infiltrate their prestigious school grounds. Sweat dripping down his neck, the principal was completely consumed with terror over Doyle's true background. He kept reliving Doyle's chilling promise to blow the lid off his darkest secrets if he dared step in during the gang raid. He was utterly bewildered by how a high school kid managed to breach internal files from the untouchable HALA club just to weaponize them against him. Returning to the dark alleyway, B.A. Axiel finally processed the fact that Doyle had flat-out rejected his alliance. Flashing a crooked smirk, he asked if that meant their little bromance was off the table. Doyle offered absolutely zero verbal response. Even so, a single lethal glare was enough to communicate everything to Bai. Axiel instantly realized that the monster standing before him was light years away from a normal student. At this point, the story takes a sharp turn into Bai's background. Rachel's dark origins. It opens with his twisted view on the serial killer Albert Bundy, who claimed that since death is inevitable, murder isn't actually evil. Heechul found himself completely obsessed with Bundy's sick philosophy. Bundy had slaughtered 30 women, treating his acts as if he merely adjusted the date on their calendar of death. That twisted concept gave Bay a dark rush. Chell, to his broken mind, playing God over life and death was the ultimate power, though even Bundy couldn't escape justice forever. Flashing back to a precinct, a young Bay, Chell was being interrogated about whether he genuinely tried to murder his baby brother Jiho just for crying too loud. Twisted Kid cold-bloodedly answered that since he gave fair warnings, his crying brother brought the death penalty on himself. Just like his icon Bundy, Bae Chial eventually faced legal consequences. He caught a sentence governed by Article 10 under the juvenile offender system. However, the narrative reminds us that the justice system is broken, and many monsters walk free. Take Sakatsubo Shino, the chief enforcer of Japan's Akita syndicate, who walked away completely clean after butchering 7 rival gang members. The politician's spoiled kid, Jung Sua-lak Hyun, who mowed down an 11-year-old girl while wasted, only to get off scot-free because money bought him a fake driver scapegoat. Seeing those corrupt outcomes gave BHL his ultimate purpose in life. Figured out that absolute wealth and influence could elevate a human into a deity who commands life and death over the weak. In a separate flashback, BHL revealed the terrifying reason why he tried to murder his own brother Ji. It was simply because Jiho shared his precise physical appearance. And in BHL's eyes, the universe was only big enough for one supreme entity. His true obsession was to achieve absolute godhood. Snapping back to reality, Bae Chell arrogantly announced that he was a chosen being above ordinary humans. Doyle offered his opinion by immediately blasting him with a lightning-fast kick and punch combination. Bae Chell didn't even have time to register the attack landing. He stood frozen in shock, wondering how Doyle managed to strike before he could even sense the wind up. Doyle taunted his confusion, asking if the blow scrambled his brain, before casually revealing the basic truth. He was simply in a totally different speed bracket, and he hadn't even started taking the fight seriously. Doyle added that it had been ages since he fought someone as delusional as Bae Chell, openly questioning if he was actually just another average scrub. Internally, Bae Chell reflected on the mountain of elite fighters he had crushed on his path to the top. Being thoroughly outclassed like this was a sensation he had never experienced in his life. Doyle cut off his inner monologue, telling him to keep his trap shut if only trash was going to come out. As their fists clashed, Bae Chell grew increasingly fascinated with Doyle's absurd strength. Doyle laid it thick, calling him a skillless fraud who could only mimic other fighters' techniques. The battle escalated into a hyperspeed, violent war, yet Bae Chell maintained a creepy grin even through his own blood. While the freak kept praising Doyle, Doyle realized that Beechel's output was actually scaling up in speed and power. The aggressive trade continued, as Doyle comfortably dodged incoming strikes and landed a heavy counter. Doyle caught a slight surprise when Beechel successfully slipped his follow-up, cackling as he pressed the offense. Doyle quickly deciphered the rhythm of his fighting evolution. Beechel's combat stats, His stamina, speed, and absolute drive were steadily ramping up mid-battle. His innate talent was undeniable, particularly his explosive speed capability. Doyle genuinely didn't anticipate bumping into a combat prodigy like this inside a regular high school setup. Seeing Beiqiao break his speed limit yet again, Doyle acknowledged that the guy was definitely a genuine genetic freak. However, Doyle noted that despite the high speed, his actual strikes lacked true martial depth. Predicting his combination was child's play for Doyle. It was a simple setup: 3 rapid left jabs meant to disguise a heavy right finisher. As far as Doyle was concerned, that was an amateur hour trick. Beiqiao smugly asked if a phenom of his magnitude wasn't enough to blow Doyle away. He then unleashed a ferocious left hook that looked like it connected dead center. Convinced he had scored a knockout blow, Beiqiao roared that destiny dictated his absolute ascension over humanity. Doyle openly cringed at his villain monologue, questioning his embarrassing antics before snagging the speeding fist in midair. Beiqiao went completely paralyzed, unable to comprehend how his strike got effortlessly caught. Doyle crushed his fist in a vice grip, admitting that while B.A. Paul wasn't average, his overall prowess was strictly bottom-tier street thug level. Doyle made it clear that this was the roof of B.A. Paul's capability, advising him to learn his actual standing. Without hesitation, Doyle applied bone-snapping pressure straight to his hand. The sudden agony caused B.A. Paul to lock up completely. As the guy struggled to process Doyle's ominous words, Doyle capitalized on his guard drop and drove a fist straight into his skull. B.A. Paul was left reeling, completely disoriented from the sheer force of the blow. Panic set in as he suddenly realized the sight in his left eye was total darkness. The fact that he couldn't even track Doyle's hand speed sent his brain into complete confusion. Doyle remained ice-cold, demanding that he close his mouth once and for all. With a single hammer blow, he sent B.A. Paul crashing to the dirt, unconscious instantly. Meanwhile, under the pour of rain, a man inquired if they had finally arrived at Boss Park's headquarters. His partner confirmed it, dropping the news that B.A. Paul had already launched his operation. This was Yu Jungseok, Nampa Orium's second-in-command, who noted he hadn't received any updates from B.A. Paul all day, warning that partnering with a loose cannon like him usually ends in disaster. He mentioned that as long as B.A. Paul stayed active in Seoul, he was responsible for clearing out anyone linked to the Seokdong or National Union threat. Their conversation abruptly cut off when Yu Jungseok spotted B.A. Paul's broken body lying motionless on the pavement. Gawk in utter shock, unable to believe that the trash on the floor was actually B.A. Paul. Just a short distance away, Doyle was standing silently like a grim reaper. Over at another site, Ju Ha-young, a key leader of Nampo Orium, discovered a corridor littered with Boss Park's obliterated henchmen. Ju Ha-young commented on how ruthless the Iljong High crew was, falsely attributing the carnage to them. Assessing B.A. Paul's horrific condition, he concluded that the physical trauma might be career-ending. He questioned Ju Ha-young about who could possibly possess the raw power to destroy B.A. Paul so thoroughly, Ju Ha-young began questioning if deploying B.A. Paul into this conflict had been a massive miscalculation. However, Ju Ha-young quickly checked himself, warning against jumping to wild conclusions. The scene shifts to the corrupt Officer Park Chung-sik, who received a terrifying alert that his personal device was breached. Fuming with anger, he barked out who could possibly have the guts to hack a police officer. The leak exposed all of Ilgang High's atrocities, the brutal stabbing incident at Suman High, and a complete log of every bribe he ever pocketed, complete with photo and video proof. The text concluded with a blunt, bone-chilling notice. Consider this a direct threat. Sweating bullets, the cops spiraled, trying to figure out what kind of monster was pulling these strings. Cut to Jor Hee-young, who remarks that this kid is a genuine dangerous force, predicting their paths will cross before long. Following Kim Doyle's absolute victory, the entire atmosphere at Suman High completely shifted. Doyle was suddenly being worshipped like absolute royalty by the student body. Crowds of students swarmed him until Mina barged in, declaring it was her husband's glory day and scattering the fans. A few fanboys went as far as claiming it was a privilege to serve the undisputed king of South Seoul. Promotional flyers printed by Dong-gu flooded the hallways, glorifying Kim Doyle of the legendary Thunderfist, claiming he officially commanded South Seoul, and warning that any rebels would be hunted without mercy. Former campus bullies felt entirely displaced, whining that the school environment had gone down the drain. As Dong-gu distributed paper posters, Mina teased him, saying paper promo was dead in the digital age. Instantly fired back that no one gave a damn about her social media accounts anyway. Dethroned bullies continued moping around, mourning the loss of their former reign. Doyle, however, remained entirely indifferent to the whole circus. Cringe, over-the-top worship was actually just annoying him. Their walk home later, Dong-gu informed Doyle that his bonus payment was safely stashed in his locker. He expressed deep gratitude, sharing that his daily life felt like a dream ever since Doyle arrived at their school. Dong-gu confessed he was still processing the insane victory, but Doyle abruptly shut him down, stating he was purely in it for the cash and to drop the cringe speeches. Dong-gu rambled on regardless, admitting he never dreamed Do-il could wipe the floor with Bae Kial and the entire Il-jeong army. The whole thing felt like an action movie come to life. He pulled up the picture Do-il texted showing Bae Kial thoroughly wrecked, asking if it was Photoshop. Do-il bluntly responded that faking a photo would have taken way less effort than actually beating the guy senseless. Dong-gu just beamed, reconfirming that Do-il was a legendary figure. He then teased his next move, promising he wouldn't remain dead weight to Do-il and would prepare himself properly. His inner motive was crystal clear. He was determined to train and master actual combat skills. Meanwhile, over at Seoul Donghai, at Seoul Gonghai, or whatever they call Seoul Kalkai, the 5th-ranked fighter was huddled with his squad, debating the wild rumors of Bae Kial's humiliating defeat. Some saw it as an opportunity to party and climb the food chain, while skeptics called it total fake news. Seokai wasn't buying the rumor either, arguing that Bae Kial was far too strong to be taken down by a nobody. He then turned his gaze toward Dong Hyuk, a kid forced to kneel inside a target chalk circle, and whipped a baseball straight at him when he stayed silent. "Did you say?" "Fine." Hyun lost his cool, barking at him for ignoring his voice, and commanded him to retrieve the ball like a dog. Once Dong Hyuk fetched the ball, he was barked at to get back inside his assigned circle, a degrading spot on the floor labeled, "Reserved for Idiots." Gang labeled Dong Hyuk miserable, but Seoyeon scoffed, correcting them that the kid was simply born broken. Laughing hysterically, he stated Dong Hyuk could only blame his parents for bringing a defective human into the world, pressing the victim to agree. He continued pushing the narrative, relentlessly badgering the poor kid about his trash genetics. Dong-guk kept his mouth shut, which only triggered Waisai Okhaehyun into a violent rage. Enraged, he launched the baseball at Dong-guk's head with full power, but the boy narrowly ducked out of the line of fire. This completely stunned Dong-gu, who had just walked back in with Do-il, only to see Do-il snag the high-speed ball out of the air like nothing. Do-il had been silently observing the entire bullying ritual from afar. The bullies noticed the newcomer and aggressively approached, with Waisai Okhaehyun demanding his identity and asking if he was one of Suman Hai's trash. Before Do-il could drop a single word, he hurled the baseball back, shattering Waisai Okhaehyun's nose. The girl hanging with the gang shrieked out in horror, calling out his name. She screamed at the top of her lungs that Do-il was a complete psycho. Do-il stepped forward, passing his food tray to Dong-gu, who smoothly asked if he should hold it during the massacre. The second the chick got a clear look at Do-il's face, she completely froze, captivated by his top-tier looks. Now the entire bully group locked eyes on Do-il, advancing toward him to inspect the handsome intruder. One punk angrily barked if everyone at Suman High had lost their minds, and if Do-il was looking for a death wish. He flashed their school crest, aggressively asking if Do-il was stupid enough to not recognize their terrifying gang name. Do-il didn't utter a word. He casually pulled a handgun from under his shirt, aimed point-blank at the guy's forehead, and pulled the trigger. The entire gang went completely dead silent from the sheer disbelief. Then one thug snapped out of it and charged Do-il, screaming how a high school kid could possibly possess a firearm in Korea. Before he could close the distance, Do-il swept his legs, intercepted his movement, and drove a lethal strike into his trachea. The punk collapsed, gasped for air, while Do-il seized another gang member, hauling him by the throat and cracking his skull against the brick wall. Without skipping a beat, Do-il unloaded a spray of rubber bullets directly into him. The thugs writhed on the floor in agony, choking out cries that they couldn't breathe and calling Do-il a psychopathic monster. Do-il permanently silenced his whining with a rubber round straight to the forehead. Remaining survivors backed away in absolute terror, screaming demands for his identity and ordering him to drop the illegal firearm. Do-il delivered a cold, one-word response, "No," casually blew smoke off the barrel, and told them all to jump him at the same time, because their weakness was getting boring. A relentless barrage of heavy gunshot echoes reverberated through the courtyard. Seokdong High Crew was in full panic mode, screaming desperately for answers. Seokayan couldn't process this hit squad behavior, convincing himself that the rival Gayong school had hired a hitman to eliminate them. As Do-il closed the distance like a grim reaper, Seokayan blubbered out that Bo Seojayan was the mastermind who ordered the hit on BHL. Do-il paid zero attention to his confession and simply demanded to know who he was. Seokayan lost his mind, screaming why Do-il was slaughtering them if he wasn't affiliated with the Il-Gayong syndicate. Following a deadly pause, Do-il instructed him to look down at his feet. Thug looked down bewildered, but before he could ask, Do-il muttered fake, raised his gun point blank, and popped a rubber round straight into his forehead. Watching from the rear, Dong-gu grinned, declaring that Sikdong High was officially next on their hit list. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, the defeated leader weakly asked Do-il his motivation for this onslaught. Do-il delivered his legendary one-word justification: pork. With that ridiculous reason, the complete eradication of Seokdong High officially kicked off. Fast forward 2 months later on a sunny afternoon. Doyle was relaxing at a park when Park Jinggu, the ex-rank 3 of Iljong High, approached him. Jinggu respectfully addressed Doyle as Hyung Nim, but Doyle immediately shut it down, reminding him that he was literally 20 years old. Doyle then asked how an adult like him even managed to get enrolled into his high school class. Jinggu stubbornly swore that his place was by Doyle's side, begging him to accept his loyalty. Doyle kept making it clear just how cringe he found the Hyung Nim honorific. However, Jinggu argued that biological age means 0 in the world of power. The absolute apex predator naturally earns the boss status. He explained that real men naturally follow absolute strength, confessing he used to believe his former Iljong leader was the ultimate peak. After witnessing his boss hospitalized and broken, he realized an even more terrifying mountain existed, Doyle. And that mountain was Doyle. Doyle then shifted the subject, questioning why Jinggu wasn't rotting in a jail cell. It actually already dropped a text to the corrupt detective, demanding why Jinggu was walking free. The detective replied that post-investigation, Jinggu was let go with a simple slap on the wrist, since 0 physical evidence linked him to Il Jeong's syndicate crimes. He summed Jinggu up as just a muscle-brained gym freak that the system couldn't hold onto. Jinggu bowed deeply before Doyle, vowing to stick by his side as a loyal younger brother until his dying day. Exhausted by the drama, Doyle just gave a weary sigh and gave him free rein to do as he pleased. Jinggu happily grabbed that permission and thanked him with total devotion. Over at the park, Susie was whining about the sudden spike in temperature, bitching about how badly she was sweating. Sitting comfortably on a bench, Doyle remarked that he was beginning to think she'd never arrive. Susie then playfully threw out an offer, asking if anyone was brave enough to wipe away her sweat. Jinggu sprinted over to take the bait, only for Susie to flatten him with a punch, brand him a total creep, and order him to get lost. Taking in the ridiculous circus before him, Doyle genuinely questioned whether he'd be better off wiping everyone out and catching the first flight out of Korea. Before he could fully entertain that option, Donggu burst onto the scene in a complete rage. Furious that Doyle was late, Donggu exploded, but Doyle chilled out and pointed out they had 3 minutes left. Still, Donggu kept bitching, labeled him a fake, and claimed these workouts had jack shit to do with actual combat. Donggu had spent the last 2 solid months endlessly working out his lower body just to prepare for whatever came next. What really boiled his blood was that Doyle hadn't shown him a single useful fighting technique yet. On top of that, he was having serious doubts that all this sweat was actually turning him into a capable brawl candidate. Doyle glanced down at his phone's stopwatch and ice-coldly warned him to zip his mouth unless he wanted his whole body to break down. Then make your move. Sometime later, tucked away in the school restroom, Doyle finally laid out the next assignment: completely obliterate Seokdong High. Cash reward for successfully clearing it was a sweet 6 million won. Sitting on the toilet inside a stall, Donggu's jaw practically hit the floor. Fully expected, a measly 1 million won payout. Begged Doyle to hold on a second, since he couldn't even concentrate while dropping a deuce. Doyle gave a firm no, questioning why on earth his schedule should revolve around Donggu's bowel movements. He pointed out that Seokdong was going to be a way bigger nightmare than Iljeong ever was. Donggu almost felt a touch of respect, assuming Doyle had actually scouted the enemy, but Doyle instantly crushed that illusion. His logic was embarrassingly straightforward. Bad guys who spawn later in the story are guaranteed to be stronger. Donggu couldn't believe how ridiculously video game-brained that logic was. Doyle casually added that lugging around dead weight like him would make the mission twice as painful. He reminded Donggu of his promise to push his body to the absolute brink during those 2 months. So now came the ultimate exam. He needed to show that all that brutal conditioning wasn't a total waste of time. It was time to prove he wasn't just useless dead baggage. Since the judo twins were out of the picture, Park Kang-wook had grabbed the top spot at Suman. So Doyle ordered Donggu to throw hands with Kang-wook, trash him, and claim the school throne. When Donggu pointed out that Doyle was already the boss, Doyle scoffed, clarifying that he operated on a global scale, not as some petty high school chief. Doyle guaranteed that if Donggu secured Suman's crown, they'd completely crush Seokdong within 7 days. News of Donggu calling out Park Kang-wook spread like wildfire through every hallway. Students went wild, declaring the entire move utterly nuts. Everyone scrambled down to the main corridor to witness the drama unfold. Before long, a massive ring of hyped students encircled Park Kang-wook and Donggu in the center. Kang-wook was steaming mad, screaming about how these brainless fools were testing his patience once more. Whispers broke out all around, with kids in total disbelief that Donggu actually had the balls to lock eyes with Park Kang-wook. Across town, a towering, heavyset dude was informed that the freak who took down Bae Kial hailed from Suman High. He scoffed in disbelief, questioning if that intel had any real substance. His underlings explained that while eyewitnesses swore by it, Every security tape in the area was mysteriously wiped clean, leaving it looking like an urban legend. Still, the big guy just sneered at the idea. Bae Kial was a legit monster. A henchman suggested the National Union orchestrated Bae Kial's downfall. The giant cut him off mid-sentence. He insisted there was zero chance some nobodies from Suman High could drop a heavy hitter like Bae Kial. He growled that backstabbing snakes dirtying the 12 Nations' reputation were sprouting like weeds across Seoul's southwest and northwest. Marching up to a hideout, he shattered the door lock with a heavy kick. He announced he was there to exterminate those pests before their infestation spread any further. Stepping inside, he barked for Park Sang-sik, calling him out as a sniveling traitor. He blasted him for exploiting their boss's reputation to run his own dirty side hustles. Panicking, Park Sang-sik shrieked at his thugs to swarm the intruder. Even completely surrounded, the massive fighter didn't flinch for a second. He laid out the first thug with a single blow, then plowed straight through the rest. When another goon swung a wooden bat, he effortlessly dodged the blow, grabbed the idiot's skull, and delivered a brutal knee right into his nose. Pivoting toward a thug swinging a hammer, he barreled straight into the remaining gang members, delivering one crushing strike after another, laying them out flat. Lifting the heavy hammer, the tank-like man charged directly at Park Sang-sik. Park Sang-sik turned to stone as he realized his entire crew was flattened, leaving him completely helpless against this freak of nature. In a fit of blind panic, he wildly swung a baseball bat, screaming for his life. Brute slipped the swing, brought the hammer down on him, and smashed him hard into the floor. Standing among the unconscious bodies and breathing heavily, he pondered if throwing away their loyalty was really worth this outcome. His eyes then caught a flyer scattered on the floor that read, "Kim Doyle of the Thunderfist rules South Seoul." He vowed then and there to rip that arrogant punk to shreds. This monster was Jang Chun-sik, the undisputed number 2 of Seokdong High. Meanwhile, back at Suman High, students packed the hallway, gossiping in excited hushed tones. Doyle remained seated in silent chill mode, observing Donggu scrap with Park Kangwook. Kangwook was huffing with fury, spewing curses at these annoyances, constantly bugging him. Donggu was lying on the floor, covered in blood from head to toe. Yet, against all odds, he began dragging himself back to consciousness. An onlooker gaped in shock, unable to process how he was standing back up. As the beatdown raged on, Kangwook was stunned that Donggu could eat such heavy strikes and still stand. Even so, Donggu's legs were wobbling like crazy. Kangwook lost his mind and hurled another barrage of insults. He roared that the idiot should have stayed lying on the dirt. He closed the distance fast and smashed another heavy fist right into Donggu's jaw. Donggu attempted a counter, but Kangwook effortlessly ducked it and mocked his pathetic speed. Brutal kick shattered into Donggu's ribs, as Kangwook barked out why he bothered standing up just to waste everyone's time. Despite the blinding pain, Donggu's eyes burned with unbroken fire. Kangwook followed through with a nasty head kick, sending Donggu crashing back onto the floor. Watching from the sidelines, one of his buddies panicked and softly murmured Donggu's name. Flashed back to when he'd asked Donggu if Doyle was personally training him to fight. Donggu had chuckled and admitted that was indeed the case. He explained he was pushing his limits because he couldn't hide behind Doyle's shadow forever. That response had stunned his buddy, who figured leaning on a powerhouse like Doyle was just basic common sense. After all, everyone has their set rank in this world. Doyle was in a league of his own, and they were just ordinary nobodies. Back in reality, Donggu dragged himself up once more, spat out a mouthful of blood, and left the crowd speechless. Nobody could comprehend how he was on his feet, with some guessing his bones had to be shattered. The onlookers began questioning if this was really the same weakling Donggu they knew, and why he kept forcing his broken body to rise. Gasping for air, he brought his fists back up into fighting stance. Kangwook glared at him in a mix of fury and disbelief, sensing Donggu's body was completely failing him. Yet that dangerous, dead-eyed glare never left Donggu's face. Kangwook dismissed it, thinking nothing had really changed. Without that freak transfer student backing him up, Donggu was utterly helpless. Figured Donggu had completely lost his mind, trying to imitate Doyle. He mocked the idea that Donggu genuinely thought playing the hero would fix anything. So he made up his mind to put him down for good this time. Screaming that this hit would put him in a coma, Kangwook rushed forward for the killing blow. Donggu gritted through the impact and threw a counter, but Kangwook slipped it and answered with a vicious kick that launched one of Donggu's teeth through the air. Donggu went totally limp and hit the deck out cold. Standing nearby, his friends shrieked his name in sheer panic. Doyle silently observed the beatdown without letting out a single word. Kangwook continued stomping on Donggu's unconscious body mercilessly. Standing over his bloody body, Park Kangwook completely blew a fuse. Screaming that a trash like Donggu had no right trying to climb the food chain, he kept raining curses and stomps. Catching his breath, Park Kangwook kept spitting foul insults at the knocked-out opponent. He was livid that a nobody like Donggu didn't know his proper place in the food chain. Turning away from Donggu, he faced the crowd and roared for the next challenger to step up. Meanwhile, Donggu's buddy was trapped in his own head. He kept echoing that logic in his head, Doyle is Doyle, and we are just us. Donggu had explicitly stated he could never grow to be like Doyle. Yet Donggu was actually cracking a smile. Kangwook questioned if Donggu had completely lost his marbles, certain that last hit should have killed him. Donggu suddenly launched a ferocious counterattack, which Kangwook barely managed to duck. In that split second, Donggu recalled asking Doyle how he could ever defeat Park Kangwook. Doyle had instantly cut him off. The issue wasn't how, it was a fact that he was going to beat him. Snapping back to the fight, Donggu absorbed the blow, held his ground, and clamped onto Kangwook's arm. Kangwook shuddered at the look in his eyes, wondering if this was truly the expression of a guy on the brink of defeat. Doyle's tactical advice resonated in his head. At high school level, battles aren't settled by sheer muscle mass, but by stamina and pure willpower. Since the physical gap between him and Kangwook wasn't massive, the fight was always going to boil down to resilience and endurance. Doyle had reminded him that he spent 2 full months forging that exact endurance, while Kangwook was lazy and prepared nothing. Strategy paid off perfectly. Donggu finally connected with a clean, brutal punch straight to Kangwook's jaw. Doyle had promised that if he survived the first 3 minutes, Kangwook's hands would slow down to a crawl. Sure enough, Kangwook's strikes dulled, and his footwork started wobbling. Donggu's relentless provocation had worked, draining Kangwook's stamina tank completely. With Kangwook dead tired, Donggu seized the moment and flattened him with a lethal kick. Doyle's voice kept echoing like a mantra in his brain. By the late stages, just standing upright would feel impossible for Kangwook. Doyle pointed out that once his stamina tank was empty, every single gasp for air would feel like torture. And that prediction unfolded down to the letter. Kangwook was transformed into a literal human punching bag. Donggu hammered him with non-stop strikes, leaving Kangwook completely unable to retaliate. Right then, all the muscle Donggu accumulated through grueling hell training was channeled into utterly breaking Park Kangwook. Doyle's teachings echoed continuous encouragement. Raw muscle power alone isn't what decides real battles. What actually counts is an unbreakable spirit, reinforced by solid conditioning. Fueled by that truth, Donggu unleashed an absolute blitzkrieg of kicks and punches. Doyle's golden rule resonated clearly in his mind. When your body screams at you to give up, that's when you force out one extra strike. Donggu channeled that willpower straight from his traumatic memories, the days he was humiliated, beaten, and used as a literal footstool by Kangwook's gang. Pure hatred and resolve lit up Donggu's eyes as he swore he would never return to being a punching bag. Armed with that conviction, he planted his feet and lunged forward with everything. Donggu finally understood he didn't have to turn into Doyle. Just being his ultimate self was more than enough. Every single bystander froze in absolute astonishment. Donggu then landed one final, thunderous blow directly into Kangwook's head, sealing the match. Kangwook crumpled to the floor, stone cold unconscious. Even his loyal goons collapsed to their knees, shattered by their leader's humiliating downfall. Donggu's buddies sprinted over to him instantly. They hoisted him high onto their shoulders, roaring in celebration over his victory. With maximum hype, they chanted, "Leader Ma." Donggu, miles away at a blackhead operative branch in Russia, a female agent encrypted and transmitted all collected data through a secret app named Cox. Sometime later, as Doyle and Donggu were walking out, Donggu spotted Doyle's slick new wireless earbuds. He probed where Doyle scored them, since his uncle's tech firm hadn't even dropped them on the market yet, while demanding to know who was on the line. Donggu kept spamming questions, eventually asking where they were even heading right now. Doyle chilled out and reminded him of his promise that Seokdong High would be completely wiped out within a week. Inside what appeared to be a sketchy pool hall, a Seokdong punk was torturing a student, forcing his tongue out and bringing a glowing cigarette dangerously close to his skin. Right then, Doyle and Donggu strolled inside, and the sudden entrance brought the whole place to a dead silence. The gang leader glared at the intruders, attempting to figure out who these random kids were. Doyle remained ice-cold, stating he was simply there to honor his word. What followed was an absolute one-sided slaughter. Thugs were scattered across the floor in pools of blood, with several bodies thrown recklessly over pool tables. The gang leader was trembling in absolute terror. Young-soo, Seokdong High's number 4 rank, went into total panic mode, wondering who this monster was and how Suman High had a killer like this. A quick glance revealed Doyle obliterating everyone effortlessly, though Young-soo picked up on how weird and alien his combat style felt. Doyle strolled right up to Young-soo and gave him a simple ultimatum: live or die. The terrifying question locked Young-soo up completely. Doyle ordered him to listen close if he prioritized staying alive, outlining 2 simple demands. First, he brought up the new illegal gambling site targeting high school kids. He commanded Young-soo to cough up every single piece of proof, along with every name attached to the operation. All that data had to be submitted via a custom app Doyle had installed on his phone. His second command was for him to tell Wang Guokwai he had a limited deadline to crawl over to Suman High and drop to his knees. Doyle then gestured toward Donggu, making it clear their boss had to bow before his boss in total surrender, or a brutal war would break out. That threw Young-soo into utter confusion, leading him to believe this weak-looking kid in glasses was Suman's actual top leader. After all, any dude capable of bossing around a nightmare demon like Doyle had to be an absolute menace. Donggu lost his mind right on the spot and tried to shut Doyle up, convinced Wang Guokwai would never show up just because of some petty demand. Sweating bullets, Donggu hysterically demanded to know what kind of insane stunt this was, then completely blew his stack, calling Doyle an absolute psycho for spouting such suicidal nonsense. Doyle casually responded that it would trigger an all-out gang war. That answer pushed Donggu way past the edge. He screamed that Doyle was a complete maniac, yelling that full-scale gang wars weren't even a thing in this day and age. Doyle broke down his cold logic in plain terms. Whenever he drops one fighter, a bigger threat just pops up next. He was thoroughly fed up with the cycle, so he decided to annihilate Seokdong High in one single swoop. Donggu screamed that they'd get slaughtered by the sheer horde of enemies. Doyle brushed off his concern and told him to stop stressing. He pivoted back toward Yongsu and restated his order to deliver Wang Guokwai. Yongsu began chuckling maniacally, and when Doyle threatened his life, he explained he laughed because no opponent ever demands to see their boss like this. It's always their boss hunting down the victims instead. Somewhere else on a stormy night in Gimcheon, a figure stood soaked in the downpour, weeping in absolute hopelessness. In that same town of Gimcheon, a man watched the fight in terror, convinced the attacker's speed transcended human limits. At that exact moment, the chilling truth hit him. The urban legends were real. This terrifying combatant was none other than the Ghost. Witnessing that insane speed, he resolved to turn tail and bolt for his life. Before he could take 2 steps, the attacker pounced on him and put an end to his breathing. It was abundantly clear this vicious killer was slicing through rivals with zero hesitation. Surviving gang members swarmed the Ghost in a suicidal final attempt. Unbothered by their horde, the Ghost charged headfirst into the crowd with a sinister grin. Wielding a blade, he zipped through their ranks at horrific speed, executing them mercilessly one by one. Having cleared out the fodder, the Ghost set his sights straight on the gang's boss. He lunged at the boss with a confident smirk, believing the strike hit home, only to find the leader completely unscratched. Meanwhile, Yongsu explained to Doyle that the boss he was seeking was currently in Seoul on a vengeance mission. Ghost was stunned to realize this leader wasn't some soft target, as a devastating punch rocketed toward his face with zero room to escape. The shockwave sent the Ghost flying backward through the rain. The boss capitalized with a brutal follow-up stroke, knocking the Ghost unconscious while shattering his teeth. Once the dust settled, a minion urged the boss to send the status report immediately. The powerhouse was none other than Wang Guokwai, ruler of Seokdong High and a member of the 12 Nations, located somewhere in a facility resembling a maximum security prison. Bae Kial was bound to a wheelchair, living proof of his humiliating defeat, as an unexpected visitor stood waiting for him. In another room, Jang Chunsik sat beside Yongsu, who handed him a poster claiming, Kim Doyle of the Thunderfist rules South Seoul, briefed him that Si-Hyek's boys were hospitalized, while also reporting the pool hall destruction. Yongsu wrapped up the debrief by asserting that the attacker served under Suman's new chief, Ma Donggu. He added that Doyle forced his way in, demanding their boss come kneel in submission. To cover up his terror, Yongsu lied through his teeth, boasting he gave Doyle a tongue lashing and kicked him out. Jang Chunsik flew into a rage and shredded the flyer into pieces, muttering that the whole world was losing its mind. He stunned his men by ordering them to ignore the entire threat. When Yongsu pushed back on that decision, Chunsik sneered that Doyle was just a clout-chasing fraud claiming fake victories. He likened Doyle to a past loser who dragged the 12 Nations' reputation through the mud, writing him off as another pathetic clout chaser. Chunsik continued scoffing at Yongsu, stating that no sane person would ever believe Bae Kial lost to a scrub like Doyle. In his eyes, Doyle was merely trying to bait them, and hiding behind Donggu felt like a cheap, outdated mob tactic. He concluded that punks like him always end up dead in a ditch, worthless mosquitoes, not even deserving a swat. Later, on a rainy day, Doyle began instructing Donggu in the foundational principles of Blackhead's close quarters combat. Still filled with anxiety, Donggu nervously questioned whether Doyle honestly thought Wang Guokwai would walk right into Suman High. Doyle just casually brushed it off, claiming he'd figure out a way to take him down. Hearing this, Donggu completely lost his cool, sure that Doyle had zero clue just how much of a monster Gyukyui actually was. He looked at Jingu to back him up, and a visibly shaken Jingu admitted that Gyukyui had crossed all human boundaries long ago. Doyle shut him down without a second thought. At the end of the day, he's still flesh and bone. Trying to make him realize the danger, Donggu brought up a legendary rumor. Way back in middle school, word was going around that Wang Gyukyui had killed a full-grown bear with his bare hands. He connected that urban legend to an incident 3 years ago, where a black bear broke out of the local zoo, terrorized the city, and was eventually discovered lifeless. And rumor had it, Gyukyui was the guy who finished off the beast. Donggu literally pleaded with Doyle to treat the situation with some respect. However, Doyle couldn't care less and swept the warning aside. At that exact moment, as Doyle pondered the long road ahead and how he could never retreat, a shadowy figure lurked in the background, eavesdropping on everything. Back to Doyle sipping his juice, calmly guaranteeing that Wang Gyukui was bound to show up at Sumenhai. Meanwhile, Young Soo was filling in Jang Chunsik on the latest updates. He nervously mentioned that Doyle was giving off an extremely dangerous vibe. The way he moved was eerily similar to Hai Kihu, and the same went for his boss, Ma Dongo. Young Soo urged that they eliminate them immediately before they grew into a bigger threat. Chunsik just burst out laughing, mocking if he was seriously talking about Hai Kihu of the National Union. Brushed it off, saying if Doyle were really that legendary, Young-soo wouldn't even be standing there alive. Young-soo swallowed his frustration, knowing his warning fell on deaf ears. Chunsik ordered him to stop spewing garbage and told him to go grab a drink. Immediately after, Chunsik began flirty banter with a girl from Chungal-hai. Flexed his influence, offering to ring up Young-hyeon Woo so her school life would be smooth sailing. Watching this clown show, Young-soo thought Chunsik ought to focus on managing his own crew instead. Meanwhile, Young-soo was trapped in a massive dilemma. Cross Doyle, and he'd end up 6 feet under. Yet if he followed orders and ratted out Soo-min, his entire faction would face absolute humiliation. Either way, he was staring down a living nightmare. Just then, the guy managing the Yoon Pyongo workshop barged inside, frantically. Gasping for air, he screamed that all hell had broken loose. Catching his breath, he delivered the bombshell. Their entire workshop network had been compromised. Chunsik stood paralyzed for a heartbeat, before demanding to know if this was a sick joke. That very night, under a pouring sky, a mysterious threat flickered onto a massive display. It was an open declaration of war. Hackers held all the leverage. If they wanted the decryption key, they'd have to show up at Sumenhai and face Ma Dongo tomorrow at 8 p.m. sharp. Meanwhile, a henchman passed Chunsik a phone, verifying that Ma Dongo was indeed that high school kid from Sumin. Chunsik was already barking into his phone, visibly losing his temper. Then came another blow. The said Hamun facility had been hit as well. Enraged beyond control, he literally shattered his phone with his bare fist. Spitting out Ma Dongo's name, he broke into a foul-mouthed tirade. Miles away from the chaos, Doyle strolled through the downpour as cool as a cucumber. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks, sensing an unwelcome presence. Meanwhile at the venue, a clueless Chunsik demanded to know what this ransomware crap was all about. In his simple mind, all they needed was the password to fix everything. He screamed down the line, ordering the guy to explain it in plain terms. It was obvious that the stress was driving him up the wall. The shouting match abruptly halted as a heavy hitter stepped into the room. A goon alerted the room that the top guy had landed, and everyone immediately lowered their heads. It was none other than Wang Gyokui, the undisputed kingpin. Chunsik scrambled over, apologizing profusely for the poor welcome. Gyokui took a seat and flatly asked for the location of Sumenhai. The question left Chunsik totally stunned. Gyokui brought up a bizarre new betting game that was trending inside the prisons. The scene shifts to a bleak prison visitation cell. Gyokui had gone to see Bae Juchul, who was now confined to a wheelchair. He mentioned he'd come to discuss business, but looking at him now, he felt completely disappointed. To him, negotiating with a crippled guy was a total waste of time. Bae Juchul cautioned him that losing everything happens in a flash. He dropped a cryptic warning: an absolute monster resides at Sumenhai. Right after that meeting, Gyokui instructed Chunsik to assemble all affiliate gangs and march on Sumenhai. Meanwhile, the stalker who had been tailing Doyle and Dongu strode through the rainy streets. Blocked Doyle's path, addressed him as commander, and remarked on how long it had been. Back with Gyokui, he announced that the Sukdung gang would strike Sumenhai tomorrow. Flashback or elsewhere, down in Busan, Blackhead boss Dusung was sitting down with Doyle. Dusung whined about having to travel to Busan when Seoul, where Doyle's mom stays, would have been way easier. He waxed poetic about port cities, claiming the meeting of ocean and land had a romantic charm. He then affectionately called Doyle his boy and admitted he'd missed him. Dusung noted that Doyle had spent a whole year in Korea and surely had his fill by now. He asked when he was packing his bags and playfully handed him a Korean face mask. Doyle cut him cold, reminding him he'd already stated he wasn't returning. Dusung chuckled, asking if he was still throwing a tantrum over his locked bank accounts. Passed the buck, claiming the finance department pulled that plug, not him. Doyle dryly asked if that was the end of his lecture. He stood up to depart, mentioning he had places to be. His dad begged him to stay for food, but Doyle brushed past, leaving Dusung grumbling that raising sons is tougher than negotiating with heads of state. As Doyle walked away, his father yelled out an uncomfortable, "I love you." The moment Doyle vanished, Dusung summoned Jigyeon from Blackhead's elite unit. He instructed him to keep a close eye on his kid. Dusung vented that Doyle leaves chaos in his wake, just like in Japan, and admitted the boy was completely out of his hands. However, since Doyle didn't seem to mind Jigyeon's presence, Dusung ordered him to retrieve his son safely. Jigyeon bowed respectfully, accepting the mandate. Sometime later, as Doyle strolled down a corridor, Jai Guiyang shadowed him. Doyle threw him an icy glare, asking if he was practically begging to die by tailing him. Meanwhile at Suman High, the ground clock ticked to 7:58 p.m. Donggu was staring blankly at his phone screen, sweating bullets. He felt Doyle was totally nuts for believing the Sukdong gang would take the bait. Panicked, thinking the entire strategy had gone up in smoke, he rapidly texted Doyle, demanding where he was and why he hadn't arrived yet. Doyle simply replied that he was en route. Despite that text, Donggu couldn't shake the nightmare scenario where Doyle ditched him entirely. In another part of the grounds, Zhou Yanchao questioned why they were hanging around at this hour. Park Kangwook pointed out that they were here because of Donggu. He was the sort of presence you couldn't really say no to. Donggu requested help with such dead gravity. Kangwook felt obligated to show up, though honestly, he wasn't sure if Donggu was begging or low-key blackmailing them. Yanchao suggested packing up, but Kangwook preferred to stick around a bit longer. Close by, Park Yoongguk was giggling like a lunatic. He was hyped for a brawl with Sukdong, something he'd been itching for since his military service. Suman students marveled at Yoongguk, with one noting how ridiculously jacked he was. Suddenly, Suman High's cheerleader squad entered the scene. One girl whispered to Mina that this looked like a full-blown gang riot, questioning why cheerleaders were even brought along. Mina scoffed back that a hot girl rooting for you boosts morale in any fight. He looked around, visibly irritated that Doyle was nowhere to be seen, and she had to stare at these ugly faces instead. Meanwhile, Donggu glued his eyes to his phone, inwardly cursing Doyle for igniting this dumpster fire and disappearing. As the clock turned to 7:59 p.m., a student panicked, saying going against Sukdong was suicide and they should cut their losses. Hearing that pushed Donggu straight over the edge. He was trembling like a leaf. Meanwhile, over at Yangdong Post Station, Doyle was walking alongside Guion, who casually mentioned securing a studio apartment nearby. Doyle barked at him, saying if he had a death wish, he should just end it already. He glanced at his watch 8:11 p.m. and realized he was absurdly late. As he picked up the pace, a guy intentionally rammed shoulder first into him. Back at the school ground, the crowd grew restless over the delay. It was already way past 8 o'clock. Donggu burst out laughing out of sheer relief, knowing all along that the gang coming made zero sense. The rest chilled out as well, convincing themselves Sukdong backed down out of fear of Suman's reputation. The tense atmosphere evaporated, and Mina even whipped out fried chicken to celebrate the fight that never was. Before long, students were mingling and taking group selfies. Kangwook cracked a joke that today was supposed to be a show of force, then asked his buddy for a smoke. Instantly, the vibe shifted back to ice. When he asked again, his friend remained frozen, staring wide-eyed at the main gate. An army of thugs was charging right toward them. Horrifying vision froze Donggu, and the boys dead in their tracks. The mob swarmed the field without losing a single step. The top commanders stepped into the light. Jiang Mayang-Chuan, boss of King Seho High under Sukdong. Jiang Dongman of Munchen High, Bei Yue-Chuan, Sukdong's number 3, and Jang Chun-sik, the number 2 guy. Finally, Wang Gyokui stepped up and thundered, demanding to know who Suman's demon was. At that precise moment back at the station, Yu Dongsuk cut off Doyle with a smirk. Guiyang observed the encounter, realizing this was morphing into a giant headache. Yu Haoyang, head of the Nampo Orium Syndicate, confronted Doyle. He warned that they forgive a first mistake, but never a second. By 8:24 p.m. back at Suman High, a bloodbath was in full swing. Donggu caught a brutal punch, throwing his glasses into the air as he crashed to the dirt. To the side, Wang Gyokui casually devoured raw meat, chilling with a drink. He spectated as Suman kids were hunted down and wiped out. Donggu scrambled frantically, screaming for them to back off. Snatching another slice of meat, Gyokui mocked if this fleeing weakling was supposed to be Suman's boss. Chun-sik confirmed the face matched their target photo. He added that Donggu looked like a total poser, riding someone else's coattails. Yue Chuan, however, remained skeptical. He questioned how a random loser could pull off raids on 2 of their workshops. Chun-sik sneered, asking if he was genuinely intimidated by Donggu. Yue Chuan clarified that wasn't his point. The real issue nagging at him was something else. These nobodies had the audacity to challenge Sukdong, which felt totally off. Meanwhile, Suman's force was getting obliterated across the field. Munching on, Gyokui asserted with full conviction that the demon was indeed present, just as Bei Juchul had claimed. Mid-chaos, Donggu recalled Rule 1 of Blackhead Close combat taught by Doyle. Master your feelings. It was straightforward, never lose your cool. Suddenly, an attacker singled him out as the boss and called the horde over. Donggu panicked completely, sprinting away while screaming he wasn't in charge. He internally questioned how the hell anyone remains calm when getting stomped to death. Then rule number 2 echoed in his head. Preserve your stamina and minimize wasted movement. Donggu realized keeping calm could take a backseat for now. At least he had ground out those brutal stamina drills. Flashed back to those horrific conditioning sessions. Yet while taking hits mid-flight, he realized cardio alone wasn't saving his ass, shrieking in pain. He learned the hard truth. In a 1 versus many fight, the mob's combined stamina will always outlast yours. He stumbled for a fraction of a second, and a thug caught him clean across the face with a brutal kick. The impact knocked Donggu through the air. He dragged himself back to his feet, breathless and battered. The mob encircled him, sneering at him to accept his beatdown. Terrified and broken, Donggu sobbed out loud, screaming what good stamina was against a whole swarm. Suddenly, a spray of rubber bullets ripped through the night. A brief flashback shows Doyle trading a gun for 2 million won. Buyer was stunned Doyle would surrender such a piece. The piece was a 9 Glock 24 packed with custom non-lethal rounds. Presently, the shooter was revealed to be Changsu, a bulky student wearing body armor. He checked on Donggu, who recognized his big frame immediately. Before they could celebrate, a Sukdong thug kicked Donggu flat again. The attacker mocked Changsu, calling him a fat pig before jumping him. Donggu scrambled up shouting Changsu's name as his buddy was battered. Donggu roared at them, calling them spineless for jumping people. Goon laughed, countering how they had the gall to preach when they literally brought a gun to fistfight. At that precise moment, Rule 3 flashed in Donggu's head. Master the fundamentals. A thug spat that bringing a firearm was pathetic. Except Donggu wasn't the one packin' heat. He lunged forward, slipped a wild punch, and dropped a perfectly timed counterpunch. The thug dropped like a sack of bricks. Donggu surged with confidence as his drilled combination punch landed flawlessly. He yelled at Changsu to hold on, swearing they'd trash these punks. That wave of optimism was short-lived. A Sukdong member blind-kicked him from behind, cursing Donggu and calling for the crowd to obliterate him. As a storm of fists rained down, the fourth rule hit him. Fill yourself with rage and sheer stubborn willpower. He took a brutal beating, absorbing impact after impact. Suman crew realized how doomed the situation was. They were swarmed 10-1. Zhou Yanchao screamed at Kangwook that they needed to make a break for it. Yanchao was already sprinting, hollering for Kangwook to follow. After a split second of hesitation, Kangwook dashed after him, shouting for him to slow down. Suddenly, Park Jinggu stormed the fray, unleashing monstrous strength and laying out 30 Sukdong members single-handedly. Yue Chuan acknowledged Jinggu's lethal skills, noting he lived up to his rep as Ulgarong's X-number 3. Even so, he wrote off the rest of Suman as pathetic garbage. Simultaneously, Jang Chunsik ordered his forces to herd the survivors into the center for a final execution. By 8:42 p.m., Bei Yue Chuan still had an unsettling itch in his gut that something was off. How did these schoolboy nobodies manage to target their workshops and drag Wang Gyuqui out personally? By this point, the Suman kids were utterly exhausted. Park Jinggu realized this was Sukdong Hai's notorious swarming tactic. Jang Chunsik bellowed at his goons to stop slacking and finish the job immediately. The horde swarmed the helpless Suman students. Meanwhile, a cheerleader snapped at Mina that eating fried chicken was wildly inappropriate right now. Others urged calling the cops, but Mina scoffed at Suman as pathetic losers until she noticed her phone was missing. Out of nowhere, Jiang Dongman loomed over them, asking menacingly what two cute girls were doing in a war zone. Down the road, Park Kangwook and Yancho were fleeing, with Yancho screaming to run faster. Kangwook screeched to a halt, gasping for air, and blurted out that he needed to turn around. Yancho looked at him like he had lost his mind, assuming he dropped his phone and telling him to get it tomorrow. However, Kangwook remembered his word to Donggu. He proclaimed that as someone used to endless suffering, pain didn't intimidate him anymore. Yancho just gaped at him, completely baffled by that ridiculous logic. Back at Suman, the cheerleaders were thrown over Dongman's shoulder like sacks, humiliated and swearing vengeance. In a side alley, Donggu was being ruthlessly pummeled and dragged across the pavement. He crumbled in total agony, feeling the blackhead training was a scam, cursing Doyle as a fraud. Moments later on the main grounds, Donggu sat bound and gagged alongside the capture students. Park Jinggu was stretched out cold and bloody nearby, while Gyuqui sat on a bench, rambling that a demon resided here. He then dismissed Doyle's existence as a legend, questioning why Bei Juchul had fed him lies. Jang Chunsik approached Gyuqui, asking how to handle the hostages. Gyuqui coldly instructed them to commence torture. Gouge an eye out of the first kid and rip the ears off the second. As for Changsu, break his leg so he can serve as a footstool. And for Ma Donggu, who dared to resist till the last breath, execute him. Gyuqui then laid out the cover-up narrative to Jiang Mayang Chuan. They would pass it off as a school brawl between King Seho and Suman, where a bad apple accidentally died. Asked if the story held water, and Mayang Chuan nodded affirmatively. Mayang Chuan vowed to assign delinquent kids to take the fall and clean up the scenes silently. Gyuqui let out a chilling laugh, while the trembling captives cowered in sheer terror. Jang Chunsik smirked right in a student's face, asking whether he'd finally realized how badly he messed up. Completely breaking down, the student started screaming and pleading for mercy just this once. Ignoring his cries, Gyuqui shifted his gaze to the bound Donggu, mocking how he fought until the finish and questioning if he was truly their boss. Without hesitation, Wang Gyuqui commanded the terrified student to finish off Donggu with his own hands. Flinging a blade at his feet, he promised to wipe his punishment clean if he carried out the hit. The boy went pale, recalling how Gyuqui had previously ordered him to tear out his own eye. As Jiang Chunsik and another goon smirked in enjoyment, The boy extended a trembling arm and grabbed the blade. He stepped hesitantly toward the tied-up Donggu, while Changsu could only sob in total despair, utterly powerlessness to intervene. Confronting Donggu, the student wept openly and lashed out, questioning why he pulled such a dumb stunt and what weak losers like them could ever hope to accomplish. Choking on his tears, he screamed that bottom feeders like them were doomed from the start. Donggu remembered endless years of relentless torment, reflecting on how everyone insisted their only talent was enduring abuse and that they should have just taken it quietly. Returning to reality, a pair of Seokdong thugs laughed off his dramatic breakdown, complaining that the show was becoming tedious. Student continued screaming at Donggu, demanding to know who gave them the authority to act like heroes for others. Losing his temper, Jang Chunsik struck the boy, barking at him to cut the waterworks and gut Donggu immediately or join him in death. Crushed by the overwhelming threat, the student squeezed the handle tight with both quivering hands. As the thugs roared at him to move faster, he finally let loose a deafening yell. Right at that moment, a loud gunshot blasted across the clearing. Just a short distance away, the cheerleader squad sat bound and gagged inside a dark alleyway. Out on the muddy field, Donggu snapped his head up in disbelief, convinced Kim Do-il had finally made his entrance. Instead, Park Kang-wook stood soaked in the pouring rain, yelling at the Sukdong crew to back off. Kang-wook cursed his own foolishness for returning, labeling himself an utter idiot. To him, reality had felt completely surreal ever since the collapse of Iljeong. He flashed back to Do-il, asking for backup, and how ridiculous it felt to aid a former rival. Yet Do-il made him realize that at the end of the day, he was a Suman High student as well. Kang-wook had to laugh at how easily he got manipulated by such cheap sentimental talk. Stealing his nerves, he roared at Sukdong to clear out of their campus effective immediately. Jang Chunsik burst out laughing, asking why they should split when Sumin had personally rolled out the welcome mat. In the next split second, Jang Chunsik lunged forward at terrifying speed, charged blade first, aiming directly at Kang Deokluk's heart. Kang Deokluk immediately knew he was in way over his head. Jang Chunsik thrust the weapon toward the student, ordering him to execute Donggu now or share his gruesome fate. Park Kang Deokluk lay battered and coughing up blood, while the Sukdong crew bellowed for the student to plunge the knife. The student replayed that hopeful promise, "It's our turn now," and dismissed it as pure garbage. He firmly believed that no bodies like them were never destined to get a winning moment. Losing total control, he sobbed aloud that their moment was nothing more than an impossible lie. At that critical second, Changsu screamed at Sangchul, pleading with him to drop the knife. Sangchul hesitated for a beat, and Donggu squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death. Suddenly, a blinding glare sliced through the rain as a roaring bike plowed straight into the Seokdong mob, sending thugs flying. Do-il had made his dramatic entrance at long last, strode calmly through the downpour like absolute royalty, surrounded by incoming goons as the bound cheerleaders gasped. Do-il casually asked Gwai-yoon for a head count, to which he coldly responded, 87. When Do-il requested a bit of assistance, Gwai-yoon didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. Completely unaware of who he was dealing with, Dong Young-chuan rushed in blindly. He didn't even get close. Do-il dismantled him with a lightning combo and strolled ahead alongside Gwai-yoon as if he just stepped over trash. Sangchul stared at Do-il, his eyes swelling with emotional tears. For a split second, the gravity of the situation overwhelmed him completely. Relief flooded over Sangchul as he burst into tears. Do-il walked right up to the kneeling boy. He instructed him to get on his feet, declaring that their hour had finally arrived. Rewinding a bit to the train depot, the intercom echoed with a departure call for Busan. Ju Hayoung warned Do-il that while he might grant an opponent one free pass, he'd never offer a second. Crossing paths with Do-il once more, he smirked and called it pure destiny. Hayoung then extended a casual invitation to grab a drink together. Yoo Young-suk picked up on the fact that Do-il was clearly in a hurry. Hayoung reached out and slipped a key into his palm. He explained that the spot was located directly across from exit number 1. He took his leave with a promise that they'd share that drink down the line. As soon as Do-il was out of earshot, Yoo Young-suk questioned why Hayoung kept bending over backward for the kid. Cut back to the battlefield, where Do-il and Gwai-yoon were thoroughly destroying the Sukdong forces. Donggu could do nothing except watch in pure awe. He didn't recognize Do-il's partner, but together, the duo had wiped out over 70 fighters in a flash. Meanwhile, Mina had somehow slipped her ropes and was casually munching on fried chicken while rooting for Do-il, making Donggu wonder who freed her. Over on the muddy grounds, a classmate sprinted toward Park Kang-wook to check on his condition. Kang-wook brushed it off, joking about his eternal status as a punching bag, questioning why else he'd even bother showing up. He pulled back his shirt to reveal heavy armor wrapped around his torso, boasting that he came equipped. The student breathed a sigh of relief, even if the weird moniker made zero sense to him. Just a few feet away, Park Jin-gu lay flat on his back, covered in blood and knocked out cold, desperate not to be overlooked. Chang-su questioned whether their only role now was to spectate from the sidelines. Gestured over to see Omina, enjoying her meal, noting that she was miraculously the sole survivor without a scratch. He recalled Duil offering a quick apology for the delay, instructing the wounded boys to pull back so they wouldn't cramp his style. Donggu conceded that their broken bodies wouldn't let them join the fray, even if they tried. Suddenly, a new detail drew his full attention. Wang Guaqiu didn't show a shred of concern over his army getting decimated. In fact, he seemed to be getting a twisted kick out of the spectacle. Suddenly, Jiang Chunsik erupted into unhinged, maniacal laughter, paced toward Duil, ridiculing Su Min Hai for keeping their trump card tucked away. He declared that the puzzle pieces were finally fitting together. A bunch of weaklings wouldn't have dared step up to him without heavy backup. In Chunsik's eyes, Duil was the prize fight he'd been anticipating all along. Then a spark of recognition flashed through his mind. Who was the notorious cheat who dethroned Bei Jaichul? Jiang Chunsik whipped out a wanted poster displaying Duil's face and his alias, Thunderfist. Guaqiu chuckled at the moniker, branding it utterly pathetic. While granting that Duil had talent, he still viewed him with utter condescension. Guaqiu remarked that for a guy who retired one of the 12 chiefs, Duil looked thoroughly unimpressive. Narrative then cut away to reveal Jiang Chunsik's dark history. Long before Bei Jaichul took control of Iljung School, Chunsik came hairbreadth close to accomplishing it. Though branded a failure after his loss to Jaichul, he still dominated Southwest Seoul and established a brutal reputation. What truly set him apart was his stomach-churning sadism. He was infamous for terrifying extortion, often severing victims' fingers to break their spirit. Turning to the present, Park Jin-gak dragged himself up, warning Duil that Jiang Chunsik was a psycho who used dirty tactics. Before Chunsik could even initiate his offense, Duil struck him with surgical accuracy. Chunsik froze in place, utterly bewildered. Then the harsh truth clicked in his head. Duil had precisely struck the pressure point in his palm. He couldn't comprehend how anyone could pinpoint such a spot mid-combat. Refusing to believe it, he attempted to keep his composure and dismiss the strike as luck. Convinced Duil was employing mental warfare, Chunsik decided to turn the tables using his own tricks. Feigning complete insanity, he lunged forward while bellowing murder threats. He launched a heavy kick, but Duil glided out of harm's way effortlessly. The outcome fit right into Chunsik's calculations. He was putting on a show, acting like a brainless brawler driven by fury. Strategy was to trick Duil into believing he had lost control and was swinging recklessly. In reality, he was meticulously tracking every micro-movement to land a lethal strike. By continuously pressing high, he was confident Duil would lower his stance. Chunsik threw a feint to force Duil down, grinning in anticipation of total victory. Park Jin-ga spotted the setup immediately. It was Jiang Chunsik's signature lethal attack, the face-crushing knee strike. However, the immediate counter left Chunsik paralyzed with disbelief. Duil exploded upward with a lethal counter uppercut. Chunsik's brain stalled entirely. He was convinced he had the initiative. Before he could register the mistake, Duil shattered him with a terrifying barrage. Chunsik remained utterly clueless about how he was being dominated. Duil's alignment should have rendered that counter completely impossible. Chunsik unleashed his ultimate technique, only for Duil to completely dismantle it. Cold reality set in as he realized Duil was operating on a totally different dimension. Swallowing his rising terror, Chunsik threw a final, frantic haymaker. He locked eyes on Duil's incoming strike. Though his vision tracked it, his limbs completely refused to respond. Evasion was out of the question. Duil's martial prowess defied all logic. Chunsik found himself terrified of the beast standing before him. Finally, he accepted that Duil truly was the monster who crushed Bei Jaichul. Without hesitation, Duil drove home his devastating knockout blow. Jiang Chunsik collapsed onto the floor, instantly knocked cold. As the dust settled, Wang Guaqiu locked eyes on Duil, realizing he was staring at Suman's true devil. Duil pivoted toward him with a chillingly composure. He noted casually that he hadn't expected Guaqiu to be part of the welcoming committee. Suddenly, right in the middle of their tension, Wang Guaqiu hoisted Duil's motorcycle and launched it with terrifying strength. Duil rolled out of the impact zone just in time as the vehicle detonated against the concrete. Guaqiu remained standing, casually flexing his massive arms. The Suman students were completely paralyzed with shock. One boy couldn't digest seeing a motorcycle thrown like a toy, while others began believing he really did wrestle a bear to death. They wondered if the man was even composed of human flesh. Meanwhile, Park Jin-ga cautioned Donggu that Duil was facing an uphill battle, warned against writing off Guaqiu's terrifying potential. Suddenly, Zhao Boyan took a brutal surprise blow from Bai Yuhyun, Seokdong's number 3 executor. Park Jin-go clarified that Yuhyun originally held the number 2 slot before Jiang Chunsik entered the frame. He pointed out that in terms of sheer combat capability, Yuhyun completely outclassed Chunsik. Stunned Donggu immediately asked why someone that dangerous was ranked 3rd. The explanation was surprisingly straightforward. Chunsik generated significantly more cash flow for the syndicate. Consequently, Yu Hyun was demoted down the ladder. Park Jong-go added that Bai Yu Hyun's dad was none other than Bae Seok-go, the inaugural OFC champion. Naturally, Yu Hyun inherited championship bloodlines and possessed innate martial genius. Joining the action, Yu Hyun taunted Gwai Yoon for freezing up, asking if he was too scared or too blind to strike. Do-il interjected, warning Gwai Yoon to hold back enough so he didn't end up murdering the fool. Gwai Yoon replied that he was merely calculating how lightly he needed to swing. It had been ages since he pulled his punches to spare a life. Yu Hyun smirked, dismissing their banter as pathetic posturing. He scoffed that even with lethal intent, Gwai Yoon wouldn't stand a chance against him. With that, the two combatants collided violently. Yu Hyun pressed forward with aggressive momentum, yet Gwai Yoon effortlessly evaded every single strike thrown at him. Yu Hyun was left utterly astounded by the slick defense. He couldn't fathom how his attacks were being brushed aside so effortlessly. Gwai Yoon wasn't simply playing defense either. He was actively dissecting Yu Hyun's rhythm and forecasting his next actions. Furious, Yu Hyun wondered how much longer this cocky fighter intended to look down on him. Suddenly, Gwai Yoon landed a strike, noting aloud that Yu Hyun's wind-ups were far too wide. An instant later, he delivered a lightning counter-punch that left Yu Hyun clueless about when the blow was launched. Maintaining the offensive, Gwai Yoon grounded by Yu Hyun with a brutal punch before wiping blood off his own cheek. Gwai Yoon granted that Yu Hyun possessed impressive precision. Still looking down on him, Gwai Yoon remarked that this level was child's play. He warned that in a deathmatch, Yu Hyun would already be 6 feet under. Those words pushed Yu Hyun completely over the edge. He remembered his father's harsh voice, branding him a useless failure. To him, Gwai Yoon was getting way too arrogant off a single blow. Recklessly, he lunged forward, bellowing curses. Observing the movement, Donggu marveled at Yu Hyun's extraordinary velocity. Even then, Gwai Yoon slipped past the assault effortlessly. That smooth dodge pushed Yu Hyun into total frenzy. Screaming curses, he vowed to see how long Gwai Yoon could keep running. Park Yoon-go stood slack-jawed at Gwai Yoon's godly speed. He recalled Zhang Chan's stern warning never to pick a fight with that monster. Even so, anxiety gripped Yoon-go as the battle escalated. Gwai Yoon was dodging strikes by millimeters in a savagely tight contest. He was terrified Yu Hyun might slip a lethal blow through his guard at any moment. However, for Gwai Yoon, dodging the onslaught was practically child's play. Out of nowhere, Gwai Yoon unleashed a crushing counter-strike. Yu Hyun howled in agonizing pain. Gwai Yoon realized he had instinctively hit a lethal target zone. That discovery genuinely troubled him. He had no intention of leaving a corpse on the floor. Deciding to wrap things up, he gave Yu Hyun a choice on which bone to shatter, an arm or a leg. Those cruel words triggered traumatic memories as Yu Hyun squirmed on the dirt. He recalled his father taunting his weakness, demanding to know why he failed to inherit his talent and remained beneath him. Inwardly, Yu Hyun raged against the memory, telling himself his dad was dead wrong. Blinded by wrath, he roared that he was the ultimate fighter. Every blood-soaked victory in his life was meant to prove that point. He viewed himself as the top-tier predator everyone quaked before. He lunged at Gwai Yoon with pure feral frenzy, infuriated that anyone dared to treat him like trash. Donggu noted that Yu Hyun's speed accelerated even further. While striking, Yu Hyun roared that Gwai Yoon wouldn't get away with underestimating him. Gwai Yoon snapped out an instantaneous jab that connected squarely with Yu Hyun. Yu Hyun stumbled back in horror, feeling as though the blow had literally teleported. A moment later, he recognized the move as an elite close combat technique from the Blackhead Syndicate. It went by the name The Gun. The very first time, Yu Hyun felt like he was up against a terrifying leviathan. The predator had officially become the hunted. Terror painted his face as Gwai Yoon landed another crushing blow, stupefying Donggu and the rest. Gwai Yoon wasn't done showing off. He unleashed a devastating, rapid 4-hit strike combination. Donggu could only stand paralyzed. Couldn't fathom how a monster of Yu Hyun's level was dismantled so quickly. Bai Yu Hyun crumpled to the floor, head leaking blood onto the dirt. Bai Yoon loomed over his body with icy detachment. Elsewhere, John Young-soo, Seok-dong Hai's number 4, finally exhaled a long breath. He had been trapped in a living nightmare ever since that lunatic nabbed him, and everything was devolving into total bedlam. Gripped tight in his hands was the confidential member roster. He had no choice but to surrender it. Over at the Gimshin Juvenile Detention Center, Jung-hoon Hai's leader, Seung-hoon, received a dangerous visit from Bae. Seung-hoon was baffled how Bae could pack such a punch when he could barely even stand. Bae mentioned he caught wind of Kwon's siege on Sumin High. Seung-hoon claimed he'd only overheard a few fragments while in the visitor area. Realizing Seung-hoon was out of useful intel, Bae abruptly jabbed a weapon into his throat. Bae recognized the main character's classic signature and knew without a doubt that he was pulling the strings. In another location, a pair of operatives discussed the exact same crisis. One operative reported to one, National Union's Squad 3 vice commander, that Kwon was invading Sumin High. One noted the persistent rumor that a fighter at Sumin was responsible for putting Bae out of commission. The other guy scoffed at the rumor, but conceded that if it held water, Sumin was cooked. Freaks possessing the protagonist's god-tier strength were exceedingly rare. Turning to Sumin, Do-il launched a relentless barrage at the main hero. Kwon made zero effort to dodge the incoming strikes. He absorbed every hit through pure durability, making Dong-gu question his humanity. He swung back with terrifying lethality, but Do-il read and dodged every swing flawlessly. Do-il even hoisted a heavy bench, swinging it as an improvised weapon at the protagonist. Observing the chaos, Dong-gu couldn't believe the protagonist survived such punishing blows. Furthermore, his offensive potency was completely off the charts. Dong-gu finally accepted that Kwon existed in a league of his own. Meanwhile, a National Union operative shared his intel on the protagonist with Won. He admitted he lacked full intel on Bae due to team jurisdictions, but swore on his life he saw the main character beat a bear to death with his bare hands. Now, let's jump straight back into the action. Doyle was still absorbing one heavy strike after another from Kwon. Chang-soo was terrified that just trying to block hits from a beast like this would snap Doyle's arm like a twig. Despite the danger, Doyle didn't give an inch, prompting the main character to charge in with another brutal strike. Doyle smoothly dodged out of the way with effortless precision. Right after, both of them started throwing fists at a mind-boggling speed. The sheer speed Doyle was displaying seemed completely unnatural. Dong-gu was practically in shock watching the whole thing. How on earth could a guy built like a tank like Kwon move with that kind of agility? To Dong-gu, Kwon looked like an overpowered video game boss. Someone in the crowd murmured that maybe those crazy bear rumors were actually real. Looking at freaks of nature like Kwon, even a wild story like that didn't sound so crazy. However, his companion quickly set the record straight. The situation was on a completely whole other level. Our main guy wasn't just strong, he was a genuine lunatic. Woon broke down the real difference, separating Bae from Kwon. While Bae was a psycho who feared nothing, the MC was far more unhinged. He was the type of maniac who completely loses his mind the second genuine terror hits him. Woon then brought up the infamous incident involving Kwon and the bear. He pointed out that Kwon wasn't battling for survival back then. For Kwon, the whole life-or-death encounter felt more like a thrilling pastime. Having been gifted with physical capabilities way beyond any ordinary human, he had never known fear, making him crave that terrifying rush more than anything. Couldn't really call that normal human fear. It was something far twisted. He wrapped up by warning that stepping up to Kwon was literally like staring sheer hopelessness in the face. While pure horror was written all over the faces of Gwai, Dong-kwon, and Mina, Doyle stood in the thick of combat, blood dripping down his forehead, with a creepy grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, locked up in his cell, Bae chuckled softly, guessing that the MC had finally crossed paths with Doyle. In the blink of an eye, Doyle blurred forward, hit Kwon hard, and sliced his ear clean off. Kwon clutched the side of his head, roaring in absolute agony and rage. Back behind bars, a blood-stained Bae smirked darkly, wondering if the main character was finally tasting real fear. Doyle cut right through the MC's agonizing yell by telling him to zip it. But before he could finish his line, Bae recalled the eerie sensation he had experienced while fighting Doyle. Simultaneously, Kwon's expression distorted into something pure evil and angry. Perspective then shifts over to a police station, showing Young-soo sitting face-to-face with Officer Chung-sik. When the cop double-checked if he was surrendering for operating an illicit gambling ring, Young-soo gave a quiet nod of confirmation. Curious, the officer pressed him on why he was suddenly playing the good citizen. Knowing he had a rap sheet, the cop wanted to know what angle he was playing this time. Young-soo froze, visibly at a loss for words. The officer called him out, asking if he truly believed he could double-cross Kwon and just get away clean. Protective custody had its limits, a grim reality Young-soo was painfully aware of. Voiceover then reflects on how humanity managed to conquer the top of the food chain. It emphasizes that intellect was the sole reason behind their dominant ascension. It was brain power that enabled them to build societies and wield advanced tools. Strip away that sharp intellect, and humans would be nowhere near the top. Even peak physical conditioning requires smart, disciplined training, which relies on intellect as well. Which brings up a fascinating thought. What happens if an individual is simply born with strength that defies human capability? It means nature created a living, breathing monster from day one. That exact description fit Kwon's entire existence. Back in the day, he could knock out 100 pull-ups at over 100 kilos without breaking a sweat. Right out of the womb, his physical talents were light years ahead of anyone else. In a separate memory, a teacher couldn't digest the rumors of a student taking down a bear single-handedly, leading everyone to label him a freak. That was how the legend of the absolute monster, Kwon, came to be. Only a tiny elite across the entire nation could even stand in his shadow. Returning to the chaotic scene at Suman, the main character's sliced ear was lying in the dirt. Narrator notes that this terrifying monster had finally run into an even bigger force of nature. With blood streaming down his head, the MC demanded to know Doyle's identity, bewildered that he was doing all this without any weapons. Doyle just casually picked at his ear like he didn't have a care in the world. Watching from the sidelines, Dong-gyu was completely shocked, wondering if Doyle had literally torn off the guy's ear. On second thought, he adjusted his reaction. It seemed far too precise, more like a surgical slice. Bei chimed in that even Kwon was way out of his depth against Doyle. Meanwhile, the MC was in absolute denial, obsessing over what dirty trick Doyle used to pull off something so absurd. While Doyle was mid-sentence, the MC threw a sudden, cheap surprise attack. Doyle sidestepped the blow effortlessly. Savage clash escalated further. Losing his mind in anger, Kwon unleashed a wild flurry of rapid strikes toward Doyle. Yet Doyle effortlessly slipped past every single hit with precise agility. Dong realized his eyes couldn't even keep track of Doyle's speed. Even amidst that chaos, Doyle blocked a bone-crushing hit from the MC, continuing the hyper-fast trade of blows. Guiyang was completely awestruck watching the brawl. Recognizing Kwon as an elite combatant built for high-stakes missions, he couldn't grasp why such a lethal guy was wasting away in a Korean high school. That's when Doyle countered with a massive punch right into the MC's face. The sheer power behind the strike made Kwon let out a painful shriek. However, Guiyang realized one critical detail. The MC wasn't fighting a normal opponent. He was up against Doyle. The scene cuts back over to the police station. Inside, an investigator was pressing Junang Gosu with tough questions. Cop laid out his absurd story. A mystery sender dropped a footage of him executing someone, threatened him with the same fate, and coerced his surrender. Naturally, the officer demanded to see this supposed video. Just earlier, Junong Kasu had lost his mind when his PC randomly exploded in front of him. When he claimed the computer blew up on its own, the cop openly laughed at him, asking if he had been drinking. Jungsu insisted he was dead serious, claiming the clip was far more terrifying than a routine homicide video. Returning to the brawl, Kwakwi gaped at Doyle, questioning if a monster like him was even a human being. From his twisted point of view, things were finally getting entertaining. Doyle had already anticipated that Kwakwi would try to pull another dirty cheap hit mid-chat. Kwakwi lunged forward with full force, yelling that he had been searching for an opponent like Doyle all along. He threw a heavy strike, only for Doyle to dodge effortlessly once more. Over on the sidelines, Jingu watched the whole thing in pure disbelief. It looked like Kwakwi had actually cornered Doyle. Doyle didn't sweat it for a single second. He reacted instantly, countering with a sharp strike back at Kwakwi. Fearing that Doyle was about to chop off another body part, Kwakwi panicked. He shoved Doyle off and hastily scrambled backward. Doyle effortlessly landed right before him, mocking him as a total coward. Kwakwi froze in place, utterly stunned by the insult. Him, a coward. Before he could process it, Doyle landed another clean hit. Internally, Kwakwi desperately tried to deny what was happening. He just couldn't bring himself to accept that he was terrified. Jingu watched bewildered, wondering if that hit had scrambled Kwakwi's brain. Defiant as ever, Kwakwi roared that fear was a concept he was incapable of feeling. Doyle just gave him a cold look and remarked how irritating he was being. He then readied a high-level technique from the blackhead style, the double burst. Simultaneously, back at the precinct, Youngsu dropped a massive bombshell. He informed the detective that the victim in Doyle's clip was no ordinary target. It was actually a Colombian presidential candidate who had disappeared 2 years prior. Back on the battlefield, Doyle's devastating blow completely obliterated Kwakwi. Trapped in his own fading consciousness, Kwakwi plunged into darkness, glancing up to see a massive shadow looming over him. Felt like a colossal thumb coming down to crush him, and Kwakwi knew resistance was impossible. His utter defeat was set in stone, leaving onlookers like Jin, Mina, and Jingu frozen in silence. Doyle casually walked forward, standing victoriously over Kwakwi's broken form. Over in prison, Bei pondered aloud if Doyle had truly been that extraordinary. Elsewhere, Ho rubbed his eyes in shock, asking his crew if what he witnessed was real. Over at the Suman grounds, Donggu burst into cheers, shouting that victory was theirs. Doyle instantly put a stop to that celebrating. He made it clear that he won the fight, not the rest of them. Kwakwi and his entire crew were laid out cold across the floor, thoroughly crushed. Kang Wook grumbled beneath his breath, forced to admit that these kids actually pulled off the impossible. Suman students went wild with celebration. They swarmed around Doyle, hoisting him onto their shoulders, while Mina yelled at everyone to keep their hands off her man. Far from the noisy victory, Sangchul, the kid who was pressured into holding the knife, was sitting quietly in the pouring rain. Riding high on Jingu's shoulders amidst the chants, Doyle proclaimed that phase 2 of high school had begun and it was time to take over. Meanwhile, Sangchul remained isolated, weeping softly to himself. Miles away, Ho was still struggling to digest the whole situation, questioning whether the news he received wasn't just some crazy rumor. Before long, on a sunny summer day, word of the massive fight blew up everywhere. Suman High, a totally average school, had actually taken down Sukdong High, one of Seoul's infamous Big Three delinquent havens. To everyone watching, it felt like nothing short of a miracle. News headlines immediately blew up, proclaiming the downfall of Sukdong and hyping it up as a victory for justice. In another corner of the city, a member of the Raging Riders biker gang scanned the reports in utter disbelief. A moment later, he cracked up, finding the whole outcome ridiculously hilarious. Meanwhile, Ho double-checked with his companion, who confirmed that Sumin Hai was indeed behind the takeover. Ho pointed out that their alleged leader was a guy named Donggu. His buddy remarked that Donggu had to be a total beast if he managed to crush the legendary Wang Guokui. He brought up the idea of building an alliance, and Ho fully supported it. So Ho gave the command to bring Donggu in respectfully and pitch him on joining their crew. That guy turned out to be Yu, one of the legendary 3 pillars of the National Union, and news of Sumin's shock victory was taking over the city. Yet for one specific person, that monumental day brought nothing but painful memories. Sitting up on the roof alongside Donggu, Sangchial admitted he couldn't just pretend everything was fine after what he was forced to do. Consuming himself with guilt, he confessed he couldn't bear the weight of his actions any longer. Even with all that baggage, he expressed gratitude to Donggu for remaining so compassionate. Glancing down at a picture on his phone titled, "Our Time at Sumin," he vowed to hold onto that memory forever. Shortly after that heavy moment, Sang Keel's close friend packed up and changed schools. A bit later in the anime club room, Donggu was blowing his top at Jingu and the gang. He demanded to know why they were camping out in the room if none of them even cared about anime. Looked like they were only chilling there because Sang Keel's buddy was gone. Jingu bluntly turned to Doyle, asking which target he should eliminate first. Meanwhile, Mina was loudly whining about the sweltering heat. Donggu lost it, snapping that the AC was maxed out at 18 degrees and reminding her to stick to the club dress code indoors. He was totally floored seeing Kang Wook present, but Kang Wook fired back that they were the ones who begged for his assistance. Someone suggested snapping a group pic, all while Donggu kept screaming at Kang Wook to stop walking around school in his boxers. He snapped the photo, and bit by bit, their weird little squad kept getting bigger. The whole vibe around Sumin was shifting too. A few students thanked Donggu, saying school life was so much better now, though he modestly claimed he didn't do much. Doyle interrupted, agreeing that Donggu did nothing because he single-handedly carried the school. And Doyle straight up demanded 30,000 won from everyone as a protection fee, prompting Donggu to yell at him to clear out. Things were genuinely turning a new leaf. The anime club began organizing a summer trip to Japan just to watch an anime movie premiere. Lounging nearby, Doyle shot down the plan, calling it totally ridiculous. A classmate glared at him, wondering why he always had to start drama. Ignoring the glares, Doyle unilaterally announced they were spending a whole month on Jeju Island instead. The whole room erupted, arguing over who made him the boss of their vacation. Dryly replied that he does whatever pleases him, making his nonsense sound even crazier. Doyle then warned everyone to pack up regardless of their opinions. The moment summer break kicked off, they were diving straight into a secret project. Turns out, Doyle appointed himself as head coach alongside their co-instructor. The official name of the program was the Weakling Rehabilitation Project. Donggu argued back, questioning why Doyle was running the show when he was the leader, but Doyle gave his usual icy response. He does whatever he wants. And just like that, summer break was officially underway. Down on Jeju Island, Mina and her bestie were hyped about hanging out there for an entire month. A friend mentioned a trendy camera app that gives you a celeb look, and Mina jumped at the chance to strike glamorous poses. Mina flirtatiously joked, asking if any guys wanted to rub tanning oil on her. Standing nearby, Doyle barged in, offering his services for a cool 100,000 won per limb. Mina flipped out over the ridiculous pricing, while Donggu was losing his mind, screaming about why everyone had stalked him all the way to Jeju. Meanwhile, brutal boot camp was in full swing, with Jane roaring at the trainees to pick up the pace and demanding if they were actually ready to take a life. He made a grim promise that anyone trying to desert the camp would be put down. Few smart kids got out of training by claiming their parents forbade it, making Donggu deeply regret not pulling the same excuse. Jane was putting Kang Wook through absolute torture, ridiculing him for moving like a slug. Kang Wook whimpered that Jane struck his solar plexus so hard he lost his breath, but Jane simply barked at him to snap out of it and stand up. Kang Wook wailed in frustration, asking why on earth they were being trained like ruthless assassins. By the end of that horrific month-long regime, every single trainee had transformed. Jane roared the exact same terrifying question: were they going to kill or not? This time, the entire class chanted back in chilling sync, "Yes, we will kill." Mina and her friend observed the madness from the side. Friend shuddered, noting how terrifying it was that everyone turned into brainwashed cultists in just 4 weeks. Mina couldn't care less about the others. She only had eyes for Doyle. Right next to them, Donggu was breaking down, crying out that he'd rather be deported to North Korea. Mina glared at him in utter annoyance, muttering that dealing with his drama early in the morning gave her a headache. Over in Jeju's Yeongdong district, a gangster office was painted red with dead mobsters scattered across the floor. Inside the carnage, Doyle was chilling right across from the utterly terrified mob boss. He munched on sashimi, complaining that raw seafood wasn't really his thing and that he preferred pork. Even so, he casually remarked he'd finish it, since the chief went through the trouble of serving it. The mob boss was crying on the inside, knowing that meal was supposed to be his before Doyle crashed the place. Trying to hold it together, the Yeondong mob leader, Han Il, nervously inquired why Doyle paid him a visit. Doyle told him to drop the stiff formality, which only dialed Han Il's fear up to 11. Flashbacks hit him of Doyle, knocking out his gold teeth in the past, and debating whether to just end his life right then. Maintaining his ice-cold delivery, Doyle asked what Han Il was up to these days, sarcastically asking if he was still snatching kids. Han Il panicked and swore he went clean, claiming he was leading a completely honest life now. Doyle wasn't buying a single word of that sob story. He straight up called out his bluff, revealing he already knew all about their underground fighting ring. Han Il turned pale, sweating over just how deeply Doyle was briefed on his operations. He tried to play it down, nervously dismissing it as just a friendly local gamble. Doyle pointed out it looked way too huge for a small game, then put down his chopsticks, complaining the fish tasted way too fishy. Han Il fumed silently, considering Doyle had already cleared out the entire plate anyway. Then Doyle broke down the exact tournament structure. 10 fighters, elevated on a platform 5 meters up. Last man standing wins, no weight divisions, 0 holds barred. He described the rules as ridiculously hardcore while continuously munching, irritating Han Il even more. Han Il rushed to defend the ring, promising they were gradually tweaking the regulations to keep things safer. Doyle stopped him mid-sentence, stating that 0 rules was the best part, since real-life combat doesn't feature restrictions anyway. A quick flashback cut to the Suman trainees enduring hellish drills, shouting in sync, "Kill, kill." Right after, Doyle commanded Han Il to enter 3 of his Suman recruits into the arena. He also ordered him to line up their absolute top 7 fighters to go head-to-head against his boys. Narrator then breaks down Jeju Island's underground battleground, Death 10. The deathmatch operates on just 2 basic principles. Rule 1, 10 combatants step in, and they slaughter each other until only 1 survivor remains. Rule 2, the platform stands 5 meters high. If you fall off, the hosts bear no liability and you're instantly disqualified. Aside from those constraints, absolutely everything is fair game. Fighting, rabbit punches, eye gouging, or scratching, nothing is off limits. Standing inside such a brutal arena, Kang Wook stared off in utter misery, questioning why his life always dragged him back into this hell. Up in the spectator bleachers, Suzy and her crew settled into their seats. We're totally stunned that an unsanctioned death pit like this operated right inside South Korea. Couldn't help but be blown away by the massive scale of the arena. Though they were super annoyed that security confiscated their phones, ruining their chance to post on Instagram. Down in the ring, Donggu stood trembling, sweat dripping from pure anxiety. Watching from the overhead VIP suite, Han Il flexed a little about how lavish his setup was. Doyle snarkily fired back, asking if the budget for all this luxury came from ransom money. Han Il sweat smiled, denying it immediately and claiming wealthy private sponsors funded the venue. Doyle reminded him to cut the formal crap, then asked which heavy hitters were worth watching since he demanded top talent. Han Il stumbled, admitting their grand champion suffered an incident and was currently stuck at school. Even so, Han Il reassured Doyle that the roster was stacked and guaranteed a show. Doyle urged him to continue while nonchalantly snatching Han Il's coffee mug and taking a sip, infuriating the mob boss inside. He kicked off the introductions with their primary combatant, Han Hyo-D. Up in the crowd, the girls swooned, calling him cute, though Suzy found him a bit too slick for her taste. Han Il detailed that An Hyo-D was their reigning star, a former Death 10 world champion hailing straight out of Busan. Doyle broke in, asking if Han Il was familiar with the 12 Nations organization. Han Il nodded faintly, leading Doyle to remark that they must be massive if even a small-time mobster knew them. Han Il gave an awkward chuckle, stating that those guys were slated to rule the entire Korean underworld. He even mentioned that back when he was Doyle's age, he was chasing after that exact same title. Doyle just gave a cold nod of understanding, which only made Han Il feel more on edge. Han Il kept explaining, revealing that Han Hyo-D was part of the 12 Nations and fought as a top-tier enforcer right under Ju Haeyoung, who happened to be the big boss of Nampo Orium. Pointed out that even professional fighters shook in their boots around Ju Haeyoung, so the fact that Han Hyo-D was his right-hand man spoke volumes about his deadly skills. Hearing that name brought Doyle back to his earlier encounter with that creepy guy, Ju Haeyoung. Han Il then moved right along to the next contestant. Fighter number 3 was Yu Haecho, a local boy straight out of Jeju. Explained that Haecho's dad was actually the head of the notorious Haribang gang. Han Il claimed he and the boss were practically brothers, making Haecho feel almost like a nephew to him. He mentioned that the kid's combat fundamentals were rock solid since he was raised in the underworld and trained to fight right from day one. Finally, he brought up fighter number 7, Cha In Biome, hyping him up as a hot new prospect who just dominated the rookie tournament. Han Il cautioned Doyle not to underestimate him just because he was a newcomer, but Doyle coldly shot back that he never did, once again silently setting off Han-il. Han-il noted that In Biome previously belonged to the Japanese Yakuza squad, Kita Nagumi, making his martial arts repertoire definitely something to keep an eye on. Doyle quietly recalled that Kita Nagumi was the exact same syndicate that woman belonged to. Up in the spectator seats, Susie had a strange feeling that Fighter Number 7's face seemed oddly familiar. Han-il wrapped up his rundown by assuring that Fighters 2, 4, 5, and 6 were all high-ranking elites from his own syndicate, so everything was completely locked down. The roster featured Kim Jong-ho at rank 4, An Young-gul at rank 41, Young Man-soo sitting at rank 9, and Bae Jae-hyuk holding down rank 7. Having run through his own squad, Han-il swallowed hard and hesitantly asked Doyle who he had brought along as his fighters. Almost pleaded with Doyle that they weren't members of the Blackhead Syndicate's hit squad, because he really wasn't looking to clean up dead bodies today. Doyle took a relaxed sip of his drink and casually replied that it was nothing so dramatic. They were literally just his buddies from the anime club. Han-il stood there completely speechless. He had no idea what anime even was, and beyond that, he couldn't wrap his head around how a guy like Doyle even had friends. Doyle drained his glass, shut down any further talk, and demanded that he get the tournament underway immediately. Han-il's irritation spiked once more, especially seeing that Doyle had chugged down the entire expensive drink. Down inside the arena, the presenter strutted out in a full bunny suit, introducing herself as Yu-ah, the official face of Death 10. The venue erupting in wild cheers, she welcomed the audience to this surprise showdown, guaranteeing a blood-soaked, adrenaline-pumping Saturday night show. The spectators broke out into deafening chants for Death 10. Then the 10 combatants were called out numerical order, kicking off with number 1 An Hyodi, number 2 Kim Jong-ho, and number 3 Yo Hae-cheol. Next in line were number 4 An Young-gu, number 5 Young Man-soo, and number 6 BHP Hyukai. Following close behind were number 7 Cha Yun-biome, number 8 Park Jin-gu, and number 9 Park Kang-wook. Rounding out the group at number 10 was Young-gu. With the entire lineup set, Yu-ah officially kicked off the battle royale. Right around that time over at Jeju International Airport, a mysterious woman was walking through the busy terminal. One of her henchmen stepped up and quietly reported that their target trader had already arrived. She took a deep breath and mused about how many years it had been since she last set foot in South Korea. This woman was none other than Sol Minju, the supreme chief of operations for the Cat Nagumi Syndicate. Cutting back to the cage, you could practically cut the murderous tension with a knife. Yu-ah hyped up the crowd by announcing that this rumble was crammed full of elite-ranked combatants. Without wasting a second, fighter number 2 decided to launch the first attack. The caster shouted out his name, Kim Jong-ho. Sitting comfortably at rank 4, he was the champion of the original Death 10 tournament and a seasoned ring veteran. Jong-ho looked around the ring, feeling like today's mix of fighters was super bizarre. You had legendary brawlers standing right next to complete, nameless nobodies. Relying on his years in the ring, he figured playing a hit-and-run tactic was his best bet at surviving. Knowing that monsters like number 1 and number 3 wouldn't drop easily, he picked off the fresh rookies as his prime targets. Park Jin-gai barked out, asking if he was the one being hunted, before grinning and welcoming the fight. Stadium fans went crazy, practically roaring with excitement over the coming clash. Jong-ho set his sights on taking down the massive meathead before anyone else. It meant quick cash, instant applause from the fans, and minimal stamina wasted before his next clash. The two brawlers sprinted head-on into each other as the announcer screamed into her mic to amp up the battle. Jong-ho envisioned snagging an effortless victory here, and then ducking out of the ring when the time was right. He bolted toward Park Jin-gai, but out of nowhere, Han Hyodi intercepted him with a blinding kick aimed straight at his jaw. Jong-ho somehow threw his arm up at the last second to absorb the impact. He was completely thrown off, wondering why Hyodi was making a move so early, given he had never made the first strike in any previous tournament. As Jong-ho slipped past another lethal blow, the caster lost her mind over this uncharacteristic aggression from Hyodi, who typically sat back early on to conserve his stamina. Jong-ho snapped, asking if he was actively looking to catch hands, but Hyodi just smirked back and asked if he honestly believed he stood a chance. Hyodi taunted him, advising him that if he had any brains left, he shouldn't waste his energy and should just vault himself over the ropes. Grinning maliciously, he chimed in that the drop wouldn't kill him as long as he stuck the landing. That set Jong-ho off completely. He screamed for Hyodi to jump his own damn self and lunged forward. However, Hyodi ducked beneath his wild swing, drove a devastating fist into his stomach, and grabbed him firmly by the throat. The announcer went wild on the mic, yelling that fighter number 1, An Hyodi, was physically shoving his opponent right up against the ring boundary. Jong-ho desperately swung back, but Hyodi utterly dominated him, brutalizing his skull with heavy blows before kicking him clear over the barricade. Jong-ho went free-falling down from the elevated platform, causing Suzy to shriek in pure terror. Match caller confirmed his instant elimination, bellowing in absolute shock that rank 4 veteran Kim Jong-ho was wiped out in seconds by An Hyo-D. The whole venue went nuts, erupting into loud chants echoing An Hyo-D's name. Up inside the executive suite, Han-il broke into a smug laugh as he watched the carnage unfold below. Doyle shook his head, commenting that he was genuinely surprised Han-il managed to establish an underground place like this. Han-il shrugged it off, claiming every single brawler was here voluntarily for the fat paycheck and nobody was dragged in against their will. He broke down the economics, revealing that the top 5 finishers walked away with huge cash rewards, whereas positions 7 through 10 were saddled with massive debt. He pointed out that managing a high-stakes arena required insane capital, which was why the house rules had to remain brutal. Meanwhile, down on the arena floor, the atmosphere was every bit as merciless as Han-il described. An Hyo-D strolled over toward Park Jin-go, tossing out a relaxed greeting like they were old pals catching up. Simultaneously across the canvas, Yo Hee-chul was ruthlessly torturing Young Man-soo, who couldn't stop wailing in agony. Yo Hee-chul laughed at his victim's face, reminding him that he had explicitly warned him to keep his trap shut. Smirking sadistically, he asked if Man-soo was begging to have his jaw shattered, continuing to stomp him until the poor guy took back his words, completely ignored the guy's pleas, and kept ruthlessly driving his boots into his body. The commentator screamed into the crowd that fighter number 3, Yo Hee-chul, was systematically destroying fighter number 5, Young Man-soo. Up in the stands, Hee-chul's dad, Yo Hang-gu, the supreme mob boss of Jeju's Harubang gang, was roaring with pride. The brutal beatdown finally over, the caster officially called out the elimination of fighter number 5. Young Man-soo was officially knocked out of the tournament by Yo Hee-chul. The entire venue erupted, chanting Yo Hee-chul's name in unison. Kwon, who was standing in the ring watching this, felt a pit of disgust in his stomach. Couldn't fathom how thousands of fans could cheer, while a human being was getting beaten nearly to death. Suddenly, he locked eyes with Hee-chul, and instantly realized he was dealing with an unhinged psychopath. Seeing how casually the guy snapped another fighter's arm like a twig sealed the deal. It completely confirmed his worst fears. A moment later, Hee-chul flashed a terrifying, wicked grin right at him, like he had just chosen his next target to torture. Hee-chul sauntered over and taunted Kwon for looking utterly helpless. Kwon froze in sheer panic. Kwon frantically pleaded with the freak to step away from him. Across the canvas, An Young-gul had trapped Bae Jae-hyuk in a tight hold, leaving Jae-hyuk screaming for him to unhand him. Even though Young-gul was getting hammered with heavy strikes and clearly suffering, he stubbornly refused to break his hold. Jae-hyuk found himself completely immobilized. Young-gul was holding onto him like a vice, preventing him from either launching an effective attack or putting up a defense. Cha In-biome and An Young-gul had formed an ambush double team against Bae Jae-hyuk. Caster hyped up their ruthless chemistry, calling it incredible teamwork. When Cha In-biome connected a crisp strike right to Jae-hyuk's jaw, Jae-hyuk spat back, screaming at them for being cheap cowards. Despite taking brutal ribs blows, An Young-gul hung on like a human anchor. Summoning every bit of his remaining strength, Jae-hyuk finally grabbed his assailant and tossed him away. The announcer cheered into the mic, yelling that a rank 7 warrior wasn't going down without a fight. Shattering their coordinated assault, Jae-hyuk surged forward aggressively, traded direct, bone-crunching strikes with Cha In-biome in a wild slugfest. This was the exact moment Jae-hyuk's veteran combat experience began paying off. Step by step, he wrested control of the duel from In-biome, pushing him back toward the ring ropes. Seeing In-biome teetering on the edge, Jae-hyuk growled that the fight was finished. Right as Bae Jae-hyuk threw his decisive knockout punch at Cha In-biome, his fist froze midair. Jae-hyuk stood locked in place, utterly bewildered by what just restrained him. Commentator screamed out that a savior had intervened at the literal final second. An Young-gul had managed to crawl back up and snagged Jae-hyuk's leg from behind. Seething with rage, Jae-hyuk cursed him out as a relentless leech, wondering how the hell he recovered so fast. The caster chimed in, clarifying that player number 4 An Young-gul was clinging tightly to Bae Jae-hyuk's foot. In-biome seized the golden opening instantly, pouncing forward while the match host roared that nobody survives a brutal handicap beatdown. 2 lower-ranked brawlers continuously gang-punished the rank 7 veteran, with In-biome laying in relentless blows. Young-gul locked his limbs down, while his partner rained an endless barrage of strikes. Finally, In-biome put an end to the beatdown with a violent, final strike. Bae Jae-hyuk was officially knocked out of the competition. The victorious duo stood panting heavily in the ring, catching their breath for their next challenge. Ma Jianggi watched this brutal gang-up in disbelief, questioning how such ridiculous rules were even permitted. He grumbled that no legitimate martial arts competition allowed dirty team-ups, labeling it absolute madness. Yet the announcer was buzzing with hype, as ranked fighters were wiped out in rapid succession. He hyped up the arena, proclaiming that this chaotic violence was the true heart of Death 10. She screamed into the mic, demanding the spectators make even more noise. Meanwhile, back in Jeju, at the Harubang gang's headquarters, Yu Hyanjayu and his enforcers were lying lifeless in massive pools of blood. Sol Minju stood over them as her henchmen confirmed that every single USB flash drive sold by Hanjayu had been successfully retrieved. Minju coldly inquired about the current location of their final target. After verifying the intel, she noted that the target was currently inside the Death 10 tournament. Reverting back to the ring, Yo Hee-chul sauntered up to Kwon and casually asked what his strange FIP moniker stood for. Kwon quietly revealed that it meant forever in pain. He admitted that he had endured so much physical agony over his life that he eventually grew to enjoy it. Kwon then extended an unexpected proposition. He suggested they squad up to eliminate the rest of the arena first, then settle their own duel in the finals. Chul shot down the offer without hesitation, sneered that Kwon looked way too pathetic, and brutally torturing fragile weaklings was his ultimate hobby. Over in a different corner of the ring, Ma Jianggi was taking a relentless walloping from Cha In Biome. He attempted to retaliate, but An Yonggul sneaked in again to pin his arms, making Jianggi boil over with fury. In Biome took full advantage, brutally tenderizing Jianggi's skull with non-stop punches. The host highlighted that players 4 and 7 were working their cheap gang-up strategy once more. She shrieked that player number 10, Ma Jianggi, was getting turned to pulp, while Jianggi roared in anger right before An Hyodi stepped into the fray. Out of nowhere, a lethal kick was launched directly toward his jaw. Jianggi threw his guards up at the last microsecond to block the impact. An Hyodi reprimanded him harshly, asking how an experienced fighter could look away from an enemy mid-battle and mockingly offered to reteach him the basics. This tense standoff triggered a brief flashback into the history books, specifically to the historic First Namgyal War, a catastrophic turf conflict between the Nampo Orium and Il-Gayung syndicates. They waged a brutal war over the control of runaway street youth, a bloodshed that dragged on for 3 straight days. When the dust cleared, the Il-Gayung faction suffered a shameful defeat, leaving Nampo Orium as the supreme winners. Hyodi noted that even though Ju Hae-young was stationed abroad back then, Bae Yi-chul from Il-Gayung was still a terrifying force. He was an absolute nightmare, who came terrifyingly close to breaking Nampo Orium single-handedly. Hyodi added that if that wild beast hadn't been alive, a second war would have never erupted. He then sneered at Jingu for staring daggers at him, asking why the hell he was bringing up Bae Yi-chul's legacy now. Jingu responded coldly that Yi-chul was already dead. Standing inside the ring, Jingu reflected on how desperately he used to crave power, even if he had to sell his soul, yet realized that pathetic weakling was long dead. Felt a brand new resolve burning inside his heart. Jingu then challenged Hyodi to hit him with everything he had, admitting the guy was actually turning out to be pretty interesting. Without missing a beat, Hyodi blitzed straight toward him. The host went completely insane, screaming that Death 10's main star, player number 1 on Hyodi, was blitzing across the canvas at unnatural speed. Hyodi moved so blazingly fast it stunned the spectators, unleashing a wicked kick straight into Jingu. Although Jingu raised his arm to block, the force behind the strike blasted him backward. Before he could recover, An Hyodi closed in for a second assault. Moving with insane speed, he launched a terrifying barrage of kicks at Jingu, capping it off with a high kick directly to his jaw. The caster was flabbergasted that player number 8 managed to stay on his feet and even swung back with a heavy counterpunch. Hyodi effortlessly ducked under the counter and looked back at him with genuine shock. Up in the executive room, Gi-hun was observing every single exchange intently. Analyzing his technique, Gi-hun picked up that An Hyodi was dangerously close to that monster's level. These weren't the sloppy moves of some average street brawler. Even if his form wasn't flawless, his flashy combo style strongly echoed the close-quarters combat of the Russian Phoenix. Following a relentless trade of blows, Hyodi found an opening and connected a solid hit. Jingu stubbornly refused to retreat and launched another strike, but Hyodi slipped past it with 0 effort. He taunted Jingu, sarcastically noting that he'd grown tougher, wondering aloud how he even took that direct impact without passing out. Jingu internally acknowledged the overwhelming power of the man standing before him. Hyodi decided to turn up the heat by unleashing a signature backspin kick, a move that stirred up deep memories inside Gi-young. He recalled Jingu standing right behind him, desperately asking how to get stronger. Becoming strong was literally the only thing Jingu ever cared about. Gi-young recalled how Jingu had ground away for years conditioning his frame, yet recently hit a frustrating wall. Regardless of how relentlessly he pushed his limits, progress became harder, feeling like he was sinking into quicksand rather than growing. Over time, he began accepting the tragic idea that he was born with innate genetic ceilings he could never shatter. Snapping back to reality, the commentator yelled in disbelief as Jingu somehow withstood the crushing kick. The arena murmured in shock, asking how a newbie could take such punishment and cheering on player number 8's unnatural grit. Caster clarified that On Hyode's devastating spin kick had actually missed Jingu's vital spot by a hair's breadth. This sudden stroke of luck started making Hyode genuinely pissed off. Jingu capitalized on that brief opening to instantly narrow the gap between them. Two warriors locked in and kept slinging brutal punches back and forth. Hyode was caught completely flat-footed by the absurd weight behind Jingu's strikes. Commentator lost her mind even further, screaming about where this hidden prodigy came from and calling his strength insane. Fueled by the deafening cheers for number 8, Jingu's ferocity surged, pouring raw willpower into every strike. In his mind, he challenged himself, questioning if this was truly the peak of his potential. He unleashed a thunderous roar overflowing with unstoppable determination. Jingu charged ahead with every ounce of power he possessed, aiming a knockout blow straight at Hyode. However, Hyode read the move perfectly and met it with a crushing counter-strike. Brutal impact whipped Jingu's head backward violently. Agony exploded through his jawline as blood splattered across the ring. He was sent crashing onto the canvas, rolling across the floor as Gi-young observed the tragic moment silently. Caster proclaimed that Jingu had failed to break past the immovable fortress named On Hyode, leaving him bleeding out on the mat. Sinking into deep despair, Jingu questioned if this pathetic defeat was truly his absolute limit. Wave after wave of forgotten memories began flooding back into his mind. Jingu was born prematurely small, coming into the world at a mere 43 centimeters and weighing just 1.4 kilos. Ever since he was a kid, he trailed behind everyone else, and in a ruthless school environment where strength dictated survival, his frail body made him prime meat for bullies. Thus, for 14 agonizing years, Jingu survived purely as helpless prey. And a faint beacon of hope surfaced when Jingu picked up weightlifting. His physique transformed rapidly. He shot up in height and packed on massive muscle, to the point his classmates could barely recognize him. Seeing everyone treat him with newfound respect made him completely addicted to grinding out workout sessions. People around him warned that skipping so many classes would ruin his chances of even getting into a high school. Yet the more obsessively he pursued raw strength, the closer his path led him right toward Iljong High School. Despite all his grueling sacrifices, one cold, hard reality remained slapped across his face. Certain talents and physical limits are hard-coded from the day you are born. Regardless of how relentlessly he trained, he felt perpetually shackled by the frail frame he was born into at 43 centimeters and 1.4 kilograms. That lingering weakness haunted him since day one, so while others succumbed to alcohol and girls, he stayed obsessed solely with grinding out muscle. Even knowing natural talent held the upper hand, he refused to stop driving his body past its limits. Jingu accepted that he was just a background character in this story, fully aware of his personal ceilings. Yet Jingu stunned every spectator in the arena by rising back onto his feet, clenching his fists to fight on. Hyode sneered down at him, warning him to stay down on the floor since standing up wouldn't rewrite his fate. Before Jingu could regain his footing, Hyode rushed him once more, restarting the merciless violence. Hyode even sported an arrogant, cocky smirk on his face. The host highlighted that Jingu had absorbed far too much punishment, leaving him unable to react to Hyode's insane speed. Standing back from the action, Gwai remembered the exact conversation where Jingu claimed he had a sudden realization. In that conversation, Jingu confessed to his master, Gwai Yon, that every single fighter eventually hits a wall. Back to the ring, where Jingu was taking a relentless beatdown of strikes and kicks, completely unable to fight off the assault. Jingu had explained that knowing your limits is easy, but actually making peace with them is where the real struggle lies. Surrounded by absolute monsters in this arena, his ultimate goal had always been to reach the top and become Hercules. Even though he knew he was nowhere near that level yet, he was convinced that true battle experience teaches lessons no gym workout ever could. He figured if he stuck with Doyle and pushed himself to the absolute limit, he still had a chance to unlock higher strength. Seeing Gwai Yoon stay silent, Jingu began to suspect that maybe this was as far as a guy with his talents could ever go. Snapping back to the match, On Hyodai blasted a vicious kick right into Jingu's midsection. Commentators shouted, thinking Jingu was finally done for, but the kid somehow remained upright, wheezing for breath and stubbornly staying in the fight. Jingu let out a primal scream, leaving Hyodai absolutely stunned that this beat-up kid still had so much fight inside him. Standing tall on pure willpower, Jingu locked onto memories of his past failures and every weakness he had overcome. Victory looked completely out of reach, yet he made the conscious choice to keep trading blows. Crowd announcer couldn't believe his eyes when Jingu pulled himself up and sprinted back into the assault. Hyodai cursed out loud, branding him an absolute maniac. Both fighters threw heavy shin kicks at the exact same moment, their legs colliding with a sickening crack. A sudden wave of agony surged through Hyodai, as he realized Jingu had deliberately aimed for that weak point. Flashback to their training days. Guai-yun cut in and asked Jingu to repeat whatever he was just muttering. Jingu froze in panic, terrified of what his master heard, until he caught sight of the wireless earbud in his hand and realized he'd spoken his inner monologue out loud. Dying of embarrassment, he instantly tried to cover it up by complaining about the crazy heat. He quickly pitched going to get a protein drink and tried to make a quick exit. Guai-yun called him back, telling him straightforwardly that he was actually pulling his weight. He was acknowledging the progress Jingu had shown from all his brutal practice. While the technique wasn't flawless yet, the growth was undeniable. Jump back to the main event, where the clash remained brutal and unyielding. Hyadaok roared in frustration as he and Park Jingu collided again, furious that this underdog kept pulling off impossible exchanges. Rewind to just 72 hours prior to fight night. While Guai-yun coached Jingu, Doyle cautioned that the strategy was self-destructive. However, against an expert fighter, Jingu needed to decode their rhythm, shield his vitals, and crush them with sheer brute strength. Guai-yun chimed in, pointing out that while normal fighters would break, Jingu actually had the durability to execute it. Right there in the ring, Jingu executed that exact high-risk blueprint. As Jingu screamed through a barrage of heavy blows, Hyadaok looked on in complete horror, unable to comprehend a fighter who tanked every strike. Ignoring the agony racking his frame, Jingu stepped right into range and launched a heavy counter. However, Hyadaok managed to weave just out of harm's way. The caster bellowed that Jingu was basically using his own body as armor, completely focused on connecting with his own devastating blow. Both men locked into a ruthless brawl, raining down merciless blows back and forth. Defense and agony were completely thrown out the window as they simultaneously traded heavy hits. The commentator screamed into the mic that this was without a doubt the most brutal slaughter ever showcased in the arena. Each impact echoed sharply across the entire stadium. Watching from the sidelines, Guai felt genuine pride seeing how Jingu constructed that iron physique through relentless dedication and blood, sweat, and tears. This ultimate armor was something he forged with his own hands. Out of nowhere, Jingu delivered a massive headbutt right into his opponent, sending shockwaves through the crowd and stunning Mina and her companion. When the powerhouse hit the canvas, the entire stadium went absolute wild. The commentator was losing his mind, screaming that an absolute miracle just occurred. Against all odds, the rookie Park Jingu had actually dethroned the terrifying on Hyodai. Gayan cracked a quiet smile, as if he had always known Jingu's insane grind would pay off with victory. Jingu stood triumphant, roaring to the heavens as Gayan acknowledged him as a diamond in the rough. On the other side of the arena, Ma Donggu was in deep trouble, catching heat from both Player 7 and Player 4 simultaneously. The announcer noted that the newcomer Park Jingu had burnt through every last ounce of energy right after taking down Player 1, Hyadayo. With his gas tank completely empty, Jingu felt his legs give out and fell flat onto the canvas. Guijin put 2 and 2 together, realizing that brutal early kick was the real culprit behind Jingu's sudden collapse. Watching Jingu drop, Guijin could spot from afar that the kid was dealing with a pretty bad concussion. The caster announced that Jingu was totally unresponsive and couldn't stand, putting the whole rookie team in immediate jeopardy. Spotlight swung over to Park Kangwook just as Player 3, Guijin Hebs, smashed a heavy right into his jaw. Guijin Hebs sneered at him, asking sarcastically if that little blow stung. Doubled over in agony, Kangwook pleaded for a quick breather, but Hachul paid no mind and hit him with another brutal blow. Up in the stands, Hachul's father, Yu Hangwok, chief of Jeju's ruthless Harubin syndicate, was enthusiastically rooting for his boy. When a subordinate interrupted him, Hangwok blew his top, having explicitly ordered 0 distractions while his son was fighting. The subordinate stammered that it was a dire emergency. Yuki Anna, the feared snow woman and second in command of the Kitano syndicate, had landed in Korea. Hangwok was completely taken aback by the revelation. The news grew even grimmer as he learned she had raided their Siaguipo branch, stolen a crucial USB drive, and was already making her way toward the Death 10 arena. Losing his mind with fury, Hangwok backhanded his henchman, enraged that anyone had the nerve to cross his syndicate. He commanded a full squad lockdown, specifically calling on Ilchul to drag that woman directly to him alive. Elsewhere, surrounded by bodies in a violent crime scene, Nam Ilchul, the top enforcer for the Harubin gang, picked up the call from main office. Back inside the cage, after enduring endless punishment, Park Kangwook finally called out that he submitted. Yu Hee-chul blinked in disbelief, so Kangwook repeated his surrender louder. The matchcaster was stunned, the spectators erupted in boos, and a cringing Saul Mina called him a pathetic weakling. Up in the VIP suite, Doyle cold-headedly noted that the Death 10 match system doesn't feature a forfeit option. Down on the canvas, Yu Hee-chul answered the plea with a nasty kick that dropped Kangwook hard. Grinning like a psychopath, he sneered that there was 0 mercy or tapping out in this ring. Hee-chul continued torturing Kangwook, chillingly informing him that fighters only leave this ring broken in half or thrown over the ropes. He stepped closer, taunting his helplessness before grinding his boot straight into Kang-wook's foot, eliciting an agonizing scream. Hee-chul smirked, declaring he was nowhere near done with him since crushing him was way too entertaining. Then stomped full weight onto Kang-wook's ankle again, forcing another bone-chilling shriek from the boy. Hee-chul chuckled, calling Kang-wook the ultimate plaything for his sadistic games. Simultaneously, deep within a back corridor of the complex, Sol Minju swept through with her entourage. Casual step after step, walking right past the unconscious bodies of security personnel. She snickered at how high-end the hidden facility was, questioning where these small-time goons sourced their heavy budget. The lieutenant explained they suspected the lunatic who assassinated Akita financed it using seized assets, though the primary backer remained unverified. Minju asserted that they needed to trace the cash since it rightfully belonged to them, whining about how many luxury designer handbags that money represented. Her henchmen nodded in agreement, but as they advanced, Nam Il-chul and his hit squad stepped out to intercept them. Il-chul confronted her head-on, asking point-blank if she was the legendary Snow Woman. Sol Minju burst out laughing, cheekily asking if his mob boss was looking for her personal phone number. Refocusing on the ring, Yu Hee-chul snorted that he was the boss here, then delivered a brutal hook that lifted Park Kang-wook off his feet. Observing from high above, Gang Yeon caught onto the sickness. Hee-chul was intentionally pulling his strikes just enough to prolong the agony without causing a knockout, treating the kid like a fresh toy. The stadium crowd went wild for Hee-chul, screaming for him to completely obliterate the helpless kid. Kang-wook crumpled on the floor in unbearable agony, while spectators mocked him, telling him to quit faking the injury and stand up. Wearing a sinister smirk, Hee-chul ordered Kang-wook to drag himself up. He claimed he was getting bored waiting around. He pointed out that the entire stadium was getting a huge kick out of watching him get dismantled. Cackles echoed through the venue as Kang-wook desperately struggled to gain his footing. Clinging to consciousness, Kang-wook looked up and rasped out how anyone could find pleasure in such cruelty. Chul grinned widely, answering that of course he had the time of his life doing this. He kept ridiculing the fallen boy, taunting that the fans were laughing at his pathetic writhing, and ordering him to get back on his feet. He challenged Kang-wook, asking if he stood in the crowd's shoes, would he honestly claim watching a beatdown wasn't thrilling? He began a twisted monologue about human nature, declaring that mankind is inherently corrupt and wired to enjoy crushing the defenseless. In his worldview, dominating weaklings was nothing more than basic human instinct. At that precise moment, the bloodthirsty audience raised their voice, roaring chants demanding Kang-wook's execution. Chul gestured to the crowd, asking Kang-wook if he seriously believed he was morally superior to any of them. That reality check triggered flashes of Kang-wook's own dark past, back when he terrorized younger kids and stole their lunch money for kicks. Chul's harsh words echoed in his brain, forcing him to confront the truth that he was just as monstrous as the spectators cheering his demise. Meanwhile in the hallway, Nam Il-chul stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Yukiana had decimated 30 of his top enforcers in the blink of an eye, moving faster than his vision could track. He finally understood that the mythical white snow ghost wasn't an exaggeration. It was terrifyingly real. Henchman beside Yukiana inquired how to handle Il-chul, noting he seemed somewhat formidable. Il-chul was already coming to terms with the overwhelming difference in power between his local crew and Japan's elite mobsters. Yukiana nonchalantly mentioned she was feeling generous since it was her first trip back home in ages, so she might spare his life. He then looked him in the eyes and asked point-blank if he wished to stay alive. When Il-chul froze without responding, she repeated the question with a chill in her voice. That shattered Il-chul's pride, making him snap back angrily at her condescending tone. He barked at her, asking if she genuinely thought he was going to drop to his knees and beg. Without missing a beat, she coldly responded that surrendering a single finger would settle the matter. Enraged, Il-chul lunged forward with a scream, demanding who she thought she was, but in a fraction of a second, she ghosted past his strike, stunning even her own crew. A split second later, blood sprayed as his throat was clean sliced. As he gagged on his own blood, she casually murmured if sacrificing one finger wouldn't have been preferable to death. He strolled past him, muttering that she truly couldn't fathom his pride. Gushing blood uncontrollably from his neck, Il-chul hit the floor stone dead. Sol Minju then added a final response to his prior taunt, clarifying that she was, in fact, Korean. Focusing on the ring, Kang-wook coughed up blood while Hee-chul's words replayed continuously in his head. He was fundamentally no better than the monsters around him. While fans jeered at his durability, a heavily breathing Kang-wook recalled his past days as a school bully, realizing spectators love nothing more than watching scum get destroyed. Struggling back onto his feet, he quietly confessed to himself that Hee-chul was dead right. He had committed those exact same atrocities against others. They were two sides of the same coin. Ringcaster shouted in shock that Player 9 was standing back up, sneering as he asked what comedy routine the kid was going to try next. The crowd continued to rain down insults, yelling at him to drop to his knees and plead if he wanted to walk away alive. However, Kang-wook was lost in internal reflection, questioning why he had played the victim while deluding himself into believing he was some noble fighter. Hee-chul interrupted his train of thought, demanding to know what he was whispering, mocking if the previous blow had scrambled his brain. Ignoring him, Kang-wook kept reflecting, recalling a past conversation where someone labeled trash like him as the ultimate fools. At the time, he had laughed off that piece of advice as nonsense. He believed that being the apex predator made you awesome. He had dismissed it as nothing more than the pathetic crying of weak prey backed into a corner. Only now, battered and bleeding, did he truly grasp who the real idiot had been all along. For the first time ever, Park Kang-wook assumed a genuine, ironclad battle stance. Despite the crowd screaming for his death, intense embarrassment washed over his soul. Locking eyes with Hee-chul's grotesque grin, he felt sickened realizing he used to wear that exact same hideous expression. The realization made his skin crawl with revulsion. The announcer screamed into his mic that even a crushed bug will squirm when trodden upon. And with everything he had, Kang-wook sprinted head-on toward Hee-chul. Hee-chul was visibly thrown off balance for a split moment. Kang-wook roared, every painful hour of his intense training flashing behind his eyes. However, Hee-chul instantly calculated that the incoming strike was painfully slow, sidestepped effortlessly, and delivered a devastating counterpunch right to his jaw. Watching from the VIP suite, Gi-won calmly remarked that the outcome was totally predictable. Kang-wook never possessed the tools to pull off a miracle here. The caster screamed that Kang-wook was back on the canvas for the 5th time in this single fight. She announced Player 9's name, while Kang-wook gasped desperately for air on the bloody ring floor. That was when his childhood memories resurfaced once more. Growing up, Kang-wook hit his growth spurt ahead of everyone else, which allowed him to coast through school by using his physique to intimidate his peers. By the time the other boys grew into their bodies, the psychological terror he instilled was already deeply rooted. Even kids, who eventually towered over him, remained terrified of his reputation. But the underlying reality was embarrassing. Kang-wook wasn't gifted or talented. He was simply a kid who hit his growth spurt sooner than others. While he reveled in his reign as the top bully, a truly dangerous apex predator eventually crossed his path. For the very first time in his life, Kang-wook found himself trapped on the receiving end. He was forced into the role of the helpless victim. Plunged into absolute despair with zero escape, he endured relentless, unending torment. Completely helpless against his tormentors. Only when an arrogant bully experiences true powerlessness do they comprehend the horror of that despair, realizing that they were the monster who dragged innocent people into that exact same living hell. He vividly remembered sobbing at his own bully, crying out why he was being targeted and begging to be set free. That was the exact moment he realized how deeply scum-like he had been to others. Snapping back to reality, Hee-chul taunted him again, asking if his little toy could still stand up for another round. Caster pointed out how radically Kang-wook's expression had shifted ever since his failed surrender. A dangerous, razor-sharp intensity had returned to his gaze. Without hesitating, Kang-wook initiated the assault, throwing a flurry of rapid strikes. Hee-chul chuckled at the sluggish speed of the attacks before driving a brutal body blow straight into his ribs. Flashes of their Jeju Island boot camp flooded Kang-wook's mind, where the instructor pounded into them that giving up was never an option. He remembered apologizing to Donggu back then for dragging the team into grueling extra laps. Donggu had sneered back, coldly remarking that Kang-wook had a mountain of past sins he needed to apologize for first. In the present, Kang-wook grit his teeth through the pain, while spectators murmured about the stubborn resilience of these rookies. The commentator gasped in awe that Player 9, Park Kang-wook, managed to absorb such a lethal organ-shattering blow from Hee-chul. Pumped with adrenaline, Hee-chul grinned and asked if he was ready for round 2 before sprinting back in. Against all expectations, Kang-wook slipped the strike and threw a hard counter strike of his own. Hee-chul merely scoffed at the soft impact, responding with a devastating bomb that sent Kang-wook crashing down once more. Without letting up, he caught him on the way down with an explosive uppercut. Kang-wook's conscious mind drifted back to Jeju, remembering Donggu tearing his pride to shreds. Even when Kang-wook offered a sincere apology, Donggu refused to hear any of it, demanding whether he honestly believed a simple sorry could wipe away years of trauma. Pointed out that Kang-wook was still running with the exact same gang of bullies, asking why he was suddenly playing the saint. Donggu stated that while he couldn't fathom why Doyle let him join, he personally had never accepted him and never would forgive his past. Inside the cage, despite his shattered body, Kang-wook continuously marched forward without taking a single step backward. Hee-chul grew visibly annoyed, unable to comprehend why this beat-up trash kept coming back for more. Donggu's harsh words continued to ring in his ears. Kang-wook had accumulated too much bad karma to ever expect an easy redemption. Donggu had called out his cheap excuses, like blaming smoking for his terrible stamina, asking if he genuinely didn't realize why he was the weakest link. He brought up his sad school days, pointing out that while everyone else struggled and fought for their lives, Kang-wook merely made fun of their hard work, learning nothing of passion, failure, or perseverance. He had squandered his youth, wasted precious time, and chased cheap thrills at the expense of others. Donggu told him bluntly that this pathetic state was the natural consequence of the path he elected to walk. Fueled by that bitter reality, Kang-wook pushed through Heechul's punishing strikes, leaving the matchcaster absolutely dumbfounded. He let out a guttural scream, leaping in with a heavy leg strike. Heechul put up his guard, but for the first time, the shockwave of true power rattled his bones. Fans and caster watched in absolute disbelief, as Kang-wook actually drove the vastly superior Heechul into the turnbuckle. Heechul lost his composure, screaming angrily if Kang-wook had a death wish. Heechul boiled with fury, bellowing how a mere plaything possessed the audacity to stare back at him. He sneered, spitting out that getting backed into a corner didn't mean crap in a real fight, taunted that those sluggish, weak punches could never actually put him down. The caster screamed that Kang-wook was rushing back in, but this time his speed was on a completely different level. He cleanly detonated a strike right on Heechul's jaw. Even so, Heechul scoffed, calling him a moron and asking if he really thought that light strike accomplished anything. Without hesitating, he launched a vicious kick right back, sending Kwon airborne. That violent strike instantly triggered a memory of Donggu, lecturing him on the Jokwi beach. During that conversation, Donggu had demanded that he fix his life and start walking a clean path. As Doyle, Mina, and GWI Yom observed from a distance, Donggu blasted him for blaming his problems on ruined lungs from smoking. He made it clear that he had to stop slacking off and take his future seriously. It was time to own up to his past blunders, accept the consequences, and repair what was broken. Donggu then produced a revival stamp card and placed it directly in front of his face. He explained that every act of genuine support would earn Kwon a stamp, urging him to complete the card legitimately. Basically, he couldn't just fake it. He had to prove his worth through real effort. Following that, Donggu forced him to make a solid commitment, brought up how the protagonist owed him a favor for saving his life, promising that completing this extra training would clear his debt. Snapping back to the fight, Hae Kial panicked as he felt Kwon grip his leg mid-fall. Kwon clung tightly to Donggu's encouragement and the fresh second chance he had been granted. Fueled by that renewed sense of purpose, the hero hurled his body right off the edge of the canvas. He pulled Hae Kial over the ropes into midair, leaving the commentary desk completely speechless. Two of them slammed heavily onto the hard concrete arena floor. That brutal drop took a devastating toll on both combatants. One took the brunt of the destructive impact. Agony coursed through his frame, while both lay immobile in a pool of blood. Quick memory surfaced of Donggu, physically supporting a completely drained protagonist. After honoring his pledge to improve and assist the team, he had softly asked Donggu to stamp his card. That single stamp confirmed that his debt for the brutal bonus training had finally been cleared. The commentator shouted that Kwon attempted a suicidal tactical dragging maneuver, ending in a mutual crash. Hae Kial was visibly broken and completely out of commission. Against all odds, the hero barely managed to retain consciousness. Up in the stands, Hanggu blew his top and hurled curses down at the protagonist. He barked commands at his henchmen to drag the boy before him the very next morning. However, a panicked subordinate interrupted to report a far more critical crisis. The entire hit squad, assigned to eliminate Yuki Anna, had been totally annihilated. Stunned by the report, a furious Hanggu demanded an immediate line to the Jeju Union. Inside the arena, the commentator noted that with the Jeju faction incapacitated, merely 3 combatants remained. Despite suffering endless punishment, Donggu managed to slip past Hanggu's grip. Right at that turning point, a light bulb suddenly clicked inside his head. He evaded strikes from player 7 while locking all his counterattacks onto player 4, successfully breaking their pincer maneuver. Though Ongu collapsed under the accumulated strain of back-to-back fights, Donggu remained in extreme danger. Cha In-ban immediately charged in to press his advantage. Donggu ducked under the initial high kick and managed to absorb the follow-up blow. The sheer weight of his adversary's power made it clear that even his intense training might not be enough. Broadcast highlighted Cha In-ban's absolute dominance over the exhausted Donggu. The commentator questioned whether the spent fighter had any remaining tactics to survive the onslaught. Simultaneously, In-bae was internally marveling at Donggu's unbelievable movement speed. Navigating the corridors, Sol Min-ju grumbled to her aide that the building's labyrinthine design made police raids useless. She double-checked with him regarding the existence of a hidden lift leading down. Reasoning that VIPs wouldn't use this route, she suspected a secret secondary entrance existed. Her helper nervously confessed that it was his very first visit to the location as well. Minju berated his incompetence before confirming whether Chanyeol Bae-jun was present, receiving an affirmative answer. Discarding her empty drink container, she directed her steps toward the main combat zone. Inside the cage, Donggu actively traded blows with Choi Im-bi, barely slipping past a knockout haymaker. The commentary team hyped up the sudden shifting momentum of the match. He speculated that Donggu had successfully deciphered his opponent's attack rhythms based on all the missed swings. Donggu anticipated the next incoming punch, bobbing under to target the ribs, but was unexpectedly caught as his opponent re-engaged. Choi Im-bi stood bewildered, having felt confident that his previous rib-shattering blow was fatal. He couldn't fathom how Donggu was still standing, let alone fighting back. Donggu screamed that his grip was failing, and he couldn't pin Donggu much longer. Seizing the opening, Im-bam rained brutal blows onto the pinned Donggu. Violence triggered Donggu's memory of Im-bam, bringing up his 80 million won medical debt and orphan siblings. Regardless of how grim circumstances were, he was forced to extract every bit of value. Im-bam questioned if he fully grasped the cutthroat reality of entering the Death 10 arena. He cautioned that a single slip-up would prove fatal. Donggu would find himself drowning in astronomical financial ruin. At worst, the brutal tournament would leave him broken on the sidewalk, while organizers treated it as routine business. Turning to the live match, the commentator yelled about the unfair handicap pinning Donggu down once more. Donggu screamed for release while driving short, desperate strikes into Donggu's ribs. Donggu spat out blood, his battered frame barely functioning after taking so much punishment. The guttural roar, he mustered his remaining strength to thrust Donggu toward the outer apron. The broadcast pointed out that Donggu's resistance only made Donggu tighten his death grip. Deterred, Donggu stubbornly hammered away at Donggu's exposed back. Donggu continuously forced his body toward the boundary lines. Though Donggu's feet hit the margin, his rapid punches never ceased. Donggu pleaded for Im-bam to land the knockout blow, prompting his partner to sprint forward. Secondary flashback cut into the action. Im-bam had originally pitched the alliance idea directly to Donggu. He pointed out that the 1.5 billion won purse would comfortably wipe his debts and pay for his siblings' education. In the past, Im-bam pressured him to unite, assuring him a joint effort guaranteed victory and the top spot. When asked about his motives, Im-bam claimed financial security from previous wins and cited a desire to repay Donggu's mother's past kindness. Snapping back to reality at the ring's precipice, a sudden betrayal altered the game completely. Im-bam brutally double-crossed his ally, delivering a heavy kick that sent both Donggu and Donggu flying out. Concurrently in the corridors, Sol Minju made a mocking remark about finding a concealed elevator in such a rundown spot. Having cleared the canvas, Im-bam stood tall and looked down coldly at the fallen Donggu. Wearing a sinister smirk, he mockingly credited Donggu for carrying him to the finals. He sarcastically declared that it was time to settle their outstanding score. Elsewhere, Sol Minju cursed at a treacherous figure, contemplating the most brutal way to dispose of him. Falling through the air outside the ring, Donggu let out a desperate yell. Suddenly, Park Jinggu surged forward from the floor, snatching Donggu midair. With a thunderous bellow, Jinggu launched himself up to rescue Donggu right before impact. Using all his strength, he tossed Donggu safely back inside the boundaries. The commentator exploded in disbelief as player number 8, Jinggu, dramatically rescued Donggu from elimination. Sacrificing himself, Jinggu crashed heavily onto the floor below. The arena spectators and broadcast crew began speculating whether players 8 and 10 had secretly partnered from the start. The announcer officially confirmed that only 2 contenders remained standing in the squared circle. The entire stadium erupted into roaring applause and wild chanting. Scrambling to his feet, Donggu panicked upon realizing Jinggu was nowhere inside the ring. He desperately yelled out Jingu's name across the platform. Meanwhile, the broadcaster claimed that reaction erased all doubt. It was undeniable proof that the two had been allied all along. Donggu stood deeply impacted and visually rattled by the realization. Refusing to allow him a moment of respite, Im-bam instantly went back on the offensive. Donggu dropped low in a flash to escape the sweeping strike. Choi Im-bi was visibly boiling with frustration. Having planned only for An Hyudik and Yoo Hee-chul, he fumed over these 2 wildcards ruining his blueprint. He openly mocked them as spineless cowards for forming a covert alliance. Donggu recalled how Im-bam had used Donggu as a human shield, only to stab him in the back. Donggu fired back, exposing Im-bam's own hypocritical temporary team-up. Im-bam merely snorted, ridiculing his ex-ally as a brainless punching bag who served no real purpose. He declared that loyalty and comradeship were pure fairy tales in this arena. In his eyes, relying on another person was the ultimate mark of an idiot. He taunted Donggu, claiming he only survived by manipulating that giant meathead, Jinggu. Donggu glared at him with pure, unadulterated contempt. He sternly warned him never to put them in the same category, firmly establishing that their moral codes were light years apart. A warm flashback showed his group of close friends grinning together on the sandy beach. Donggu countered that had positions been reversed, he would have jumped to save Jingu without hesitation, like any real human being. He explained that true emotional connections require genuine reciprocity. If someone offers you authentic loyalty, you respond with total dedication. Even a heartless beast ought to comprehend such a basic principle. Bam simply burst into a cackling laugh. He asked if Donggu viewed him as a monster, scoffing that monsters get put down because they are foolish relic dinosaurs. Mocking Donggu's naivety about real life, he uttered a crude insult and charged at him violently. The commentator screamed as Cha Im-bam rocketed across the ring. Despite the explosive speed of the rush, Donggu smoothly veered out of harm's way. Im-bam clicked his tongue in frustration before landing a crushing follow-up blow square on target. Even after absorbing the strike, Donggu stubbornly attempted to swing back. Im-bam boasted that he was predicting every telegraphed punch, making Donggu's hits completely useless. He followed up his taunt with a ferocious counterpunch right to the chest. Donggu recalled his grueling regime with Doyle, where he had whined about reaching absolute exhaustion. Punching casually on a donut, Doyle had dryly ordered him to stand back up. He callously assured him that the workout wouldn't actually kill him. Donggu had barked back that all this agonizing practice felt completely pointless. Doyle paid zero mind to the outburst, remaining glued to his smartphone screen. Returning to current events, a relentless Donggu pushed forward with continuous strikes. Bam jeered at his sluggish execution, laughing off the idea that such clumsy swings could land. The broadcast analyst verified that Donggu had failed to record a single clean connection. Looking down, Im-bam assessed that a damaged Park Jingu posed a far greater danger than Donggu ever could. He insulted Jingu's suicidal sacrifice before mercilessly battering Donggu with violent kicks and fists. Yet another intense flashback intruded upon Donggu's battered mind. During grueling shore drills, he had pleaded for a 5-minute break, arguing he wasn't a robot to train nonstop while others slept. Doyle had coldly countered that resting was a luxury they couldn't afford. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Donggu had screamed at Doyle's coldness, questioning how he could eat comfortably while his students suffered. Doyle simply emphasized that Donggu had voluntarily requested this ordeal. Having promised he had the grit, he was obligated to push past his limits. The unexpected gravity in Doyle's demeanor had silenced Donggu instantly. In the current fight, Im-bam remained baffled as to why anyone would sacrifice themselves for a weakling like Donggu. Amidst the brutal walloping, Donggu recalled questioning Doyle's true intentions behind the torture. Doyle had made it clear that he was not engaging in childish games. Since Donggu initiated this contract, they were bonded on this path together. Regardless of how insurmountable the odds appeared, total faith was required. Doyle reinforced his belief, repeating his core mantra, "You can achieve this." Reignited by that memory, a surge of adrenaline forced Donggu back onto his feet to counter. The commentary team voiced complete amazement at his persistent stamina and willpower. Chanting "I can do it," internally, Donggu channeled his total remaining energy into a direct strike toward Im-bam. The skill gap proved harsh, as he failed to bridge the disparity in reaction velocity. Im-bam scoffed at the attack, calling the wide swing completely predictable. He launched a thunderous strike that looked set to end the match permanently. Towering over the exhausted protagonist, Im-bam insulted his entire group as worthless garbage. Precisely at that climax, Sol Minju arrived at the edge of the combat platform. Out of nowhere, Donggu executed a surprise technique named the gun, crushing Im-bam directly onto the mat. The live broadcast went dead silent, while Sol Minju watched in absolute disbelief. A final flash displayed Doyle reinforcing his core directive, "Trust me on this shared journey." Im-bam lay dazed on the floor, completely oblivious to what hit him. Donggu anchored his resolve strictly onto Doyle's wisdom about believing in one's ally. Ma Donggu then unloaded a furious blitz of punches, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Another micro-flashback entered his thoughts. Doyle's solemn echo reminded him that team trust was the sole key to survival. Watching from the sidelines, Sol Minju questioned if that lethal execution belonged to the Blackhead Syndicate. Expending his final reserve of power, Donggu drove Im-bam flat onto the canvas and glanced toward Doyle's VIP box. He reminisced about his childhood, when Doyle carried him around on his shoulders. From the elevated suite, Doyle maintained an unyielding, intense gaze upon him. Suddenly, the stadium erupted into massive, thunderous applause. Through combined synergy between combatants and mentors, Donggu's squad secured the brutal victory. Commentator formally concluded the Death 10 tournament as spectators roared Ma Donggu's name. Claiming supreme victory, he was formally awarded the tournament champion's medal. Sol Minju stood completely dumbfounded by the outcome. She struggled to process how a perceived pushover managed to snatch victory. Sol Minju remained thoroughly perplexed by the situation. She couldn't fathom how such a pathetic-looking fighter mastered an elite Blackhead secret technique. Grabbing the microphone, Donggu opened by thanking his anime club, confessing his own disbelief at winning. While Minju was analyzing the bizarre outcome, she locked eyes with Doyle up in the VIP booth and went stone-cold frozen. Only a single high-profile name echoed in her thoughts: Kim Doyle. Baffled by his appearance, she theorized he was tracking old man Akita's vast fortune. Irritated, she recalled his destructive trail in Japan, furious over what new chaos he was orchestrating. That instant, Doyle appeared to glance down and register her presence. He nonchalantly chatted with GWI Yom, inquiring whether his leftover food could be bagged up. Minju snapped out of her contemplation, acknowledging that the scenario had turned extremely hazardous. She instructed her direct subordinate to arrange an immediate withdrawal. Surprised, the assistant pointed out that Cha In-ban was within reach after all their long waiting. Despite his protest, she firmly ordered an instant retreat. She warned that an unexpected element was present, and remaining would drag them into Kim Doyle's messy business. Out in the concourse, Sol Minju halted abruptly, demanding the identity of the mob obstructing her path. Their spokesman stepped forward, identifying himself as the head of the COGWI Paul Syndicate. He claimed knowledge of the stolen Harubang USB drive, promising her safe passage if she surrendered it without a fight. Minju exhaled a weary sigh, lamenting how pathetic modern thugs had become. He then inquired whether the flash drive truly held the access keys to Akita's fortune. Mob bosses visibly stiffened, exposed by her direct accusation. Minju resolved to verify the drive's contents later, refusing to squander another second in that hall. She nonchalantly invited the whole mob to attack her simultaneously. 3 days later at the medical center, Park Kang-wook begged Donggu for another coupon stamp, but got shut down. A trio of tournament survivors shared a recovery ward, mending their combat wounds. Meanwhile, Park Jinggu was joyfully pumping iron despite his bandages, earning screams from Donggu to cover himself up. Conversation naturally shifted toward the massive cash reward. When Donggu and Kang-wook demanded an accounting of the funds, Doyle coolly claimed it was allocated to a noble endeavor. Kang-wook snapped and threatened physical violence, to which Doyle dryly offered a knife fight instead. That terrifying response made Kang-wook back down immediately, claiming it was merely a prank. It was later revealed that the total prize was blown on Doyle's 5 million won, a night luxury suite during their training boot camp. Donggu vented his frustrations to GWI Yom, labeling Doyle a greedy tyrant for confiscating the purse. However, GWI Yom defended the mentor, suggesting the expenditure might genuinely serve a higher purpose. He pointed out that their boss earned over 100 million won hourly, making small-time theft completely illogical. Donggu and Mina's friend stood frozen at that absurd income stat, while Kang-wook scolded them for believing obvious lies. And with that dramatic realization, the nightmarish training saga came to a close. Subsequent news broadcasts reported the mysterious disappearance of 4 Jeju crime syndicate heads, with law enforcement left completely clueless. In a separate location, Sol Minju's father lectured her regarding her unyielding aggression. She shot back that prospective rivals required immediate destruction, accusing her father of being far too soft-hearted. She asserted that her actions were calculated, instructing him to cease his moralizing lectures. Standing amidst a bloody massacre, her undercover assignment was effectively wrapped up. Choi and Imbam slumped motionless before her feet, drenched in crimson. She informed her father of her decision to remain stationed in Korea for the foreseeable future. Following a full month of hospital recovery, the entire gang returned home to Seoul. Gathered back in their anime club sanctuary, Donggu proudly flexed his hard-won Death 10 victory medal to his peers. None of them actually knew what that tournament was about, so they just mocked him, asking when he suddenly got so cool. Donggu then looked over at Mina, hoping she'd support his story. She simply let out a sigh and claimed she didn't have a clue what he was going on about. A bit later, as the new semester kicked off, Seokdong Hai's rank 3, Ba Yuechuan, was seen limping around in deep agony. He kept reliving the moment GWI Jian trapped him and bluntly demanded he choose between losing an arm or a leg. Yuechuan fumed with rage, convincing himself he would have wiped the floor with GWI Jian if he hadn't been injured first. However, the guy advised him to pick wisely, reminding him that his boss Wang Guoqui had already been tossed out of the 12 nations. Neither the National Union nor their corrupt police connection was coming to save them anymore. He gave him a reality check. There was nowhere left for them to hide. He then repeated his demand, asking where Seokdong Hai had stashed the data for their illegal gambling ring. Yue Chuan screamed that he didn't know anything and lashed out with a kick. The towering fighter easily dodged the blow, snatched him up, and smashed him straight into the pavement. He then taunted Yue Chuan, telling him if he truly didn't know, a weakling like him should at least offer to go find out. 'Cause that's the only way a pathetic loser ought to behave. He repeatedly lifted Yue Chuan up and slammed him relentlessly onto the ground. Finally, he threw him against a wall with brute force, and Yue Chuan felt the full impact hit him all at once. Standing over him, the giant reminded him to know his boundaries. Here was Seokdong's supposed number 3, being treated like utter trash. As the new term commenced, their sights shifted directly toward Hwaran High. The Suman crew pulled up to a workshop located in Hwaran territory. Donggu barked at the girls, demanding to know why they kept following them around and causing distractions. Mina instantly countered that any solid team requires a cute girl to cheer them from the sidelines. Hwan spotted the crew and began wondering who these random kids were. He scoffed, asking if that coward had brought backup, utterly writing off GWI Jian and his squad as absolute nobodies. Suddenly, GWI Jian materialized right behind Ba Yuechuan. His speed was so absurd it literally looked like teleportation. Before Yuechuan's thugs could even process what was happening, GWI Jian launched his attack. Unleashing his scattershot technique, he flattened every single student in the blink of an eye. And just like that, Suman High's anime club officially launched their war to erase Hwaran from the map. Seoul was dominated by 3 notorious delinquent schools: Iljin, Seokdong, and Hwaran. If you asked anyone which of the 3 was the absolute worst, almost everyone would point at Hwaran. The major reason was the custom, synthetic drugs they manufactured. Those substances wrecked endless lives, dragging Hwaran's reputation to the bottom of the gutter. What truly made Hwaran a nightmare, though, was its sheer scale and endless financial power. To make matters worse, 2 powerhouse members of the 12 nations were backing them. 4 years back, every major gang in Seoul was dragged into a massive conflict known as the Rebellion. 2 titans of the 12 nations fought head-to-head, leaving both factions heavily devastated. Yet, nobody could have predicted that the whole war would end in just 2 short weeks. That sudden end came down to a single teenager, Ju Sangha, an absolute monster whose power felt downright unnatural. Single-handedly, he laid waste to both opposing armies. At merely 14 years old, Sangha became the first middle schooler ever inducted into the 12 nations. People viewed him as a chosen entity, crowning him with the title Son of God, Ju Sangha. Then came a twist that stunned everyone. Turns out, this absolute living legend was actually taking orders from someone else. And that someone was Hwaran's shadow ruler, Ju Yujin. Virtually zero information exists on Ju Yujin. Their face, gender, background, it's all completely shrouded in mystery. Only one terrifying detail is confirmed. Ju Sangha lost to Ju Yujin, and that fight barely lasted 3 seconds. Fast forward to the present at an arcade, where Donggu was frantically trying to drill into Dojin's head how suicidal this situation was. He pointed out that Hwaran possessed over 100 members, maybe pushing 200. Donggu reminded him that even Dojin's brawl against Quack took about 5 full minutes, whereas Ju Yujin wiped the floor with Ju Sangha in a mere 3 seconds flat. Dojin couldn't care less, prompting Donggu to literally plead with him to treat Hwaran as a legitimate threat. Dojin casually dropped the bomb that it was far too late. He had already officially declared war on Hwaran. He then whipped out a deepfake video featuring Donggu's face crudely slapped onto another guy's torso. In the clip, fake Donggu was announcing that they'd pull up to crush Hwaran next Friday, promising zero mercy. Donggu gaped in pure disbelief, asking if he actually delivered that tape. And right then, the scene shifted over to Hwaran headquarters. Video streamed continuously, outlining their brutal terms of surrender. Ju Yujin was expected to drop to his knees, while Hwaran had to surrender all evidence regarding their illicit drug operations. The video wrapped up with a final parting threat. If they still retained a shred of brain power or moral conscience, they'd better make the smart call. Over at Hwaran HQ Minseo, the school's rank 3 casually watched the broadcast while grabbing a meal. Chuckling mockingly, he noted how the tiny pest who took out Bei Chul and Quack last week had now gone ahead and declared all-out war. Minseo was receiving this intel directly from Ba Yuechuan himself. Prior to this, right after thrashing him, Dojin forced Yuechuan into becoming their personal inside spy, acting as their eyes and ears. The gadget he slipped him streamed live audio and visual feeds directly back to Dojin. Turns out, it doubled as an explosive device that Dojin could remote detonate anytime. Dojin warned him that if he pulled any fast moves, he'd blow his head clean off his shoulders. Minseo questioned if the punks in the video were responsible for bashing his face, casting a terrifying glare that spoke volumes. Ba Yuechuan instantly collapsed to his knees, frantically begging for mercy. Minseo coldly ordered him to stand back up. Apologies held zero value in his eyes. When you screw up, you pay the penalty. In Hwaran's brutal rulebook, that penalty meant sacrificing an eyeball. Rewinding a bit to the arcade, Donggu was still screaming his lungs out at Dojin. He argued that Hwaran's army was massive, and delivering an advance heads-up just handed them prep time. He demanded to know what twisted plan was running through Dojin's head. Dojin nonchalantly replied that he never intended to stick to the timeline in the message. That response terrified Donggu so thoroughly, he collapsed onto the floor in tears. And Dojin dropped the real bomb. They were actually launching the raid on Hwaran tonight. The entire video had been nothing but a calculated distraction. Shift back to Hwaran, Minseo asked the shivering guy which eyeball he was willing to sacrifice, left or right. Yue Chuan wept, pleading desperately for just one last chance. Minseo snorted, explaining he wasn't even referring to Yue Chuan's eyes. He was talking about their targets, so which of the enemy's eyes would settle the score? Yue Chuan timidly squeaked out that either eye would do, or frankly, both of them. Minseo found that answer quite satisfying. Taking both eyes definitely sounded like a much sweeter deal. He asserted that anyone who blunders must pay the full price. And now that lines had been crossed, turning back was no longer an option. Dajin clarified that the declaration was designed solely to blind them with rage. Meanwhile, in the present, Minseo brutally punished Yue Chuan by gouging out one of his eyes. Dajin noted that an opponent driven mad by anger inevitably makes fatal mistakes. On top of that, a huge portion of Huaran's roster was loyal to Yue Chuan. Yue Chuan screamed at Minseo, roaring that his crew would never follow his commands, which played right into Dajin's master plan. Total, unadulterated chaos erupting from within Huaran. Minseo then brandished a wooden sword and taunted Yue Chuan, questioning if he hadn't thrashed him thoroughly enough during their last beating. Preparing to deliver a finishing blow, he sneered that Yue Chuan dropping dead wouldn't make a dent in Huaran's operations. Minseo lunged forward to execute his strike. Simultaneously, Dajin explained they'd exploit this internal feud, noting that reinforcement forces were already moving in. Suddenly, two figures crashed through the window, GWI Jian and Jingu. Minseo froze in his tracks, glaring as he attempted to identify these intruders. Over in the Huaran dormitories, students began picking up chaotic sounds echoing from the third floor. GWI Jian instructed Jingu that hostiles from the second floor would head up shortly, so he needed to hold down the corridor. GWI Jian squared up against Minseo solo, declaring he'd take care of him himself. Rattled, Minseo barked out, asking who the hell he was. GWI Jian effortlessly flattened him in seconds. Dajin stated that this exact domino effect was how Huaran would crumble from within. Inside a separate room, Ju Sangha, Huaran's number 2, sat completely bewildered as Dajin strolled right inside. Dajin cut straight to the chase, demanding to know Ju Yujin's location. Meanwhile, over at Huaran's back entrance, Kang-wook prepped to execute his designated role. He was fully aware this campus was far from a legitimate school. It merely wore the disguise of a typical boarding institution on the outside. Past 6 o'clock, all adult staff cleared out, leaving the students entirely to their own devices. Kang-wook was positive the compound transformed into a full-fledged narcotics facility after dark. Dajin's explicit instructions, echoed in his mind, caused total mayhem on the ground floor to draw enemy forces, preventing them from catching Jingu slipping onto the third floor. He also needed to corner Sanghyo, Huaran's number 5, and beat the exact coordinates of the drug laboratory out of him. Kang-wook felt like he was handed the most suicidal assignment, but he resolved to put everything on the line. So he screamed at the top of his lungs, calling out all Huaran students to step up and fight. The ground floor dormitory students immediately picked up his yells. He questioned what sort of suicidal maniac was barking outside their doors. Kang-wook persisted with his taunts while trying to stay composed, realizing it was do-or-die time. Flashing back to the arcade, Dajin informed Donggu his role was complete and he was free to go home. Donggu had zero idea what contribution he'd even made, before suddenly spotting Ju Sangha nearby and recognizing his face. Dajin noted he was already aware, tossed Donggu a plush toy, and ordered him to sprint over to Kang-wook at Huaran, a 10-minute run to assist with the breach. Donggu couldn't comprehend why a stupid doll mattered, but Dajin stressed that it was critical and losing it wasn't an option. Donggu tried asking what was inside. Dajin shut him down and barked at him to get moving. Their window of opportunity was closing fast. Confirmed he'd hold the fort and take care of Ju Sangha personally. Brief flashback highlighted the motivation. During Ba Yue Chuan's beatdown, he confessed he'd never laid eyes on Ju Yujin directly, as every order came straight through Ju Sangha. So Dajin's primary objective was crystal clear: track down Ju Yujin and chop off the snake's head. Meanwhile, Ju Sangha was silently assessing the situation. Reverting to the Huaran workshop, Minseo stood triumphantly with his kendo blade resting over the bodies of beaten students. A split second later, GWI Jian was standing directly in his face. Minseo was left speechless by the raw speed, bewildered at how quickly the guy had closed the distance. Reminding himself that kendo revolves around spacing, he stepped in aggressively and unleashed a vicious head strike, his signature technique known as the flower of kendo. Minseo turned into stone upon realizing his blade hadn't even grazed GWI Jian. The strike possessed flawless power, blistering speed, precision timing, and dead-on accuracy. To his mind, dodging that attack was physically impossible. GWI Jian casually remarked that the strike was pretty lethal, giving Minseo props for closing the gap so skillfully. Minseo yelled back, demanding to know GWI Jian's real identity. He asked if they belonged to the Suman High Crew, then snarled that launching a surprise raid early when their showdown was set for next week was pure disrespect. GWI Jian replied that they simply took the shortest route to wrap things up. Min-seo cursed them out as utter scum and barked to know their ultimate motive. GWI Jian shrugged, stating he only knew his boss wanted them destroyed, and he was strictly executing orders. Min-seo burst into a bitter laugh. He challenged GWI Jian to give it a shot, before rushing forward wildly. GWI Jian wondered if Min-seo was aiming for another headshot. Min-seo feinted toward the head, planning to pivot at the final microsecond and drive the sword into his torso. GWI Jian saw right through the trick and caught the strike bare-handed. Min-seo gaped at him in disbelief, calling him a total dumbass. He ridiculed GWI Jian for catching a solid wooden blade bare-handed, confident the impact had shattered his bones. Instead, GWI Jian activated a mid-tier martial technique called Black Head Sword. With a single hand strike, he chopped the heavy wooden sword straight in half. Min-seo leaped backward, totally paralyzed by shock. Couldn't digest what had just occurred. He was baffled by how GWI Jian had cleaved through dense ebony wood, using nothing but his bare palm. Terrified to his core, Min-seo questioned who GWI Jian actually was, and what kind of monster could perform such a feat. Surprisingly, GWI Jian was somewhat disappointed himself. Even though his counter was solid, Min-seo had managed to dodge the main brunt of it. He conceded that Min-seo was definitely a cut above the weaklings he'd faced recently. GWI Jian mused that this brawl would be so much simpler if he were allowed to go for the kill. However, Dajin's strict mandate flashed back into his mind. They were explicitly banned from taking lives. Straining his power to match an amateur felt awkward, proving to him that he still had a long way to go. Min-seo bellowed, asking what he was continuously whispering to himself. GWI Jian continued reflecting on Dajin's words, specifically regarding monsters like Wang Guoqiu and Bai Guichu. Dajin believed that given proper conditioning, those guys could have comfortably outclassed the elite squad. He estimated there were at least 10 other beasts out there, potentially even more formidable. GWI Jian pondered whether talents of that caliber could truly exist in South Korea, let alone among high school students. In a secluded room, a white-haired figure sat immersed inside a bathtub, brimming with fresh blood. GWI Jian genuinely hoped those rumors held true, so he could finally encounter opponents worthy of rivaling his strength. Back in the arena, GWI Jian and Min-seo collided violently as Min-seo charged forward with a deafening roar. He swung his weapon with maximum velocity, yet GWI Jian effortlessly slipped past every single blow. Min-seo was paralyzed by GWI Jian's unbelievable evasion speed. He had drilled this combination hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of times, and it had never missed its mark once. Ducking the blade once more, GWI Jian slammed a brutal punch straight into Min-seo's jaw, while Min-seo was still processing his denial. GWI Jian immediately chained it into a technique that accelerated his striking speed by fivefold. A relentless barrage of strikes battered Min-seo's torso, leaving him completely shattered. Even so, he gritted his teeth through the agonizing pain and swung back using every ounce of his remaining strength. GWI Jian pressed his advantage, deploying the gun technique to permanently shut Min-seo down. Covered in blood and completely broken, Min-seo collapsed onto the cold floor. He mumbled that it was impossible for someone like him to lose, before passing out cold. GWI Jian stood motionless on the spot, catching his breath. As his breathing leveled out, Dajin's words echoed in his thoughts once more, that there were likely 10 additional monsters roaming around, potentially even stronger, wielding power rivaling the elite squad. Meanwhile, Dangu sprinted through the streets clutching the plush doll, cursing Kim Dajin for making crazy moves without consulting him. He couldn't comprehend why Dajin chose tonight of all nights to spark a full-blown riot. He also recalled Dajin's strict warning to guard the stuffed animal with his life. Dangu was convinced a secret item was concealed inside, and that realization sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, he smashed headfirst into a guy and tumbled to the ground, rubbing his aching rear end. He immediately apologized and blurted out that he was in a hurry, but the stranger interrupted, asking if he was Dangu from Suman High. Dangu froze dead in his tracks, completely rattled and wondering who this creepy guy was. Mysterious figure introduced himself as the commander of the National Union's third team. Returning to the arcade showdown, Dajin stood face-to-face with Ju Sang-ah, who asked if Dajin aspired to reach the absolute apex. He taunted Dajin to give it a shot if he dared, asserting he'd never prevail, so he should surrender that delusion and confess Ju Sang-ah's location. Ju Sang-ah analyzed Dajin closely, questioning if he was one of those uniquely powerful fighters who felt no need to boast. Suddenly, Dajin burst forward with terrifying speed, catching Sang-ah completely off guard. Sang-ah sized up his aura as bizarre yet deceptively plain, estimating his strength sat somewhere around the low-tier cow's rank. What flabbergasted him the most was that a fighter of this caliber had remained completely off his radar. So he deduced that Dajin might secretly be the National Union's newly appointed 7th team leader. Dajin shot down that claim as complete garbage, ordering him to shut his mouth and reveal Ju Yujin's whereabouts. Sang-a's eyes sparkled with excitement, asking if his reaction confirmed he had hit the bulls. Dajin truly, the Union's freshly deployed secret weapon, brought up whispers that Iljin, Siakdong, and the National Union were secretly destabilizing Seoul's power structure. He speculated that perhaps Hwaren was next on their hit list, before sneering at the fighters of the 12 nations. Having heard enough running mouths, Sang-a decided idle banter was officially over. Recognizing that Dajin wouldn't spill the beans voluntarily, he realized brutal force was the only remaining path. He announced he was going all out from this moment on, sarcastically addressing Dajin as the 7th team leader. Dajin shot back with a chilling ultimatum. Elsewhere, inside a dimly lit, luxurious chamber, a shrouded figure gradually stepped into the light. Whispers claimed this monster washed in the blood of young maidens, harbored an obsession with corpses, and slaughtered victims to feast on their flesh and drink their blood. The mysterious figure pondered what the world truly envisioned him to be, and if any of those horrific tales held an ounce of truth. Did he genuinely obsess over dead bodies? Did he actually consume human flesh? Did he derive sick pleasure from taking lives? Even he confessed to himself that he didn't comprehend what kind of freak he had become. Then with a fragile whisper, he murmured, "Mom," questioned whether his very existence was real or just a nightmare. This terrifying figure was unveiled as Ju Yujin, the overlord of Hwaren High and a legendary commander of the 12 nations. Meanwhile, in a hidden narcotics facility, an employee bitched about strapping on a suffocating gas mask 365 days a year inside that putrid hole, whining that his skin felt like it was decomposing. He questioned why he spent his life cooking up toxic poisons. His partner shot back, asking if he was posing that stupid question to him, considering he was slaving away nonstop as well. The first worker recounted that back in his childhood, he watched a television special on a Polish man named Stefan Jervis, who reportedly possessed superhuman perception. Scientists claimed his nerve transmission speed clicked at over 330 meters per second, triple the normal rate, whereas average humans peaked between 50 to 120. Secret lied in his myelin sheaths, the insulation conducting neural signals, which were significantly thicker and wider than those of an average human. Thanks to this insane sensitivity, he could pick up on subtle air currents, temperature spikes, and pressure drops to map out everything around him. Equipped with such a power, dodging obstacles while completely blindfolded was practically child's play for him. His reaction time clocked in at a mind-blowing 0.03 seconds, turning him into the kind of absolute monster who could snatch a fly out of the air using chopsticks. Worker confessed he used to write those TV feats off as scripted magic until he witnessed the exact same impossibility live, performed by Ju Sang-ah, the youngest Titan in 12 Nations history. He then turned to his buddy and asked if he'd ever run into a guy who could straight up predict what happens next. Back in the day, Sang-ah singled out 2 girls walking down the corridor and casually declared that one was about to trip. Right on cue, she tumbled to the floor just like he predicted. When the shocked classmate asked how he pulled off that guess, Sang-ah explained he felt a subtle muscle twitch in her leg seconds before her feet gave out. "See, that's what I'm talking about," the worker emphasized. This level of perception went way beyond normal human comprehension. People practically labeled his talent divine, crowning him the son of God, though the narrative leaves no room for confusion on what happened next. The monster who eventually dragged that godlike prodigy down to earth was none other than Hwaren's current supreme boss, Kai Yu-jin. The worker finally stepped into the light to reveal his identity. It was I am Sang-ha-yo, the rank 5 executive, prepping to set sail on a high-end cruise ship. Back to the duel. Doyle and Ju Sang-ah were still locking horns in a relentless brawl. Doyle immediately pinpointed the guy's power as a supercharged nervous reaction, but found the whole gimmick deeply irritating. After trading wild flurry after flurry, Doyle broke through and connected a solid fist. Strike smashed right into Sang-ha's jaw, though he rolled with the force at the split second to minimize the impact. Without hesitating, he leaped backward to create some much-needed breathing room. Sang-ah was completely thrown off, trying to figure out how Doyle managed to break his defense. Senses caught every micro-twitch from Doyle, yet he kept failing to predict the trajectory of his strikes. He was dead certain Doyle's legs twitched for a kick, so how on earth did a fist hit his face instead? Doyle hit back with a cold response, telling him that even if he spelled out the technique, Sang-ah lacked the skill to replicate it. That arrogant remark pushed Sang-ah over the edge, as he barked at Doyle to wipe that smirk off his face. Boasting that he hadn't even unleashed his true strength yet, he launched himself right back into combat. Doyle registered the sudden spike in speed right away, recognizing that Sang-ah was finally pushing his velocity to the absolute peak. Sang-ah closed in with a blinding kick, only to realize mid-spin that he'd struck pure brick instead of flesh. He stood there in utter shock. He was 100% confident that target was locked down. Doyle countered instantly with a sweeping kick, but Sang-ah barely evaded it as the ferocious clash raged on. Sang-ah unleashed a rapid frenzy of jabs, yet Doyle shut down every single strike effortlessly. Doyle dropped a sledgehammer punch that launched Sang-ah airborne. Glaring through the pain, Sang-ah pushed himself up, still refusing to back down. Over at the illicit lab, Sang-hai reflected on his motives for sticking around in that hole. He had never actually set eyes on Kaiyu Jin, but witnessing a prodigy like Sang-ah made enduring that wretched place worth every second. In his twisted view, his brilliant brain and Sang-ah's absurd reflexes were divine gifts meant for a higher purpose. He claimed a single dose of their time-warping drug could erase the agonizing boredom of everyday life. He recalled a day spent walking alongside Sang, watching him casually snatch a bird out of the sky with his bare palm. Sang-ha constantly whined about the rest of the world, moving in slow motion, leaving Sang-hayo feeling isolated in a frozen universe. Yet irony struck hard, because that slow-motion realm had transformed into Ju Sang-ha's ultimate nightmare. His godlike reflexes meant nothing against Doyle, whose speed totally outclassed his own. Doyle taunted him ruthlessly, calling his moves sluggish. Disrespect stung, but what infuriated Sang-ha most was his sheer inability to bridge the speed gap. Ever since he was a kid, he was used to watching everyone else move like snails. That reality shattered when Doyle's fist slammed across his face, cratering him straight into the dirt. Doyle laid into him verbally, pointing out that this spoiled prodigy had likely never been knocked off his feet in his entire life. His insane reflexes had always auto-corrected his mistakes before he could ever fail. Doyle dismissed that talent, labeling it a hidden curse. You don't truly respect real danger until you've tasted complete defeat, Doyle added. He smirked mockingly, asking if Senga's delicate feelings were hurt. He tore into him for whining about pride while running a poison lab that ruined innocent lives, calling his whole crew pathetic frogs trapped in a shallow well. Doyle promised to give him a brutal lesson on what the world outside that well really looked like. Blind with rage, Senga bolted forward with every ounce of speed he had left. Doyle triggered his snipe footwork to vanish out of sight, then reappeared with Scattershot, unleashing a lethal barrage of blows all over Senga. Senga was left completely paralyzed by the onslaught. Despite his miraculous nerve capacity, tracking Doyle's ghost-like movement was completely impossible. It dawned on him right then. The monster standing before him wasn't human. A terrifying realization sent shivers down his spine. He never imagined two anomalies of this caliber actually existed in the same reality. Senga collapsed to the dirt in total defeat. Doyle casually strolled over and ordered him to stop playing dead. Without wasting time, he cut straight to business. Tell me where Kyujin is. In a different corner of town, Dangu was left completely speechless by the proposal. Choi Ho's serious tone confirmed he wasn't playing games. He was legit, handing him a seat among the inner circle of the 12 nations. Dangu's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Choi Ho broken down their operation, explaining that his syndicate manages nationwide treaties for the 12 nations to mediate bloody rivalries and maintain order. However, two major factions bound by that truce, Ilgwang and Seokdong, had just been wiped off the map simultaneously. Choi Ho casually dropped that he already knew Ma Donggu was the architect behind their downfall. Internally, Donggu started sweating bullets. In reality, Kim Doyle was the lone wrecking ball who demolished both factions. Choi Ho continued, noting that almost nobody could crush two heavyweights single-handedly, namely Choi Ho of Ilgwang and Wang Kwakwoy of Sukdong, which was precisely why he was eager to recruit Donggu as an ally. He officially laid it out. Two high seats in the 12 nations were now vacant, and Mr. Ma Donggu stood out as the prime candidate. He encouraged him to accept the deal gracefully, before dropping a subtle, dangerous ultimatum. If he declined, they would pin the entire outbreak of gang warfare across Ilgwang, Sukdong, and allied nations squarely on his shoulders. Donggu caved instantly, realizing the syndicate would hunt him forever if he didn't play along. Since he still needed to drop off the doll to Park Kangwook, he accepted the deal just to break free. He turned to hurry out, muttering under his breath about how much precious time he'd lost. Choi Ho watched him exit, then glanced toward the shadows to ask his associate for an assessment. A shadowy silhouette emerged into the light. It was Wan Hee-dong. Wan Hee-dong scoffed, finding it hard to buy that a scrawny, nerd-looking kid managed to beat a powerhouse like Wan Kwakwoy. Choi Ho offered a quiet smirk and nodded along. Meanwhile, back at the fight, Ju Sang-ah was left utterly broken by Doyle's brutality. He was mind-boggled that anyone could deliver a bone-crushing kick to the solar plexus of a defenseless, non-resisting target. In his eyes, Doyle was nothing short of a total lunatic. Towering above him, Doyle growled that if he clammed up again, he'd snap his arms so badly he'd never feed himself again. He chilled the air with an icy repetition. Where is Kyujin hiding? Sighing on the concrete, Sang-ah broke into a hysterical laugh. He mocked Doyle's death wish, warning him that hunting down Kyojin was a fast track to an early grave. He confessed that Doyle's martial arts were terrifying, accepting that he stood zero chance in a rematch. But compared to Kyojin, your techniques are amateurish toys, he spat. Overwhelmed with dread, he questioned why Doyle was so eager to unleash that horror onto the earth. Elsewhere inside a lavish suite, a bloodied woman opened her eyes to see Kim Yojin looming right above her. She shrieked in terror, pleading for her life. Yojin just tilted his head in mild confusion, asking why she was so frightened of him. He pressed further, genuinely puzzled over whether he had done something to harm her. Sangha dropped a bomb on Doyle. Kim Yojin was a psycho who had slaughtered his own birth parents. He was a remorseless demon in human skin. Back in the room, Yojin listened silently, as the terrified woman sobbed that he had just viciously mauled her minutes ago. Yojin kept blinking in total disbelief, as if the memory of that violence was entirely erased from his brain. Sangha clarified that Yojin was incapable of guilt, simply because his brain wiped his terrible acts clean. He suffered from a severe case of selective amnesia. He could commit a monstrous crime and instantly purge it from his memory like it never happened. A memory flashed showing Yojin gently apologizing and trying to soothe the bleeding victim, leaving her utterly bewildered. Sangha confessed he could never tell if Yojin truly suffered memory wipes or was just a master actor. To him, Kai Yojin was absolute evil, an abominable existence that had no right to walk the earth. He recalled another dark chapter from the past. After committing another bloody horror, Yojin had looked up with naive eyes and asked, "Wait, did I do this again?" That was the day Sangha warned him that his unhinged psyche would eventually consume him. So he struck a bargain, swearing to cook up a drug within 3 years to cure his shattered mind. Until then, Yojin had to remain locked away in isolation for everyone's survival. Sangha was convinced that unleashing that monster on society meant absolute apocalypse. Then he spilled Yojin's twisted price for staying inside. His own mother, specifically, the corpse of the mother he had murdered with his own hands. Since her real body was already turned to ashes, Sangha spent days scouring the dark web until he acquired a freakishly hyper-realistic mummy replica to hand over. Sangha continued, describing how Yojin wept uncontrollably for hours while hugging the replica, before randomly muttering that his mom had already been cremated. That eerie moment left Sangha deeply disturbed and utterly clueless. What was the point of those fake tears, and why demand the body in the first place? He confessed that Kim Yojin possessed a terrifying, suffocating level of power. His mere presence was the sole reason Hwaren reigned supreme over all rivals. He noted that even a complete lunatic like BG Chilal refused to step foot on Hwaren territory. Sangha clung to that devil purely out of greed to protect his own authority. Ironically, Kim Yojin was the one who desperately wanted to isolate himself from everyone else. Meanwhile, back in Yojin's room, a bleeding woman lay collapsed on the mattress with a massive albino python coiled around her torso. Yojin fumed silently over Sangha's tardiness, wondering how his subordinate dared disrespect an agreed appointment. Back in the alleyway, Sangha thought to himself that Doyle could never wrap his mind around Yojin's psyche. Absolutely nothing about his motives or moves followed normal human logic. Before he could utter another word of warning, Doyle shut him down with a brutal foot to the mouth, barking that he'd yap way too much. Impact launched Sangha right off the pavement. He slammed onto the hard asphalt, groaning as agony kept him pinned down. Doyle closed the gap instantly, barking for his answer. He rained fists upon Sangha, screaming if he needed another beating before dropping Kai Yojin's address. The camera then cut straight to Yujin's lair. Ultimately, Doyle extracted the intel he needed. Sangha broke and surrendered Yujin's location: Golden Palace, Suite 4101. Doyle stormed over immediately, made his way down the corridor, blew the door lock off with a shot, and swung it wide open. Over at Hwaren High, Park Kang-wook was standing over a pile of roughly 10 code thugs. Panting heavily, he reminded himself of his primary objective: cause chaos and divide the hostile forces. He felt a wave of relief that total disaster was avoided, since no serious enemy reinforcements had swarmed him yet. He even chuckled internally, wondering if the entire school had fled out of sheer terror of his name. Meanwhile, the beaten rank 4 executive, Bai Yaohyun, was practically fuming with humiliation. Couldn't shake the mysterious swordsman's cold warning that his death wouldn't make a dent in Hwaren's grand plan. He despised being written off as expendable fodder after leading troops for so long, swearing they would rue the day they cast him aside. One of his henchmen approached, confirming that all requested backup platoons had been assembled, yet the subordinate was visibly baffled about the situation, wondering what wrecked their boss and why they were ignoring non-stop distress calls from the school. Yaochuan clarified that their army moved strictly on orders from Sangha or Chi Yujin, and defying 12 Nations protocol would turn them into total pariahs. Back at Hwaren High, Park Kang-wook wrapped up phase 1 of his plan. Routing a beaten punk by his collar, he demanded to know if his intel was solid, threatening severe pain if he caught him lying. Quaking in fear, the student stammered that every word was legitimate. He swore on his life that he spotted I Am Sanghai's unit near the sewer grate by the trash bins, fully decked out in hazmat gear. He added that several other students witnessed the same sketchy operation. They just kept their mouths shut out of fear. Connecting the dots, Kang Wook concluded that this sewer grate was the hidden entry to the lab. Punk offered a sarcastic compliment on his deduction skills, but Kang Wook ignored the lip and ordered him to act as guide. He then changed his mind, deciding to infiltrate the spot solo. Up on the third-floor corridor of the main building, Park Jinju was absolutely shredding through enemy reinforcements charging up the stairs. He cackled like a lunatic, boasting that his deadly hell training in Jeju turned these weaklings into nothing more than a light warm-up stretch. He flexed his muscles, hyping himself up about how much higher the immortal Park Jinju could elevate his power. Once the final guard dropped, he stood tall in a sea of knocked-out bodies. Suddenly, a chilling presence caught his attention. Meanwhile, Doyle arrived right outside Suite 4101 at the Golden Palace. Inside stood two nude statues of a man and woman holding hands, accompanied by a small marble plaque inscribed with Mom 101. Grim scene confirmed Doyle's suspicions. Kyujin had indeed slaughtered his own mother and father. Navigating the surreal hallway, he grumbled to himself about how twisted the world really was. Disturbing artwork lined the walls, featuring a horrifying piece titled, "The Day My Mother Was Born." He stepped past an aquarium containing a dead fish pinned straight through with a combat knife. The moment he reached for the main doorway and pulled it open, Kyujin's giant white python struck out from the shadows. Back at Hwaren High, the source of Jinju's sudden terror was revealed. Kyujin was standing silhouetted at the dark far end of the corridor. Jinju froze, staring in sheer disbelief. Far away, Doyle didn't even bat an eye. He deflected the python's assault with pinpoint precision and put it down effortlessly. Stepping deeper into the luxury apartment, Doyle recalled Sanga's dire warning that Kai Yujin was the literal embodiment of evil. Surveying the twisted room, he cursed under his breath. This absolute psycho, before contacting his faction's Russian Blackhead HQ. After offering a quick apology to the handler, he instructed them to dispatch both medical and cleanup squads via the Korean branch. He ordered the paramedics straight to Golden Palace, Suite 4102. Reading off precise coordinates from a note Yujin left behind, he directed the retrieval crew to hold position near Hwaren High. Back in the hallway, Yujin looked at Park Jinju and cold-bloodedly asked if he'd spotted Jo Sanga around. Jinju locked up, paralyzed by the sudden question. In a blink, Yujin materialized right in front of him, whispering a terrifying threat that he wouldn't repeat himself. Yujin lashed out with lightning force, instantly snapping Jinju's wrists to splinters. As Jinju howled in agony, Yujin repeated his query with deadpan eyes. "I asked if you've seen my Sanga." Miles away at the sewer pipe, Park Kang-wook gagged on the foul stench, doubting whether a high-tech drug lab could really sit in a dump like this. He recalled the kid promising Donggu would provide backup and telling him to keep his line open. As the minutes ticked by with zero signs of assistance, Kang-wook's temper reached its boiling point. He fired off an angry text to Donggu, mocking him for chickening out and ditching the fight. He flexed that he had single-handedly taken down dozens of Hwaren thugs and pinpointed the facility, demanding he step up his pace. Right at that moment, Donggu was sprinting at breakneck speed towards Suman High's front gates. Gasping for air with every stride, Kang-wook kept spamming insults, labeling him a spineless coward for lagging behind when he was supposed to provide backup. Deep inside the facility, a lab tech tried to reassure his jittery coworker, boasting that Hwaren was invincible under Kai Eugene and Sanga's rule. He promised the payday would be massive, proposing they grab a quick bite before resuming production. At that exact moment, Kang-wook crept closer to the heart of the facility, stunned to spot staff actively working. While debating late-night snack options, the two technicians froze as a sudden shadow caught their eye. I'm saying Hyok groaned about filthy sewer rats ruining the facility. Crouched in the shadows, Park Kang-wook overheard him grumbling about an infestation. Exhausted after his earlier heavy fights, Kang-wook wisely chose to lay low and avoid drawing heat. Two guys in hazmat suits strolled past, with one addressing his superior as Sang Hyonim while asking if they could order chicken tonight. In an instant, Kang-wook recognized the tone. It belonged to I Am Sanghyo, exact rank 5 target he was hunting down. That confirmed the lab's existence, and he thanked his stars he stayed hidden, knowing he'd get slaughtered by a rank 5 in his battered state. Suddenly, Sanghyo froze mid-step, announced he just spotted his midnight meal, and marched right toward Kang-wook's blind spot. Kang-wook's heart stopped cold. His cover was completely blown. Sanghyo grinned at his buddy, pointing straight at Kang-wook and calling him their fresh prey. Meanwhile, on the third floor of Hwaren High, Park Jinju stood face-to-face with Yujin. Jinju was trembling internally, having failed to even register the strike that destroyed his hands. Yojin muttered to himself, wondering why Sangho was nowhere to be found on campus. Staring at the eerily peaceful face in front of him, Jinju realized that if Sangho were present, this massacre wouldn't be happening. Sheer panic engulfed him as he questioned if such a monster truly ruled Hwaren. In his mind, even the notorious Beast BG Chilal couldn't match this suffocating aura. Pale-haired demon shattered his internal panic with a bizarre, eerie question. Who am I really? Your eyes actually perceive me. Then he whispered softly, do I even exist? Before Jinju even knew what hit him, the stranger delivered a monstrous blow that snapped his collarbone like a twig. An agonizing shriek tore right out of Jinju's throat. Couldn't even register where the attack originated, let alone comprehend how Yujin shifted so fast. His speed was straight up non-human. Looming over the broken fighter, the guy coldly declared, you're going to die here. Jinju was in absolute shock at those words. Then came a weird twist. Yujin offered to spare his life, but only if he got down and begged. Jinju wasn't about to give him that satisfaction. Yujin mockingly pointed out how valuable life was, telling him he should put some effort into saving his own. The whole sick logic completely baffled Jinju. Met with silence, Yujin struck again, unleashing a brutal hit that shattered Jinju's leg. Park Jinju collapsed onto the ground, howling from the unbearable pain. Towering over him once more, Kai Yujin reiterated that begging might just buy him his freedom. He then coldly questioned why Jinju was still refusing to bow down. Cutting through the blinding agony, reality sank in for Jinju. This psychopath wasn't joking about murdering him. Yujin laid down the ultimate ultimatum: beg or perish. He wasn't playing around. The threat was deadly serious. Jinju couldn't wrap his mind around how anyone in modern-day Korea could chat about taking a life so casually. Yujin simply responded with ice in his tone, pointing out that Jinju brought this entirely upon himself. Driven by pure desperation, Jinju yelled for him to hold on, refusing to accept that his journey ended right here. He still had a dream, to reach the top and earn the title of Hercules. His pride finally shattered, and he broke down, desperately pleading for mercy. Yujin stared down at him, appearing to weigh whether the pathetic guy deserved to live. Following a quiet moment, Yujin delivered his final verdict: absolutely not. Jinju was utterly dumbfounded. He had swallowed his pride and followed instructions, yet it changed nothing. Yujin scoffed, telling him that if his existence boiled down to begging for survival, he'd be better off dead anyway. Accepting his fate, Jinju squeezed his eyes shut and braced for impact. Right before Yujin could turn his skull into paste, a sniper skill slammed into him from out of nowhere. As it turned out, that attack was too fast even for Yujin to evade. However, he was already prepping to boost his attack speed.